now. I've latched TX. That's latched 6 TX. Got me now? Good stuff. Yeah, sure. So Anglesey Circuit, Legends is coming up first. Qualifying session just finished. Quattro Formaggio, fastest time in qualifying, 2 minutes 1.819, and had Asmay at the wheel setting that time. Second quickest was Silver Lake 2 with Matt Parks, and that's 2 minutes 1.948, about a tenth and a bit slower in that sense. Third quickest was Mackay Jones Racing with Aim Mackay in third, 2 minutes 2.116. Do you want me to take latch 6 TX off for the moment?
Hi everybody, a very warm welcome to Anglesey Circuit for our Brscc live stream over 2 days. We've got some terrific racing ahead with C1s, of course. Those of you that joined us a few weeks ago at Silverstone for the 24 hours will know what a terrific race we had. We haven't got 24 hours of racing for you today. but we have got to wrap up the day a little bit later on a 4.5-hour endurance race for some of the leading contenders that were in the 24-hour race with us at Silverstone, and they've just completed their qualifying. They did a night practice yesterday just to familiarise themselves with the track in the dark conditions. They had the added problem of it being wet as well yesterday, so the drivers, they all went out and they had to cope with a little bit of rain. Now when I come to Anglesey, normally the weather is 100% sunshine and it's factor 20 on and shorts and everything else. Thankfully I'm sparing you the shorts this weekend. Rob Lewis, who's going to be doing the C1s, has still got his shorts on at the moment, so maybe later on we'll see Rob in shorts. But anyway, I won't dwell on that thought for the moment. Getting back to the weather, a little bit of cloud cover here. Normally it's blue skies and you can see the mountains of Snowdonia in the distance. It's the most picturesque race circuit that you can come to here in the UK. I can hear engines coming up, though the first race we're going to see will lead us into our lunch break, so there will be a little break after our first race. And the first race of the day is for a guest formula for Brscc this weekend, and that's the National Legends Cars Championship, who are going to be coming onto the track very shortly. They have 3 races per day, and their event winner is not the winner of race 3, which they do dub the final, which is the winner on points over the day, so we will talk to their drivers a little bit later on. What else have we got for you over the course of the 2 days? A really very good Brscc meeting. We've got the National Formula Ford Championship, we've got the Classic Formula Fords, we've got the Nankang Tyres BMW and CityCar Cup in separate races. We've got the STXR challenge with the Hondas as well. I'm sure I've missed something else out that we will have in the mix. Oh, the Superkarts. How could I forget the British Superkart Championship are here as well, and that is absolutely thrilling racing and probably going to be the fastest formula of the day, and they're going to be out immediately after our lunch break for their first race of the weekend. The team, as I've already mentioned, we've got Rob with us, who's on C1 pit lane duty, when I'll be joining the main man in the commentary box for the course of the weekend a little bit later on, and that is Scott Woodward. But if we turn our attentions to the circuit, Kev, we've got cars coming on track now, and it's the Legends cars. Just to give you a little bit of background on the Legends cars, these are 5/8 scale replicas of the American cars of the 1930s, powered by a Yamaha racing engine. The grids for the Legends cars are drawn by ballot, so there was a drivers' meeting at 9:30 this morning after qualifying, and the drivers draw their grid position by ballot. If you start at the front in race 1, then you're at the back in race 2, and then what they get their abacus out, or pen and paper, or dare I say even a laptop, work out the points from races 1 and 2. Whoever is the top scorer starts at the back for the third race. If you've had a rubbish day or an average day, you'll start down the front, so the lower point scorers in race 3 will start down towards the front of the grid. So it's great racing, it's mixed grid racing. The cars are on the warm-up lap, so I'm going to hand you over to Scott Woodward, who's going to call you through all the action. We'll see you on the podium.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, good afternoon, good morning everybody, good afternoon everybody. Welcome to Anglesey for this racing action here at the Brscc event, and as you can see, the Legends are out on circuit. This is actually a bit of a history this weekend. It is the first time ever that the Legends have been on a timetable for the British Racing and Sports Car Club, so welcome to them for the very first time. Brilliant to have them, and if you've ever watched them race before, it's brilliant, and as we always say, if you've ever raced them before, and I genuinely do mean it when I say this, you're in for an absolute treat. These are fantastic little muscles, they're powered by bike engines, and they are quite short, very fast little machines, and they've got quite a bit of a show wherever they go. So, as we get set for racing, we're going to quickly run you through the grid for race number 1, which of course is set by grid ballot. So, in that instance, we can show you the grid. So the grid is as follows. So by ballot, it's Steve Whiteleg who starts on pole position in car number 66. Alongside him is Luke Simmons in car number 25. Then it's row 2, Ben Higgins in car number 20, and Charlie Budd, number 44. Dan Clark and Paul Simmons, cars 14 and 51, come next on row 3. Luke Takushis and Marcus Pelt come up on the 4th row of the grid. Actually, it's other way around. Lucas Simmons on pole position, so it's Simmons and Whiteleg on the front row of the grid. Budd and Higgins second, Paul Simmons, Dan Clark third, and Pett and Takushis on the 4th row of the grid. Chris Needham and Nathan Anthony are on the 5th row of the grid to round out the top 10th, and Chris Brockhurst and Ollie Schlapp on the 6th row. 7th row of the grid is Mark Beattie, car number 85, and Mike Schlapp, car number 3, followed by Florian Robin and Kieran Beattie on the 8th row of the grid, ahead of John Mickle and Will Gibson on the 9th row, and then Gareth Sheridan and Gary Whiteleg, who was about second or third in points in the mix up in the top 20. And it's Miles Rudman, the championship leader, back in 21st after that random draw, ballot draw. 22nd for Jack Parker, 23rd for Leonard Woodcock alongside Bridgman, and then Stuart McAndrew and Bill Reed rounds out the 26-car grid that we have for this weekend's race. So this is, they run a heat system, so there'll be first of 2 heats. The first one is 8 laps long, so it's 8 laps of the Anglesey International Circuit, and these cars will be going at it very, very shortly. So the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car pulls in, and it is going to be on the front row of the grid. The pairing of Luke Simmons, who will be on the on the right-hand side of the screen in the black and green car. The red car of Steve Whiteleg, looking for the red lights top of the screen. They go out any second now, and we're Legends racing at Anglesey. It's a good start from the front row of the grid as they head up towards turn 1 for the very first time. And let's see if either Whiteleg or Simmons can get the whole shot turning into left-hander. They are still side by side, and the second row pair are also side by side as well. Looking to the outside, Charlie Budd to make it 3 abreast for P2, but up the inside past also to Luke Simmons, stopped by Steve Whiteleg and also Ben Higgins. So it is Whiteleg who leads. It's Higgins in second place, and down to third has gone Luke Simmons as they go up towards the right-hander of Rocket for the first time. There goes Luke Simmons trying to get back up the inside, but the door firmly shut in his face by Ben Higgins. They go 2, 3 abreast down this back straight out of Church, up towards the Rocket complex through School Curve. Bodywork flapping in the wind as they come up towards the top of the circuit at Rocket. Now as they turn their way up towards the end of the complex to Rocket for the first time, and still it looks as though it's going to be the Whiteleg that leads. Whiteleg car 66 continuing on, just back further back, 99 and 80 going after. That's Gary Sheridan and Gary Whiteleg who started alongside each other on the 10th row of the grid, but there is a just about change for second because Luke Simmons gets back into P2 and also trying to get muscle in there is Ben Higgins, and I think Charlie Budd is still in there as well. In fact, he might be dropped back to the second part of this leading group as they turn through. So over the crest, over the top of the hill, Whiteleg leads the way, Simmons in second place. And then in third place, it looks like it might be the Paul Simmons or Dan Clark that's moved up. I'll have to look at the number. I think it's car 51. So we'll double check the number on that for a second as they come through. I'll also look at the timing screen to confirm that that's the case. Up to the end of the first lap they'll come. And Whiteleg looking to try and extend his advantage here as they come up towards the final corner of the bus stop. Down with Tom Price. Big lock up from the 89 behind. That was a big lock up for Chris Brockhurst in the middle of the pack. He just about avoids getting tapped by the 44 Charlie Budd. Charlie Budd has really fallen back from the second row of the grid to try and make up some places in this very short 8-lap sprint. So Whiteleg leads, it's Simmons in second place, and the car in third place is about Marcus Pett. He started in 7th place, but the silver and red car up into a podium position already, which is looking pretty strong. 4th place currently for the 20 Ben Higgins. 5th place has gone to the 98 of Chris Needham, who started in 9th place. And of course, this is the beauty of a random grid draw, is because it's a random grid draw, you get some of the faster guys deeper in the pack, some of the maybe not as quick guys that you typically see towards the rear, and it really mixes up the action here, and this is what's so good, particularly with this short heat format. You now see car number 4 tucked into the slipstream, and that is John Mickle. He is the current points leader and multiple-time champion in Legends. He looks up the inside to make a position. It's 3 abreast. He goes wide with the 99 and the 44. So he was going toe-to-toe with Gareth Sheridan and Charlie Budd. Charlie Budd, a former mini racer, so not too dissimilar to the minis that he's used to. As they come up now towards the right-hander at the peel at the top section, and then up towards the corkscrew left-hander that takes them up the Tom Price straight and towards the international hairpin. So extending his lead now, Steve Whiteleg, car number 66, challenge on for second down the outside now. This looks like it's going to be Marcus Pett trying to make a move. Lots of position swapping in the mid-pack as well. There's car number 9. Car number 9 is one of the Schlups, Ollie Schlupp. Came across the line at the end of the first lap in 11th place. So he's going to try and make his way up into the top 10 if he can. As they come towards the end of this second lap. The order will remain, I think, relatively unchanged at the front. So across the line they go. Whiteleg leads, but Pett is now up to second place. So he has got around the 25 of Ben Simmons. And Simmons now, the aim now for Pett will be to try and break clear from Simmons behind him, and then start to move away out in front to try and catch the race leader, Steve Whiteleg, currently in car 66. Right hand of Church. And now back in the slipstream, Ben Simmons looking for a move, also moving up well. That's car 98. So that's Needham. And Needham, his grid draw, Chris Needham, was back in 9th place on the grid. So he's now got to do some work alongside Ben Higgins, who started on the second row. So we've got a quartet here for second place. Whiteleg has that gap out to 2 seconds as he comes up through the right-hander at Peel. Now that gap is starting to close up a little bit more because John Mickle, remind you, John Mickle started all the way back in 17th position, so he's already made up 11 spots in about 2.5 laps, which is pretty impressive for the multiple-time former champion. Of course, he's also been a former star of when we used to have the ASCAR races of the Days of Thunder, the STXR stock cars, so John's certainly used to this these short oval-style machines. A bit more scrapping, lots of battling further on for position. To the left-hander into the end of the bus stop, dive down the inside for car number 3. It's another one of the Schlups, and that is Mike Schlupp, and he has got past car number 33 there. So car 33 was Kieran Beattie. Kieran started in 16th place. Just a reminder of the points coming into the weekend. Miles Rudman leads the way with 3,540 from John Mickle in 2nd place, and then it's Will Gibson in 3rd. Steve Whiteleg, who's out in front at the moment, in 4th position, and Marcus Pett, who's chasing him down in 5th. Is in 2nd place. He's in 5th in points at the moment with 2,495. Miles Rudman, meanwhile, looking to where he's currently sat at the end. They couldn't actually see him take the start, so nothing from Miles Rudman. He was drawn on the grid, but not currently present. Side by side for position. That's 29 and 57. So that's Anthony and Gibson. Anthony on the outside, Gibson trying to take the inside line. Meanwhile, John Mickle continues to move up as we're now on to lap 4 of 8, and that was Mickle ahead, I think, looks like, of Ben Higgins and possibly of Higgins and Simmons, I think. So he got past 2 of them. And Mickle now is past the 20 car of Simmons, of Higgins as well. So he should be now into around about 3rd or 4th position. There's the corkscrew once again. Mickle now, he's got past ahead both Higgins Simmons, and Higgins is also past Simmons at the same time, so there's a strap on now for 4th position. There's Charlie Budd, car 51, looking a bit further back. At this moment appears to be Paul Simmons. He started 5th on the grid, so he's got fallen back into the mid-pack here, as John Mickle's next targets, of course, are Pett and Needham. And it looks like, I think, has Needham got to 2nd place? Yes, he has. So Needham, Chris Needham has managed to overhaul Marcus Pett and has managed to squeeze through. And to turn in through turn 1, it's quite creatively named corner here, up towards the hairpin. Battles galore as they turn in through the right-hander. And up the inside, big dive, that was the 57 going up the inside there. So that was 57. Will Gibson started 18th and passing the 99. So that's so the 89. That would have been of Chris Brockhurst. So Brockhurst losing a spot, and that would have been Gibson up to 9th position. Simmons going to go for another place. And here he goes, he's looking for another place now. This is on Gibson on Simmons, so he's passed one of them, and in quick succession up to another one. So that's now up into what looks to be, I think, about 8th place. Up into the complex at Rocket. Onto lap 5. Sideways as well. Car 13 was all out of shape just there on the screen. That was Jack Parker. Jack currently running in 13th place. He's up 9 spots and 22nd. As they come up through the right-hander at Peel again, back towards the corkscrew in the Tom Price International Straight. There's car number 1. There is Miles Rudman. I was wondering where he got to in the mix, but he's currently trying to battle his way through, not having the best of runs so far compared to the others. Trying to move up now in 15th place. Inside the top 15s. He's trying to make a move down the outside now of the 29. The first 4 vans, the unique kind of almost van-shaped legend, because there are some that are of the traditional old-school Ford coupes of the 30s, but there are 1 or 2 which run the van body, which is quite unique. See there, cars 13 and 14. So that's the 14 of Dan Clark. Started 6th, but he's dropped back a few places. He's now trying to make up more positions. Currently sat in 13th place. There's Steve Whiteleg, continuing to lead. His gap is 3.6 seconds, and now the scrap for 2nd is between Needham, Mickle and Pett, because Mickle has split both Chris Needham and Marcus Pett, and now he's on course to try and possibly take 2nd place. as they turn in through Church Corner. Now they turn out through Church, down to this long section down School Straight and up towards Rocket. So going to be able to make a squeeze through. Still side by side now between the Higgins and Simmons, and up the inside he goes, and there goes John Mickle trying to make a move up the inside now for second position, but it looks so at the moment that Needham has got the measure of him so far, holding the defensive line. Now come up towards the end of another lap. Now onto lap 6. There's this and a couple more laps to go. Still on for second place. Just behind them, we can still see that scrap going on between Higgins and Simmons. Buddy's now back down to 8th position because it looks like Gibson, the 57, has managed to squeeze his way through 2. And also keep an eye on the progress of Miles Rudman. He's made up 3 more spots in one position in one lap. The start of the penultimate lap. Back their way through towards the end of the hairpin. And now that John Mickle has got to second place now, past Needham, his task is now going to be to try and charge off after the leader Whiteleg. He's only got about a lap and a half to do that, and looking at lap times, his last lap was practically the same as leader pace. They both did low 1:44s, but Whiteleg's was a fraction faster because he was battling, because Mickle was battling for second and third. There's number 1, Miles Rudman, the black car with the yellow number, which is behind him, 51 and 89, Simmons and Brockhurst. Now back to second place, and Needham has managed to squeeze back through, so Mickle has lost that position once again, and now got to keep an eye on Marcus Petler. He's waving to the right-hand side. Come on, go past me this time. I want to try and draft you, but that tactic might not work too much. Either that, he was setting up for an undercut, because he now says, right, pass on the left-hand side. Now, is that either because he's indicating he has a problem or simply wants to try and get a toe? Is it a cheeky tactic here, or is there a problem here for Needham? Meanwhile, Steve Whiteleg continues on. Now turn out of the hairpin up towards the bus stop for the second to last time. Another move onto the last lap of this race. So Whiteleg's then his gap across the line. Whiteleg to what I think should be still Needham is across the line. No, it's Mickle in fact actually, because Needham was having that problem. So the gap is now 4.2 seconds, but the pace is fairly similar at this point. Come back into the hairpin, still putting Mickle under pressure here as they turn out through the hairpin and now up towards banking and up through the right hander at Church. Still Mickle threat from Pep as they come through. Trying to get the switch back here as they turn through. I think that Pet might just try and get an undercut here if he swings up towards Peel for the last time. He jinks out, has a look, but Mickle's got this one covered so far. And I think he might just be able to hold on to this. Steve Whiteleg down towards the hairpin for the final time, and it looks as though he's going to have this one all sewn up for heat number 1. It might not be so clean for second place though. Up towards the final corner, Whiteleg I think will just about hold on to take the race victory. Checker flag is out on the pit straight as the battle continues over second place, but Steve Whiteleg takes victory in heat number 1 of the National Legends here at Anglesey. The scrap for second goes right to the line, and it is Mickle who wins it ahead of Pett. And Gibson takes 4th, and Eden was dropping back. It looks like he had some kind of a problem. And unfortunately, it looks as though he had an issue which has dropped him all the way down the order and will not see the flag. So incredible stuff from the National Legends. Of course, they will have 2 more races today, this afternoon. They'll have a second heat and then a 25-minute final. Come onto the slowdown lap after that one. A brilliant performance from Steve Whiteleg. He waves to the cameras and to many of the spectators that are currently around the circuit as well. So excellent stuff from the National Legends. 2 more races coming up for them, and of course we go into the lunch break now before we have some more brilliant racing coming up from the likes of British Superkarts, National Formula Fords, BMW Compact Cup, and everything else in between. And it should be a fantastic afternoon's racing. So let's just give you a quick run through of the results then from race number 1, the National Legends, coming up on screen. So results then, it is a victory for Steve Whiteleg in first position, Mickle in second place, Pett in third, then Gibson, Simmons, Rudman, who finished 6th after a good recovery drive. 7th place goes to Higgins, 8th to Budd, 9th to Simmons. And it's running out the top 10 is Brockhorst. Then Anstey 11th place. It's the Schlupsen 12th and 13th. Needham 14th. 15th position goes to Bridgman. 16th is Sheridan. 17th place is Takushis. 18th place is Whiteleg. 19th is Beattie. 20th is Reed. And then in the mix as well, 21st is Beattie, and all the way down to the rest of the order, which is 22nd place for Robin, 23rd for for Clark, 25th for Parker, 26th for McAndrew, and that finishes off those finishes as well. So those cars heading into pit lane, Richard John Neal will pick them up very shortly, and you'll be able to have a chat to our top 3 down on that one as well. So stay tuned for more action coming up, and we will hand to Richard very shortly for his top 3 interviews from our first National Legends race of the day.
As well. So those cars heading to pit lane, Richard John Neal will pick them up very shortly, and we'll be able to have a chat to our top 3 down as well. So stay tuned for more action coming up, and we'll have to Richard very shortly for his top 3 interviews from our first National Legends race of the day.
Thanks very much, Scott. Hope you enjoyed the Legends race. It was tough for some of the championship front runners to come through from the back of the field there, and we've got a 6 different winner. So I'm going to do this 1, 2, 3. We'll have a word with Steve Whiteleg first. I don't think he's going to practice the gear stick side of getting out of the car, which is a new directive that the MSA have said after some incidents at Brands Hatch earlier on in the year, and we were listening to the Legends cars briefing this morning, and at Donington, which is the next Legends round in a few weeks, they've got to prove they can get out of either side of the car in a safe time. That's for another day. I don't think Steve got out of the difficult side of the car, but we're going to have a quick word with him. He looks a bit puffed out, actually. And normally, if I talk to a driver before the race and sort of big him up and whatever, I don't need to big this guy up because he's a lovely fella anyway, but normally it doesn't work. But here we've doubled up on the interview. Steve, congratulations.
Thanks very much.
And joining the winners list for this year. Well done.
Yes, that was the plan. We were starting on the front of the grid, and I thought the only way I'm going to get anywhere is to try and get away at the front while everybody else was battling behind. But I was very mindful that the rest of the guys can bump draft and catch. We made it to the end. Well, actually, if you wish,
Yeah, you've got a lot of work to do, haven't you, for the first time works. And yeah, so a lot of work for you to do. And not to say that wasn't hard work, because you've still got to pedal the car, and in some respects being away on your own can be more difficult than battling, because it can take the focus away.
That's right. Being on your own, you tend to have to set your own pace, and if the pace isn't quick enough, then everybody else catches you up. So yeah, working through from the back. I mean, John started near the back. The speeds are quite top end, difficult to get through.
Well done, really good to see you getting that win, and we'll see you on the podium again a little bit later on. Now I'm walking away from John Mickle, but that's not erroneous, because I'm wondering whether we can get, I'm not sure if we got the signal when we were near the wall, so maybe Barry can let us know. John, sorry to drag you away, just so we can get a good signal for our viewers on the live stream. Great to see you on the podium. And that was a tough race. We saw some of your main rivals in the championship struggle to come through the field. I mean, Will and Miles were quite a way back, which we're not used to, but you are still here, up at the sharp end, and the new lap record to boot. Well done on that.
Oh, well done, thank you very much. Yeah, the quick steel car's very good. It's been on pace in practice this morning. I think the benefit from what I've got for the rest of them is I've actually done the circuit, and so has Steve, and there isn't many people done that circuit before. It's just usually the little squiggle back down to start finish straight. So it was just nice to obviously do that circuit, and we knew what way it went and what times we'd do and how to set the car up. But yeah, the quick steel car was quick, and we had a good result, so we can't really fault that.
It's a nice, great big long, is it a flowing circuit rather than twists and turns? Yeah,
it is a flowing circuit with twists and turns. It's one of them tracks where if you have one bad bend, it messes up 3 or 4. It's a flowing track, and it's you need to hold an old head, and that's what I've got. So hopefully we can use it to benefit this weekend.
We saw on the footage, I think it was Chris Needham was doing a little bit of gesticulating. Was he waving you through? Did he have an issue, or was it to try and get you through and then work with you to catch Steve?
I think the 98 was Matt Isherwood, and I think he had a mechanical failure. So he got back by me, and it seemed to die up the top of the hill, and I think he just put the hand up because I was a bit close behind him and he wanted me running him up the back. But no, he was very quick. I mean, they're all very quick. It's just putting a consistent laps together is going to be the difference between first and second this weekend.
Anyway, good podium start. No points for fastest lap, but a bit of pride going away with the new lap record here. And plan for race 2, whereabouts are you on the grid? Were you mid-grid in this one?
No, I think I was row 10, so I'd be like 2
Wow, well back.
Yeah, well back. So I think I'd be 2 or 3 rows off the front, but the 57, the one would be with me. So race 2 should be interesting.
Yeah, we look forward to that. John, always a pleasure. Thanks for chatting to us. Well done on P2, new lap record. And our third driver was Marcus Pett. He's just engaging in a little bit of a chat with Steve Whiteleg. Marcus, again, we'll get you out here so we can get a good signal for our viewers. Many congratulations. Great to see you, and well done on the podium.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a really strong start to the weekend there. We had to make the most of starting towards the front of the grid in 7th. So we got a nice clean start, and yeah, had a nice battle with Chris and John. So
there are so few different race winners this year in the Legends Cars Championship. You're one of those drivers that has bagged a win. I know you've had a little bit of bad luck here and there. Hopefully that's behind you now for this season. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, we've had some strong pace all year, but a few DNFs have creeped in, which we need to try and iron out. And I think we got to the bottom of the problem we had at Brands Hatch in the final race. So car felt good then, so ready to build on for the rest of the weekend.
What was that problem?
It's just an electrical misfire that just occurred as the engine was getting warm. So yeah, we did some testing yesterday, and I think we've got it sorted. So yeah.
Those electrical ones are the worst, aren't you, if you can't trace them?
They are, yeah. I was very nervous about coming all this way and struggling chasing the problem all day. So yeah, we got on a test day yesterday morning, and we put a finger on it, I think, and yeah, the car feels good. So just got to get more comfortable with this track layout, and yeah, hopefully challenge John and Steve towards the end of the day.
Same question of Steve, and John made the grid position for race 2. It's balloted, so wherever you started, it's reversed. Whereabouts were you on the grid?
So we started 7th in that one, so we're towards the rear for the next one. So plenty of work to do. So we'll make some adjustments to the car and try and find a little bit more pace, and hopefully we can come through the field strongly.
Great to see you on the podium, and thanks for chatting to us. Enjoy the break, such as it is. We've got a lunch break coming up. I think you guys have got to refit all your cars. Is there much to do?
A few minor things, but no, the car felt good on the whole. So yeah, no, not too much.
Brilliant, Marcus. Great to see you. Well done. Congratulations on the podium. And that's our first race on our 2-day Brscc live stream complete here on the Isle of Anglesey. What a great circuit it is. I hope you got a flavour of it from the first race, and some superb racing. to be honest, whatever formula we put on first, you're going to have great racing here this weekend, but a reverse grid race to get things going here. And wonderful to have the Brscc hosting Legends Cars racing. The Brscc ran Legends Cars originally. They're the club that introduced Legends Cars to racing here in the UK, when Phil Cooper and Fraser Kennedy brought them over from the States all those years ago. And it's still a very, very strong formula, as you can see. I mentioned lunch break, so although we've only done one race, we have been working hard this morning, I promise you, and we're deserving of a break, as are the race marshals who are here, and all of the race officials who've been looking after the timekeeping and the officialdom over qualifying that we've had all morning. So we are going to take a little bit of a lunch break, and we'll be back very shortly with the Nankang CityCar Cup, which is going to be another thrilling race to look out for. I'm not sure if we're going to hand back to Scott in the commentary box first off, though. Yes, we are. So I'm going to hand back to Scott. Scott Willis, hope you enjoyed that race. Back to you.
I thoroughly did, yes, thank you for that, Richard. And just a reminder for those who are not just watching on the stream, but also watching around the circuit, because the comments are also going out on the circuit too. Just for those, a reminder of what's happening. So we are into a roughly around about 50-minute lunch break or so, pretty much on time. So 50 minutes or so of lunch break, and then we'll be heading to our afternoon's action. So that starts with the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup at about 2:15. That then goes on to the National Legends, and that's for their second race. They'll have a second race for 10 laps this time against as 8 laps, in fact, actually, as well. Then from that, it will be the British Superkart Championship. The first of their races coming up at around about 3:20 estimate time. Then we've got the first of our races for our combined grid for the Avon Tyres National and Super Classic Formula 4 Championship, a near capacity grid of 33 cars competing on that, with best of the Nationals and best of the Northern drivers all together on the same grid. Then it's the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. That's around about 4:15. 10:05 is the Vinyl Detail STXR Challenge race. Then our final sprint race of the day is the final for the National Legends, 25 minutes, and that'll be around about 5:20. Then we go into a 45-minute supper break, and then viewers on this stream, this is when this stream will end, if you're watching on YouTube and on Facebook, and then the next stream will start up as a separate one for our main event of today, which is the 4.5-hour into the night race for race number 3 of the season of the Silver Lake C1 Racing Series. That's certainly one not to be missed. But for those around the circuit and those watching on the little stream, thanks for those being here so far, and we'll be back on track very shortly at around about roughly 2:15 for our second race of the day, which is the first of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. So join us then. Welcome back, everybody, and good afternoon to this afternoon's sprint racing action here at Anglesey for this Brscc live race weekend. Scott Woodward's back here on commentary. We'll hear from Richard John Neal on the pit lane at some point very shortly. But out on track are these little pocket rockets. This is the first of 3 races of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup Championship. A field full of identical spec Peugeot, well, Toyota Aygo's Citroen C1s and Peugeot 107s. One Citroen C1 that's facing the wrong way is Craig Flynn in 46. That's a rather embarrassing start to his warm-up lap. But these cars are all identical spec. They're all identical mechanically underneath the body shells. It's just same chassis. It's just different bodies and bodywork on top. As they head around onto their formation lap for this first of 3 15-minute races, it is set to be quite a special race in this instance. So, as we now head out towards the start of this race, I'll be able to give you a run through of the grid. This, of course, commentary is going out not just to the live stream that we have on YouTube and Facebook, so be sure to tune in for that, but it's also going around the circuit commentary too as well. So for those watching trackside, hopefully you are enjoying this race day so far. Plenty of top sprint racing to come as we get set for more action today. So we are getting ready for our first CityCar Cup race of the day, and I will bring the grid up in front of me just as I have it in a second. And CityCar will be able to run through the grid in just a moment's time. So making up the way through on the warm-up lap. So, a 31 car strong grid, and it's Andrew Dyer who starts on pole position alongside Stuart Bliss on the front row next to him. Then it's the second row of the grid, Elliot Lettis, who won his first race in CityCar Cup back at Snetterton, and it's Richard Bliss, the second of the Bliss siblings in the Auto Bliss Toyota Aygo. Patrick Booth, welcome back to the championship for him. He's alongside George Palozzi, one of our newcomers this season. Craig Flynn, who recovers from that slightly embarrassing spin on the formation lap, starts 7th alongside Ross Macker, the regular MG racer. He starts back on 8th position. Then it's Andrew Jones and Adam Reynolds rounding out the top 10 for Richard Snuggs and Christopher McKenzie. John Booth and John Nicholson line up on the 7th row of the grid ahead of Dominic Fletcher and Paul Toolan in car 77. It's Dan Selleck and former Formula Ford racer Sebastian Melrose back in the championship as a guest driver in 444. He starts on the 9th row of the grid at 18th. Then Walkingshaw and Richard Bastow come next on the 10th row of the grid to round out the top 20. Then it's Brandon Savage and Paul Savage, so the Savages on row 11. Then it's Charles McKenzie and Adam Reeves on the 12th row of the grid. George Jones and Bob Bannister on the 13th row. Chris Hetherington and Andrew Payne on the 14th row. Then Leon Wild, Liam Browning and Richard Cooper. You should also remember that we have some drivers competing in the Student Motorsport Challenge, which is a few cars in this grid which are run by colleges and universities with motorsport projects. We'll talk through some of those as the weekend goes on for City Cars, as Craig Flynn squeezes his way back into 7th place on the grid. As the last couple of cars start to get formed up here for our first of 3 Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup races here at Anglesey. The rest will start to rise these little 1 litre engines here, getting ready for 15 minutes of racing action here. Watch for the lights at the top of the screen. It is Andrew Dyer on pole position, and it is Stuart Bliss alongside him. Andrew Dyer does have a race win under his belt from last year. Let's see if he can go one better and take another one this year. Of course, the 2 Bliss siblings have been the cars to beat so far this year, taking all but one of the victories, and that other victory was taken by Elliot Lettis, as I mentioned, back at Snetterton. The 5-second board goes up, and we're all set for CityCar Cup racing here on the Welsh coast at Anglesey. Here we go. Red lights are on. Red lights go out any second. It's a long hold. Very long hold, but they get the way finally. Good start from the front grid. I think a bit of wheel spin there, I think, from Andrew Dyer. They're 3 abreast are ready to come off the line towards turn 1. But I think getting the whole shot into the first corner looks like it will be Andrew Dyer, even though Stuart Bliss will try and go around the outside. So out of turn 1, down towards the banking for the first time. Let's is going down the outside. He's in the silver car with the black and yellow striping. The 2 grey and orange Auto Bliss Toyotas are up there in 3rd and 4th place, and they've already got one of them going for 2nd place again. The 2 4G racing cars getting stuck in also. Craig Flynn, who had that spin on the formation lap, he's now getting in there too. He's battling away, I think, with George Palozzi in car 49. He's the white car with the grey and blue stripes. As they make their way out of Church Corner, one car in the back, and that's the MET Motorsport car, one of the student motorsport cars that's in the mix. And he was a bit foot wide in the background, car 651. And that was Andrew Jones up in 9th position. They make their way through School Curve up towards Rocket for the first time. Andrew Dyer still has the lead as they turn out to the first part of Rocket. Into the second part, Lettis in front. And it's serving as behind them as contact, and it's Craig Flynn again. He's involved in more incidents. One car going across the grass, that's the treble 4. That was Sebastian Melrose. He rejoins right in the middle of the pack. And the other car that was involved, I think, was car 88. Or, either 88 or 66. If 66, it's Dan Selleck. So a couple of incidents up at the complex at Rocket, but everyone in the pistol got away relatively unscathed. But poor Craig Flynn has that spin on the opening lap, on the formation lap, and then halfway around the opening lap gets tangled up with somebody else's incident. So not quite the fortunes that he was hoping for. Down towards the hairpin for the first time under racing conditions. Into the complex they go. And it's now Bliss, Toyota Aygo's 2nd and 4th. We'll get an idea exactly which one it is, because obviously they're both identical cars, both have Bliss on the side. As we see a close-up shot of their rear window, it's not the easiest to tell which one is which. We'll be able to give you an idea once they come across the line to end the first lap and hit the timing beam across they come across the start and finish line. So breakaway 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars at the front, but at the end of the first lap to cross the line, it is going to be the lead for Andrew Dyer in his Citroen C1. Toyota Aygo in 2nd place, at a Peugeot in 3rd. All 3 manufacturers in the first 2 positions, as that's the 210 going wide. That's Charlie McKenzie. So the McKenzie's having a bit of an active first lap there. The Bitcoin racing cars are a little bit all over the place. 2 of them getting involved in some dramas on the opening lap. So Andrew Dyer leads the way, has a 3/10 of a second lead over Stuart Bliss in 2nd place. He's in car 18, but it's Elliot Lettuce in 3rd. 4th placement for Richard Bliss, 5th for Patrick Booth, but it's George Pelosi in 6th, Ross Macker in 7th place. The 21 car, which is Christopher McKenzie, is into 8th position, then Adam Reynolds, and then in 10th position at the moment is Andrew Jones in the 651 car. Down the back straight. Quite boxy, these machines, but they do punch quite a large hole in the air, and as I mentioned, all 3 different manufacturers represented in the top 3 at the moment. It's a Citroen, leading a Toyota, leading a Peugeot. And Elliot Lettuce at Snetterton actually made a little bit of history, is that he has now ensured that in terms of championship races, because they need a non-champ, in terms of the races that take part within CityCar Cup as a championship, all 3 manufacturers have now have been represented as race winners, because we had last year the multiple race winning champion Nick Grindrod. We've then had the wins for the Blisses and the Toyotas, and then Elliot Lettuce's win, there he is, at Snetterton, meant that it was the first championship win for a Peugeot. Championship race win for a Peugeot, I should say. I haven't seen a Peugeot win the championship just yet. That's still the one notch on the tally for Citroen. Breakaway 4 down the back, down the Tom Price straight towards the international hairpin. Just trying to keep touch there is Patrick Booth in the red, blue and yellow 4G racing car in 5th position, one of the slightly newer front on that car. George Pelosi 6th. There is Ross Macker in 7th place. Good to see him back in the championship. And 8th place there for is Christopher McKenzie. And I'm certain that might be the same Christopher McKenzie that used to race in Fiesta Juniors. So if it is, he's no stranger to front-wheel drive, and certainly putting all that to good use in 8th position. I should give a mention to the Student Motorsport Challenge as we end the 2nd lap. That's a fantastic championship within a championship that's been set up by John Paul Latham, and it invites colleges and universities to get involved in motorsport and allow them to compete in the CityCar Cup. They have their own separate points table, so the cars score points towards the colleges' tables, and there's a couple of teams that have different campuses. For example, Coleg Gwent, which is the Welsh, which is based in Wales, of course, so that's a local team here, have 2 campuses, and they score separate points as they are separate teams. So good to see so many young mechanics and engineers starting to use this as a proper proving ground. We have, you know, Sheffield Hallam University, Oxford Brookes are here for the first weekend, for the first time this weekend as well, and MET Met Motorsport and a couple of other teams are in there too. So great to see more and more, and there are more in the pipeline as well. So hopefully we should see plenty more in the mix. 91 there is Liam Browning. Had a bit of a quiet start to the season so far. Had a bit of an off at the first rounds at Alton Park, and then was a bit further in the pack, back in the pack in the 2nd race in the 2nd weekend at Snetterton. And we'll head up through the Rocky Complex now. We'll see the other Auto Bliss Toyota there. That's Adam Reeves, who's a little bit further back in 17th position. So he's got some work to do to get himself a bit higher inside the top 20. Outside the top 20, best of the rest of the top 10 is in the background. The spin, that's one of the Bastos has gone round. That is 99. Richard Bastos had a spin. I think he's sitting. The other one's gone 66 was at 88, one of the 2. But either so, that's Dan Selleck's gone around. So the 2 teammates had a bit of almost a tete-a-tete there, accidentally, but he's kept going, so managed to recover. Here's a scrap going on for 9th going through the shop. That was Adam Reynolds ahead of Andrew Jones and John Nicholson. And then Liam Browning leading. Looks like that was Dan Selleck in 66. So maybe it's not that one, it was a different car. I was trying to figure out the number on that might have been involved in that. I'll be able to figure out the number, I think, on the other base on that one. It might have been Benjamin Base, so maybe. I think he's in the field somewhere. Stuart Bliss sets the fastest lap of the race, 1:59.192. Lead gap is just under 0.2 of a second between leader Andrew Dyer and Stuart Bliss. Elliot Lettis still holding station in third. And then fourth place for Richard Bliss, fifth for Patrick Booth, George Pelosi sixth. And is that the car that had the issue, which has had a couple of spins coming to the pit lane? It looks like it is. I'll be able to identify who it is because on the timing screen it'll have a little gear next to its name, and it's Richard Snuggs. So Richard Snuggs in car 88, who started 11th, has had all sorts of dramas, and so always getting collected by his teammate and then getting tangled up on that first lap as well with Craig Flynn and Sebastian Melrose. So still this battle goes on. The white and green Peugeot, that is of course of Adam Reynolds. He's under attack from the yellow Peugeot of MET Motorsport, that's Andrew Jones, and then the really car of the former short oval race, John Nicholson's in there too, in the pink car. So this is a multi-Peugeot battle. 3 lines going for a scrap here as we head out of the Rocket Complex and towards Peel. They're trying to chase after Liam Browning. Christopher McKenzie, who has dropped them quite significantly. The gap is about 3.4 seconds between 8th and 9th place. So this battle is pretty much holding each other up, and Reynolds has dropped behind Andrew Jones at that point through the complex. There go the leaders through Shot. There's Ross Macker disappearing to right of Shot, and Christopher McKenzie goes with him. So the leaders now come out of the hairpin. I can just see on the other camera shot I've got here as they come down the short straight towards the bus stop. That's pretty much still the top 4 altogether. Still continue to watch the scrap for 9th. Here is this leading group then, still led by Andrew Dyer in the black car. That car also being run by Auto Bliss, so it's, I think that possibly might want to be one of the, if it is being run by Auto Bliss, well, I think the only car in their stable that isn't a Toyota, because if you've watched the Auto Bliss team in the last couple of seasons, throughout this year and throughout 2021, the cars they tend to run mostly tend to exclusively be Toyotas, but given the fact these cars are all identical underneath in terms of their mechanicals, it's only just the bodywork that's different, but it's not a 100% uniform Toyota squad. Not that that matters too much, I'm sure. At least for Andrew Dyer, that's at least of his worries. What he is worrying about is the fact that Stuart Bliss is climbing all over him on the exit of the banking towards the right-hander into Church Corner. So now out of Church, and now through this high-speed section through the kink at School, and now back towards Rocket again. This top 4 together. 5th place there still for Patrick Booth, 6th for George Pelosi, 7th there for Ross Macker as well. And this scrap is still going on for 9th place between Jones, Reynolds and Nicholson. And then behind, Liam Browning, I think, has just picked off Dan Selleck. Either that or Selleck is fighting back at him, because Selleck has a toe in the Toyota up the hill, trying to look down the outside of the Citroen of Browning. Browning was one of last year's top rookies, so looking pretty good so far at this point in time. Coming up to the corkscrew hairpin, and now up the Tom Price straight, named after the late Welsh Formula 1 driver that was sadly perished back in the 70s at Kyle Army, but he was a fiercely talented driver, and he's honoured forevermore by the renaming of that back straight of the Tom Price straight. Leaders make their way through it. Still no major moves being played here. Still top 4 as it was. Dyer from Stuart Bliss, Elliot Lettis from Richard Bliss, and watch out for Patrick Booth behind in 5th position. He's bringing George Pelosi with him, so that might well be an indication of whether or not there could be a potential challenge on at some point. Make their way out of the bus stop corner. Stuart Bliss with another new fast lap of the race. He was taken by Andrew Dyer for a fraction of a second, but Stuart Bliss is about literally 100th of a second faster. So the fastest lap of the race is now 1:59.081 by the looks of it. Gap is still 3.5 tenths. Still Elliot Lettis, who really has come on in leaps and bounds in the last 12 months. He started off tentatively, had a podium at Alton Park last year, and has been getting pretty feisty in the first couple of meetings, and in particular getting up there to break the stranglehold of first and second position, of first place, on being taken by a Auto Bliss run Toyota with a driver surnamed Bliss. He was able to break up that cycle, and it could be about to be further broken, but if Andrew Dyer can hold on. Now, I'm not sure if there was some spots on spots of moisture on the camera there, because it has been a little bit so overcast and possibly threatening to rain a bit more. as they wind their way through Rocket now. This is on lap 6. Still 4 minutes to go in this first Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup race here at Anglesey. First visit ever for the CityCar Cup here in Wales. It's quite an adventurous little circuit for them. Up. The back straight, and there's a wiper going on there for Andrew Dyer, so possibly he senses there's a bit of rain in the air. Hairpin. And now he's going to try and just close into the slipstream here. These cars, as I said earlier on, they're quite boxy, which means they punch quite a large hole in the air. Because they're not that they're quite unaerodynamic. It means that any cars following gets quite a massive toe to the cars behind. Now, just looking further back, I can see that Christopher Mackenzie has fallen into the clutches of this 3-car scrap that's been going on for most of the race here between Andrew Jones, Adam Reynolds and John Nicholson. So those 4 are now, it's now a quartet from what was a trio, because Mackenzie's now dropped back a few tenths into the clutches of the MET Motorsport run car. Plenty of personnel on the pit wall hanging out the pit boards to let drivers know where they are. Head now up towards the right-hander at Church, and now down the back straight towards Rocket. This is now the chance for Stuart Bliss to get a little bit closer. Richard Bliss in 4th has faded away just a little. He's allowed the top 3 to get a couple of car lengths on him, so he's not as close as he'd like to be to mount a challenge. I don't think he's going to come under threat from the battle that's going on for 5th between Booth and Pelosi. He's a bit safe from that. Yeah, the gap is about 3.5 seconds there, so I think he should be okay. Or 2.5 seconds, excuse me. 651. This is Richard. No, excuse me. It's not. It says Anthony Jones, but it's. I know it is Andrew Jones. It just says it's Kai sharing with Richard Jett this season, and actually Jones goes quite deep into the apex of the corner to try and make a move on Mackenzie. He had to go really deep to defend that. And now Adam Reynolds gets the momentum, and these cars really are all about momentum. They're quite small and they're quite low powered, but you have to really try and use the throttle as much as possible, and it really is how you use the throttle rather than as much of it. You could practically use all of it, but it's the momentum that you can carry through the corners and the ability to carry the speed all the way through and push on to try and make the move happen. It's the key thing here. Turn their way out through the hairpin again. We've still got about a minute to go, so we're going to start the last lap of the race here. Across the line they go. Last lap board goes out. There's a black and white flag going out for car 8. That's Adam Reeves, who's in that battle for 9th place, and I suspect that's for track limits. Also points a couple of the cars have had transponders not working properly, but track limits is a little more serious in some cases. Andrew Jones, okay, yeah, we said his transponder wasn't working properly. He's one of them. It's the reason why he momentarily on the timing tower on the left-hand side dropped down to 11th, but then flicked back up to 9th because his timing tower, his timer isn't quite working as sharp as it was. So as they head out onto the back straight for the final time, the headlights are on, flashing away for Stuart Bliss because he knows if he can try and find a tactic to distract Andrew Dyer in this last lap, we'll try and utilise it. Dyer, who was a race winner last year at Cadwell Park, is looking to try and take his second win. He was denied a second win after he made contact later on in the race. I think he was with one of the Blisses, so whether it's deja vu or not for Andrew Dyer at this point when he's in the lead and has a Bliss Toyota breathing down his neck. He turned his way up through Peel for the last time, and he's only got a couple more, literally 2-3 more corners to go. He'll have the left-hander into the corkscrew, then up the Tom Price straight towards the international hairpin, and then back down towards the bus stop, and then it'll be victory number 2 of his CityCar Cup career. If you look further back and see more battles going on, so we're going quite wide there. That was car 43, which is Brandon Savage. More cars swinging their way through. There is the 210, which is Charles Mackenzie. Back to our leaders into the hairpin for the final time. And Andrew Dyer has the advantage. He's got the momentum. This runs out a little wide, but he's not going to be close enough. He's going to have to take quite a monumental dive from pretty far back to make this happen. But I think Stuart Bliss recognises that it's better to bag second place and the points to go with it than to try and go all out for the win. So as they head into the bus stop for the final time, Andrew Dyer's driven a brilliant race from start to finish. From pole position, he will take victory number 1 of the season here at Anglesey. He takes race 1 of the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup here on the international circuit. And it is 2nd place for Stuart Bliss and 3rd for Elliot Lettis, 4th for Richard Bliss, and the top 4 covered by the mere margin of 2.4 seconds in the end. So excellent stuff from the leading drivers. If you're watching around the circuit on the banks, do be sure to give them a clap and a round of applause and a wave, because they put on some good racing here of the CityCar Cup. 3rd for Elliot Lettis, 4th for Bliss. The next group was 5th for Patrick Booth, 6th for George Pelosi, 7th for Ross Macker, 8th for Andrew Jones, 9th for Adam Reynolds, and 10th for Christopher Mackenzie. So not only was Christopher Mackenzie caught in the closing stages, he was also passed by both Jones and Reynolds, but Nicholson couldn't quite make it himself. And Liam Browning also worked his way into 12th position. Dan Selleck, Paul Toolan, who did well. He finished 2nd in the Student Motorsport Challenge. I should mention that it was Andrew Jones who was the top Student Motorsport Challenge driver. And as in drivers who are racing with Student Motorsport Challenge teams. Paul Toolan, who is in the Oxford Brooks car, so a good start for Oxford Brooks to get 2nd place on their Student Motorsport Challenge debut. And 3rd in Student Motorsport Challenge was the car number 9 of George Jones, so that's 3rd for them. 4th then was Leon Wild, and 5th was the number 20. 5th in Student Motorsport Challenge was the number 23, which was back in... couldn't quite find it on the timing screen, so I'll look at that later. Anyway, Andrew Dyer then takes his first win of the season, 2nd place for Stuart Bliss and 3rd for Elliot Lettis. All 3 manufacturers on the podium in CityCar Cup. Then it's 4th for the other Bliss car of Richard Bliss, 5th for Patrick Booth, 6th for George Pelosi, 7th for Ross Macker, 8th for Andrew Jones, 9th for Adam Reynolds, and 10th for Mr. Mackenzie. Then John Nicholson, Liam Browning, Dan Selleck, Paul Toolan, who wins the Student Motorsport Challenge section of the race. Then it's Reeves, Fletcher, John Booth, Brandon Savage, Ben Walkinshaw, and Porter rounding out the top 20. Charles Mackenzie comes next in 21st, and Paul Savage. Sebastian Melrose had that issue early on after he had an incident, dropped to 23rd. George Jones and Craig Flynn round out the 21st, 25. And it's 26th place for 99 of Richard Bastow, Leon Wild 27th, and it's Hetherington, Payne, Bannister, Cooper in 31st, and the only car that we lost in the pit lane was number 88, Richard Snuggs. And Andrew Dyer also gets the bonus point for fastest lap of the race as well. So CityCar Cup will be coming up a little bit later on in the timetable later on, so be sure to tune in for that. The next action coming up on track is our 2nd action of the day for the National Legends. We've had their first 8-lap heat, their 2nd one is coming up very shortly, and I'm certain that the Richard John Neal will be down with our top 3 in the pit lane to have a word with them. I'm sure Andrew Dyer will be very relieved to take that victory and having resisted the pressure from Stuart Bliss in 2nd place, and of course Elliot Lettis in there. But that's quite a shot that you'll see from the top 3 as they all park up. All 3 manufacturers. It's a Citroen victory, a Toyota 2nd place, and a Peugeot in 3rd. And I think we're getting set for Richard down in pit lanes. The rest of the field peels its way into the Parc Ferme area. And I think we can head down to Richard now. We can have a chat with our top 3 and our successful winner for race 1 in the CityCar Cup, Andrew Dyer. Richard, down to you.
Very much indeed, Scott. Yeah, very impressive drive there. And of course, the whole thing really starts, doesn't it, with qualifying. Andrew Dyer, we're going to pull you over here just so we can get a good signal for the camera and chat to everyone. Congratulations, mate. Very well done. I was just saying the work doesn't start with the race, does it? It's the prep and then into quali, and a good session for you so far.
Yeah, it's the build up to the race, really. Obviously, getting the car prepped, getting the testing done, which to me is a big help. And then yeah, just the one I need to do. I say had this edging on a podium, so to get a win, I'm super pleased with it so far.
First win of the year under your belt, and it tightens things up, doesn't it, at the top of the championship?
Yeah, so the aim was this year, I'm not going to make any bones, I did want to come out and win the championship this year, so that's my aim, and hopefully try and get there. But, well, I got some tough competitors, so it's just going to be hard, so hopefully I'll get it at the end of the year.
Fingers crossed for you and the other guys as well, because we've got to retain some impartiality, of course. This is a terrific stepping stone, isn't it, to get people involved in racing. I know, for example, I've got my son here today. He's having a look at what can be achieved on a modest outlay in motorsport.
Yeah, like, to be fair, I always try and tell people this. They see the cars and they're a little bit, you know, they're not that fast, but I think most people will be surprised, especially the corner speeds and everything, and being able to carry speed. So I think to learn your racecraft is an excellent series to get involved in.
That's brilliant. Andrew, I can hear cars revving up. I'd like to have a word with the other guys on the podium. Congratulations on the win from podium. Fastest lap as well, by the way, during the race, which is great. Stuart Bliss took 2nd position. Let's say well done to Stuart. Many congratulations, Stuart. And points-wise, obviously Andrew's away there, but the championship's tight between yourself. Is it your brother and him as well?
Yeah, no, I mean it's a great weekend, great start. Or I say a small. Just happy to be second again. I seem to be consistently second at the moment.
Well, you never know. Andrew's got his first win of the year, so perhaps yours will come tomorrow.
It's really good. I mean, it's all about the start. I think if I can get off the line a bit better, then I think it would be, once you're in the front, I think it's harder to someone to overtake, so it should be good.
Very quickly, background before coming into the CityCar Cup?
I've done a lot of karting since I was 8, outdoor, like karting, grew up, and then I went rallying for a while. And then CityCar Cup, because it's just great fun. The racing's so close, and it's a way of enjoying your motorsport, really. So really enjoy it.
Brilliant. Thanks, Stuart. Thank you very much. Congratulations on the podium. Lovely.
So, great to hear from our podium finishes in the CityCar Cup. Just one or two of the slight technical glitches with the camera there. We'll get those fixed as quickly as possible for you. But now on track, as you can see, it's time for more National Legends action. And this is for the heat number 2, which is another 10 laps of racing coming up for these little cars. Of course, we saw earlier on, it was Steve Whiteleg who took the victory from John Mickle and then from Marcus Pett. So we're looking to see if it's more of the same coming up in a moment. So I'll just quickly give you the grid for this second race. So heat number 1, heat number 2 we've had. We'll give you the short grid for that if we can. It's pretty much, I think, looks like a relatively jumbled up grid once again. I could notice towards the front that the number 1 car was in there too, John Mickle. So just trying to search for the grid for heat 2. Quickly run you off the first few rows before they go off. The runyourfeet.com Jaguar safety car is away, and they'll start to form out neatly in 2 by 2. So Nick Bridgman on pole position, Miles Rudman, the championship leader, alongside him on the front row of the grid. It's Jack Parker and Gareth Sheridan on the second row, from Gary Whiteleg and John Mickle on row 3. Then Will Gibson and Florian Robin on row 4. And running at the top 10, the BTs, Kieran and Mark. And that's race 1 winner, Steve Whiteleg. He's back in 23rd on the grid. He's got some work to do from row 12 as they head off towards turn 1 for the first time. And it is Miles Rudman, the champion leader, who will take the whole shot round the outside into turn 1. Up towards the hairpin they go. And it's a good start also for Nick Bridgman, holding on to second place. Into third has gone Jack Parker. They're 3 abreast behind. John Mickle's in there as well in car number 4. That's the chrome car with the red numbers. Car 89 getting in the mix. So Chris Brockhurst, he was up towards the front. He's up in 12th, 1 car off on the grass. Can't see the number, but he's dropped back now towards the bottom end of the midfield as they turn out through the right-hander at Church and now onto the sprint towards the top now. The change for second, because we see that car 13, Jack Parker, has got past Nick Bridgman. Battle's gone already, you can see there's the van car, his van legend, number 29, Nathan Anthony. And they're 3 and 4 abreast into the complex at Rocket. Brilliant stuff to watch. These brilliant little buzzsaws are great fun. As for Steve Whiteleg, he's just there, the red car number 66 in the middle pack going up the inside of number 3. That's Mike Schlupp, so he's already made up, I think, roughly around about 3 or 4 positions on the opening lap. There's been lots of shuffling around. 33 is also made, that's Kieran Beattie in there too. And number 98 diving up the inside, that's one of the front runners from earlier on, Chris Needham. Chris did have, I think, 1 or 2 issues which pushed him back down the order, so he didn't quite have the best of times, but down the back straight they go towards the hairpin for the first time. I can see just off the screen John Mickle was trying to dive round the outside for what will be third position. The second pack, which is currently led at the moment by number 33, which is Kieran Beattie, and he has got Chris Needham's 98 car right behind him as he darts out to try and make a move for 6th position. So the black and green car just middle of shot going up the inside of the orange number 33, and there goes Needham up to take up another place. So end of the first lap of this second 8-lap heat here at Anglesey. Miles Rudman, the defending champion and points leader, in front, 6/10 of a second advantage over the 57 of Will Gibson. So Will Gibson's had a flyer up there up to second place. So he started back in 7th on the grid. You see a lock up there from Chris Needham as he turns out through the banking. But 3rd place then for number 13, Jack Parker. 14th is John Mickle, number 4. He's all over the back of Parker as he turns out through Church. Wider for Parker over the curb, and that will give Mickle the momentum advantage he needs. He pulls out to driver's right there, side by side through school corner. And the multiple time champion makes it look like a breeze as he eases his way past Jack Parker on the run up towards the braking zone at Rocket. Now he's in contention for a victory. What a battle this could be. Mickle versus Rudman at the front. Further back, it's Needham 6th position. Kieran Beattie was 7th, but he's now been pushed down by the 99 car, which is Gareth Sheridan. He started 4th on the grid. Yes, there he is. The 68, sorry. 68's moved up the order there. So that is car 68 grid, which is Nick Bridgman. He was the man that started on the front row of the grid. So he's got some work to do after he stood back. And of course, with these being random grids, the faster drivers do have to start picking their way through, and others who start towards the front do fade in the early laps because they're just not able to match the exact same pace as those out in front. Down the back straight towards the bus stop. So Rudman, Gibson, now John Mickle in 3rd, Parker 4th. Next pack comes through, headed by, looks like I think Needham in 5th position. It is, yep, so Needham in 5th place. Bridgman 6th, Sheridan 7th. And Marcus Pett, who got on the podium in the first heat, he's up to 8th place now, and the Beatties are now 9th and 10th. So they started on the 10th, on the 5th row of the grid, and they're essentially back where they started after quite a sharp start. And there in 66 is the one heat one earlier on, Steve Whiteleg, high up in the points. He's in amongst some of his teammates here, trying to make his way through. As I said earlier on, it's the first time that we've had the legends with us on the Brscc package, and it's wonderful to have them. And one car legend very high up onto the grass. That was car number 3. So that was Mike Schluck. He started in 11th. He currently finds himself down the road in 16th place. Not a few more spots also, but he's now down behind car 25, which is the legend of Simmons. He's one of our rookie drivers. He's back in 22nd position. So he started. Now he's stayed 22nd, hasn't made up much progress. Watching Steve Whiteleg round the outside of one of his teammates by the looks of it, car 33. That appears to be Kieran Beattie, so he's making up more places. So he's now starting to broach the top 10. Meanwhile, change for the lead because now it's car fitted Will Gibson into the lead, but in that scrap now that we anticipated might happen between John Mickle and Miles Rudman is just about to kick off here. They're starting to drop Jack Parker a little bit, and he's now starting to fall into the clutches of the black and green legend, and that is of Chris Needham. Needham was running well, strong in race one before he had some problems and dropped down the order, so good to see they've got those issues fixed. Car is back up to full strength for this second heat. Now out of the first corner, back down towards the banking. Gibson has the advantage, but I think in terms of places that you want to be at the moment out of this trio, you probably wouldn't want to be Will Gibson because, again, like the CityCar Cup cars that we just saw in this race prior, these are quite small, slightly unaerodynamic cars, and because of that, they do punch quite a large hole in the air, can make strip streaming absolutely sensational for anyone that gets involved. Now, practically bump drafting his way through school curve up towards Rocket with Miles Rudman. He's all over the back of Will Gibson. And we're only just on half distance in this race. It's the first time that the Legends Championship has raced on the international layout of Anglesey since 2012. So it's literally 10 years since the last time they raced on this international layout. Previously, they've always raced on the shorter coastal layout, which instead of turning all the way left of this corner here, they would turn left and then dip down to the right. As one car's come to a stop. I can't quite tell the number, but usually a car that has come to a stop will come up on the timing screen as having a exclamation mark and a yellow triangle, so watch for that one. Change for 4th, up the inside. Jack Parker loses out to Chris Needham on that move, so Parker will try and fight back and tries to get the power down the back end, squirreling around these very lightweight, rapid little bike engines machines are absolutely a joy to watch. And again, big appreciation for them being on the timetable this weekend. So into the second half of the race we go then. Gibson still leads. New personal best for Miles Rudman, 1:43.156. He was a fraction faster. John Mickle just fading here a little bit. He's lost a couple of seconds here. He's trying to keep close. He's now dropping back into the clutches of both Needham and also Jack Parker, so watch out for them. Now they make the sprint up towards the right-hander at Church. The gap is still 0.3 of a second. It doesn't look like 0.3 anymore because Gibson had a bit of relief down the pit straight, but now as he goes through school corner, I think they're starting to work together a little bit because there's a bit of bump drafting going on. But I wonder how long that will last, because I'm certain either on the second to last lap or even the last lap, that Rudman will want to try and time his move and make it stick. Rocket. Gibson, Rudman keeping glued firmly on his tail. 8 metres out through Peel corner. Rest of the top 10, Marcus Pett's currently sat in 6th position. Pole's Nick Bridgman, who drew pole position for Heat 2, back in 7th. Steve Whiteleg, who won the first heat, is back in 8th. And then he's just got the rest of the top 10, being Gareth Sheridan, who started in 4th. And Marcus Beattie, who ironically started, so Mark Beattie, who started in 10th, currently still sits in 10th position. So the grid position was quite representative of his pace by the looks of it. There goes Steve Whiteleg in the red number 66. More battles going on. Fairly colourful and bright field in the Legends cars. There's colours of all sorts here. There's got reds, oranges, blues, yellows, greens, you name it. There's all sorts of coloured cars in this field. Some great little liveries too. You can see there's different uniforms for different teams, so there's different sort of designs and style for different ones. This 89 gets very out of shape. Chris Brockhurst, that's not how you take the bus stop corner, and he's lost out 2 more spots. So he's now lost out, I think, both to Sheridan and to Beattie. So Brockhurst, who was up there in 11th place, is now back down to 9th. Well, it looked like he managed to get up to 9th because he shows on the time experience not having lost the position. So I think he must have got up to 9th place and then been a little bit too overzealous on the brakes, trying to get himself ahead. And as a result of that, lost out in particular. Now, what's intriguing is that, for one, Jack Parker has dropped back, and it looks like that Chris Needham is giving the push that John Mickle needs to catch up to the top 2, because Gibson and Rudd are quite a bit closer now to Mickle and Needham. In fact, there they are. So it's 4 of them together for the lead. Gibson, Rudd, Mickle and Needham. That's your leading quartet. Out through Peel. A little wide there with a bit of a twitch of oversteer for Gibson, but he controls it well. And there goes Mickle with a dive up the inside into the hairpin. And I don't think Rudsman saw that coming. Now, whether he'll let him have that or possibly try and get him back on the next switch back on the undercut, running towards the hairpin. But at the moment, Rudman says, not on your life, sunshine. Get back behind me and try again another lap. And he goes, all right, then I'll go back up the inside into the hairpin, which he almost manages. But Rudman firmly shuts the door again. And this now gives the opportunity for Needham to get back through as well. Now the sprint back down the straight towards the bus stop. A little bit of relief for Andrew Jones. He's got a tiny bit of breathing space for a moment because Rudman and Mickle are so busy looking in each other's mirrors and battling amongst each other that it's just allowing him to have a small half a legend length, if you want to call it. Needham there in 4th place is keeping a watching brief too. We're on the second to last lap. Still 2 laps to go. This long international circuit means that we do, it's still a relatively long race itself. The lap times are up in the 143s and 144, so you can get quite a bit of time worth of racing in this one. About roughly, I'd say about 15 minutes worth of racing or so, depending on the conditions. Battle's going on. It looks like Brockhurst is having a battle again. That looks like it's possibly with the 85s. That's one of the Beatties again. That's Mark Beattie. Also in there too is Nathan Anthony in the number 29 First of All Vans Legends, the van body Legends car. And also in between them, it looks to be 51 and 14. The 14 is Dan Clark, 51 is Paul Simmons. So Clark and Simmons are getting in there as well. And this big scrap that's going on here is just outside the top 10. It looks like I think Brockhurst has got past the Beatties. It looks like he's got himself just into the top 10. So it's 10th down to about 14th or 15th place. So lots of mid-pack shuffling going on here in this second Legends heat. Now then, change around again because Miles Rudman's hit the front. He takes the lead. And now for second place, there goes John Mickle trying to look down the outside. They all lock up. Beckham's getting involved as well, tries to get the power down as he pushes his way down towards the hairpin. There almost a bit of contact there, I think. I don't think there was, but it was quite close as Mickle darts to the outside line. Gibson gives him enough room, but just squeezes him towards the edge. And then maintains the lap. On to the last lap of this second heat. Of course, then we'll have our 25-minute final later on as our last sprint race of the day, before we get set for our 4.5-hour interval endurance race for the C1 Racing Club. So out of the banking, now towards Church for the final time. Is Will Gibson going to have enough momentum through Church here to mount a challenge, or is he going to become slightly a sitting duck here? Because John Mickle got a good run through School Corner with a bit of a push possibly from Chris Needham. He might have an advantage here, but a super toe from Gibson puts him to the outside line. Here comes the lead battle up towards School Corner, in towards Rocket. Gibson gets his nose in front, and Mickle sideways. He's almost out of shape and just about catches it. I was about to ask the question, how did he do that? Then I remember he's a multi-time champion in his car, so that's why he was able to hold that slide. It looked like it was almost out of control until John Mickle decided, nope, I've got this, and he managed to hold on and make the move stick. Now, Gibson's gone back up the inside of Rubban to take the lead again. Rubban now under threat from Mickle. And Needham might be biding his time here to try and get past all three if they come together. They've only got 3 more corners to go. Through the corkscrew. And now over the crest on Baton Price straight towards the international hairpin. There's going to be a big move. It'll have to come here. Someone will have to come from quite a long way back to make this happen. But Gibson's wise, puts his car right in the middle of the road to prevent any chance of getting through. Makes it the widest legend in the venue. And now out of the hairpin towards the bus stop for the final time. It's 4 of them together, and Rubban will have one last chance down towards the left-hander. 1 corner to go, 1 more passing opportunity. Rubban tries the undercut, but he didn't count on Mickle going up the inside. Rubban goes straight round the outside on the sprint to the flag. It's going to be side by side, 3 abreast. They're on the grass onto the runoff area. Cross the line they go, and Gibson somehow holds on. The finish proceeds that Gibson wins for Mickle and Rubban. The top 3 were covered by 0.176 of a second. Top 4 covered by a fraction under 6/10. What a thrilling finish to that second heat here of the Legends Cars Championship with MRF Tyres. Brilliant stuff from the Legends, as always, if you've ever seen them before. If you happen to be watching around the circuit, give these guys a wave and a clap, because they absolutely deserve it, as well as you guys watching at home. But Will Gibson just about holds on. He holds off one of the greats of Legends Racing, John Mickle, and the defending champion, Miles Rubban, to take an excellent victory. Great stuff. So the rest of the field just behind us, they come through. Marcus Pett was best, the rest in 5th position. They were some 6 seconds back from that scrap, so that just shows the pace that these 4 had collectively. And then 5th for Marcus Pett. That's a good strong result for him after he got his podium, and he was 3rd in the first heat, so that's a good strong result for him. And that might well work out for a good starting position for the final in a moment. Well done to Will Gibson. Turns his way up towards there. So here's the provisional result. Will Gibson takes the victory, but only just after that last corner skirmish. John Mickle takes 2nd, Miles Rubban takes 3rd, Chris Needham 4th, with the top 4 covered by just under 6/10 of a second. Marcus Pett best of the West in 5th. Stephen Whiteleg charges through to 6th position after he started back in 23rd on the grid. Then Jack Parker, Nick Bridgman, Gareth Sheridan and Chris Brockhorst. Then Mark Beatty's finishes 11th from Daniel Clark. Nathan Anthony, Paul Simmons and Kieran Beatty were top 15. Then Charles Budd, Ollie Schlapp, Luke Simmons, Ben Higgins and Mike Schlapp rounds out the top 20. And then the rest of the field on your screen right now to come through. 21st is Luke Takushis, Bill Reed, Florian Robin, Stuart McAndrew and Leonard Woodcock. Gary Whiteleg was the only car that we lost, and he retired in the opening few laps. And Chris Needham, meanwhile, who finished in around about 4th position, he took the fastest lap of the race, 1:42.785. So the Legends will once again head towards Parc Fermé. They'll regroup for later on when they will take part in the final 25 minutes of racing. So if you thought those 2 heats were exciting, you're going to get a full 25-minute marathon compared to these 8 laps sprints. And that will essentially crown the round winner, because then for tomorrow's races, they'll do it all again. They'll do 2 more heats. They'll qualify in the morning, have 2 more 8-lap heats, and then have another 25-minute race to round off that day's racing as well. So the cars have made their way down towards the Parc Fermé. The top 3 are down in pit lane, and so is Richard John Neal, to find out just how those top 3 felt after a simply breathless finish to that second Legends heat. What a race.
There by the Legends cars. I was watching in the commentary tower with a lap to go. I thought, no, that's all pretty much settled, and came downstairs in time to see that fantastic finish that we had there. So Will Gibson's, it's Will, can I get you over here for the interview? I know, celebrate, we're stuck for time because the superkarts are waiting to go out as well. So apologies, Will, for cutting in. The superkarts are getting ready to go out. We'll let you get your crash helmet off. I thought that was done and dusted, but tell us about that last corner move.
I don't know. Miles tried round the outside. He was probably slightly ahead as we went into the last corner and tried the wall of death, and I tried to give him his space. I didn't want to run him off the track, and I think he just had enough space, but we both got on the power so hard, and yeah, that was close. That was really, really close. That's classic Legends racing, that.
And John in the mix as well. It's you three at the top of the table, really showing everybody here on out.
Yeah, I don't seem to check out. I saw Chris.
And Chris got fastest lap.
Yeah, he looked like he was flying. It's there's such a massive slipstream going on the back straight. I don't think being first on the last lap is really where you want to be. But yeah, it's great. Just thanks to everyone. Hello to everyone watching. Yeah, cracking.
Well done, congratulations on that. Very quick interview, apologies for the quick interview. We're going to get John Mickle, he's just congratulating Miles Rudman and vice versa there. So we'll get John over. John's going to be the top point scorer. Point scorer in race 3, but tell us about that race first of all.
Yeah, it was hard. I mean, obviously Miles and Will was up front this time, so we got through the traffic. The quick steel car was good. We had losing a bit of oil through the race, so our visibility was a bit iffy. It was all over the visor, but we can fix that. That's good to get it back out for the final. But as you're right, we're near off the back, so we've got a bit more work to do in the final.
But that's why you like Legends, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, whoever's watching that race must be jumping off their seats because no one knew who was going to win going into that last bend, and it was anybody's. And I think it must have been less than a quarter of a second between the top 3.
It was so close, and nice to see you and Miles acknowledging each other. I know there was a bit of drama with you two at Brands.
Yeah, what's on the track stays on the track, and what's off is off, and you wipe yourself down and go again.
Nice one, John, well done.
Thank you.
Might see you on the podium for the final. Let's get Miles Rudman over. Miles, we're going to bash in and get you on for the interview. Congratulations, mate, and obviously leading that early doors and then late doors, but that's Legends and presumably why you do it.
Yeah, I think I just took the lead back again a lap before the last lap, which was a bit too early, and then yeah, he just got the draft on me up the big straight, which was he was always going to do that, but tried to go for the first place on the last corner around the outside, but yeah, it's just carried. But, that, so yeah, good race anyway. So
a good championship lead. I think I was saying to my son on the way up here that you could sit out races 1 and 2 and you'd still have the championship lead, but you're still going for those points and places.
Yeah, for sure. You know, we've got a decent lead anyway, so you know we don't really need to do anything stupid. But you know, we're always here to win, and you know we want to get wins and race. Yeah, so we'll always do our best. But yeah, we were happy with that result in the end.
Happy with the car for race 3?
Yeah, so far car seems really good, so we'll see how it goes in race 3.
Okay, cheers for talking to us. Well done on the podium, Miles. Great race. Miles Rudman there, 3rd position. John Mickle in P2, and Will Gibson, the race winner here on Anglesey. Superkarts next up. Some of the drivers in Legends have come from Superkarts. Some of them have done it in the past and gone back to Superkarts. So we've got a great race coming up. So I'll hand you back to Scott Woodward, who'll call you through the latest formula for you to see here on our Brscc race day.
Thank you indeed, Richard. Yes, we've got some excellent action coming up from one small little set of pocket rockets to another, because of course we've now got the first of 3 races this weekend to mark the 2nd meeting of the year for the 2022 Motorsport UK British Superkart Championship. If you watched some of these races last year on our live stream coverage, particularly those here at Anglesey and also at the Superkart Grand Prix that we had at Donington Park, there was a thriller from start to finish, including the last sort of red flag and sprint to the finish. You know, these superkarts are quicker beyond belief in some cases, and one person who is all about that and someone who'll be doing the bulk of the commentary for these particular races is Gary James, who's of course like a self-proclaimed supercar expert in many cases and championship commentator for them as well. Of course, Gary, superkarts, in typical for those who haven't seen them, these aren't just regular go-karts either. These are pretty. This is pretty much, if you want to call them as a ranking of where they sit in the karting world, this is essentially, cliche to say it for some, I know it sounds, but the Formula One of karting.
This
These are the fastest of the fast.
Exactly, yeah. These are the Formula One of karting, Scott, and this is obviously the British Championship. So you'll see the top drivers from the country competing this weekend over the 3 races. And unfortunately, while the grid lacks numbers, we're only down to 20. But you've got some very quick drivers out there. You've got on pole position the GP kart of Lee Harpham. GP signifies that obviously he won the Grand Prix at Donington last September, and his pole position time was only 5/1000ths of a second outside the existing lap record, which was set here last year by his fellow front row starter. That's the Zero Kart, the UK Cup winner Liam Morley. Liam Morley, a 9 times Grand Prix winner, and finished runner-up in the CiK European Superkart Championship a few years ago. Row 2, we see the number 1 kart of Ross Allen, reigning champion in the Division 1 category. And just a quick identifier for you, the Division 1 250 twin cylinders are the yellow number plates with the black numbers. The 250 national category, that's the white number plates with the black numbers. And further back on the grid, the 125 category, that's the blue plates with the white numbers. So continuing the grid, heading up row 2 is the 1 of Ross Allen. He's joined by the 7 kart of Andrew Gulliford. Row 3 we see the 42 of Alan Withrow and the 9 kart of Andy Waite. Row 4 is the first of the 250 nationals as Sean Lombardo somehow manages to spin it on the warming up lap. But yeah, starting row 4 is the 101 of Lee Plain, reigning champion of 250 nationals. He's joined by the 57 of Mark Pass. Row 5, 35 Samantha Hempshall and 29 Tom Hatfield. Row 6, 49 Michael Parr and 43 Sean Lombardo. Row 7, 125 Luke Plain and 6 John Faulkner. Row 8, 161 Richard Connick, and the 89, that's the first of the 125s, that's Shane Stoney. Row 9, the 55 kart of Ross Withrow, and 87 Jack Tritton. Row 10, 83 Paul Vaughan Gerard, and finally 62 Andy Powell. So that completes your grid of 20. Stream round the hairpin on the warming up lap. That's the 6 kart of John Faulkner. Lights on the pace car are out, so we will be going for a start this time around. 12-minute race for the first race of the Superkarts this weekend. 3 races. The best 2 results from the weekend from the 3 races will count towards the championship, and leading the Division 1 category at the moment with the maximum score from Cadwell Park is the GP of Lee Harpham. Red lights are on. Looks like we're going to be going for a start this time. Lights out and away we go, and it's Harpham from the inside of the front row that gets the jump, but no, it's not. It's the 0 of Liam Morley that sweeps round the outside to take the lead as they head up to the hairpin for the first time. Andy Gulliford, the 7 kart looking racy up the inside, gets 3rd place from Ross Allen, and it's Andy Waite and Alan Withrow as they're all safely through the hairpin for the first time and through Church and onto the back straight. And it is the 0 kart of Liam Morley, a couple of lengths clear of his main rival. That's the GP of Lee Harpham. Andy Gulliford tucked in behind, but Ross Allen looking for a move there to snatch 3rd place. We pick up the 35 of Samantha Hempshall, who's lost a few places there at the start. She was 2nd quickest in the 250 national category after qualifying, but up at the front it's Ross Allen that's now up into 3rd spot ahead of the 7 kart of Andy Gulliford. But the 0 kart of Liam Morley already starting to stretch his legs. The chain broke in qualifying, that's why he pulled off halfway through the session. So unfortunately wasn't able to challenge Lee Harpham for that pole position, but those 2 have pulled away as they head up towards the hairpin for this 2nd time, and Harpham looking for a move up the inside. Now was Morley in trouble there? They're certainly side by side on the exit as they head back towards us to complete lap 2. Alan Withrow slightly wide on the exit, kicks up the dust, but it's side by side, and it's Harpham that takes it. Oh, and has slightly overshot the corner, and that allows the 0 kart of Liam Morley to regain the lead. So Harpham making his presence felt from these early stages, and Morley knows he's got a fight in his hands, but retakes the lead. So it's still the 0 from the GP. Ross Allen there in 3rd place. Then it's Andy Gulliford coming under pressure from Alan Withrow. Looking further back, Lee Plain, the 101, leads the 250 national category from Tom Hatfield. Samantha Hempshall was 3rd in the 250 nationals, and leading the 125s is the 55 of Ross Withrow. That's the son of the 42 kart of Alan Withrow. So the 125 shaping up to be a nice battle between Ross Withrow, Jack Tritton there, second place in the 125s, and Shane Stoney third. But we pick up the battle for the 250 Nationals. That's the 101 of Lee Plain being chased by the 29 of Tom Hatfield, one of the Parker Motorsport drivers. His teammate 43, Sean Lombardo, was the one that had to spin on the warming up lap. But Andy Gulliford still being chased by the 42 of Alan Withrow, but it's still Lee Harpham that's chasing Liam Morley in second spot as they cross the line to complete laps, and it's Morley that has now got the fastest lap of the race, a 1:23.714, so still about half a second offside the lap record. Mark Pask coming under pressure as Tom Hatfield throws a move up the inside, so a change of position on track, but not a change of position in class. Hatfield aware that the 101 of Lee Plain has broken away and needs to get Mark Pass behind him, so Tom Hatfield can move up onto the back of his 250 national rival. But up at the front, it's still the zero kart of Liam Morley that leads the way from the GP of Lee Harpham. 5 lengths clear now for the zero kart. And earlier on in the year at Cadwell Park, Liam Morley could only pick up a pair of second places, so Lee Harpham picked up maximum points that time around, 3 wins on the day, leads the series on 50 points, with Morley 10 points behind on 40 with 2 second places, but it's Morley that leads the way this time around. To complete 3 laps, and it's Morley from Harpham. Ross Allen still there in 3rd place, but he's now 3.8 seconds behind the leaders. Alan Withrow still there in 4th spot. Then it's Andy Gulliford, the 7 kart, ahead of Andy Waite. And then leading the 250 Nationals, as we see on screen, is the 101 of Lee Plain. Now Mark Pask has got back up ahead of the 29 of Tom Hatfield, so that's not helping Tom Hatfield's chances of closing the gap to the leader in the 250 Nationals. But Tom is safely clear of, in 3rd place in the 250 Nationals is the 49 kart of Michael Parr. And then further back it's still Withrow, Tritton and Shane Stoney in the 125 category. Extends his lead as they head up towards the hairpin for the 4th time. Ross Allen having a lonely drive there in that's 3rd place. Spoke to him earlier on today, and he was hoping to get into the 124s. Still, he appreciates that he's not quite as quick as the 2 guys in front of him, but set a personal best last time around, a 124.577. So Ross Allen doing the best that he can there in 3rd place, reigning champion. Denotes obviously the 1 on his cart. Comes through to complete the lap. But it's this battle of Gulliford and Withrow that we pick up. Gulliford back up ahead of Withrow to get that full spot, but Withrow round the outside, so Alan Withrow and his son made the short hop across the Irish Sea. And Alan normally races in the Northern Ireland Championships at Nuts Calder and Bishop's Court, but enjoying his trip to the Trac Mon Anglesey Circuit, but coming under pressure from Andy Gulliford, the 7 car. Andy spent a couple of times in Europe this season racing as part of the French Championship, managed to get a podium at Manicourt a few weeks ago, up to the Rocket Complex, and that's Andy Waite, the 9 kart, trying to close in onto the back of those 2. Andy Waite did actually retire at the end of last season, but has bought another kart and come out of retirement, so this is his first race for about 6 or 9 months, and Andy Waite now challenging his close friend, the 7 kart of Gulliford. Both these drivers used to race years ago in the F450 4-stroke category, but are now doing battle again in the Division 1 class. As Waite goes for a move into the hairpin, throws it up the inside, and yes, does he get the move done? Yes. So Waite moves up into, that's the 5th spot. But up at the front after 5 laps, it is still Morley from Harpham. Another fastest lap from Liam Morley, a 1:22.753. So that's a new lap record from the zero kart of Liam Morley. Breaks his own record that he set here last July. And the gap between him and Lee Harpham now 2.765 seconds as Morley stretches the lead over the GP kart. Ross Allen still there, the one kart in 3rd place, but now 7.3 seconds behind the leader. So I think Ross is going to be settling for a safe 3rd place. Just coming up to 4 minutes left on the clock. Still look at this battle now between Gulliford, Sandwich in the middle of the sandwich between Witherow and Andy Waite. So Witherow's still there in 4th spot, Andy Gulliford in 5th, Andy Waite there in 6th place. That completes the top 6 in the Division 1. Then in 7th place on the road is the 101. That's the first of the 250 Nationals, which is Lee Plain. And Tom Hatfield still stuck up behind the 57 kart of Mark Pask. So Ross Allen comes through to complete 6 laps. Still Morley that's now extending his lead to just over 4.5 seconds over the GP kart, Lee Harpham. He changed a few things from testing yesterday, a few wing changes and setup chassis changes, hoping that he could take the challenge to Liam Morley, but Morley, despite a broken chain, knew that he'd got a bit more pace to come. And now Morley coming on to the back of the 62 kart of Andy Powell to put a lap over on him. So Morley streaking away, a 1:22.753, as I say, new lap record. Just dropped off about 7/10 on the previous lap, but and just slightly compromised there as they go up towards the hairpin, but managed to get the lap done on the 62 kart of Andy Powell. So a momentary lapse for Liam Morley, but yes, as you can see the gap there, there's the GP kart of Lee Harpham still giving chase, but I think the best that Lee can do in this race is a solid 2nd place as he tries to put also a lap on the 62 kart of Andy Powell. Gets through as they cross the line, safely through. So Morley up to the hairpin. Gets through safely, and these Division 1 twin-cylinder karts probably down the back straight, probably approaching something like 140 mile an hour, and before they brake heavily at the top of the hill for Rocket. Harping the GP kart safely there in 2nd place. It's still Ross Allen there in 3rd spot as they've all completed 7 laps now. Witherow still there in 4th ahead of Andy Waite, Andy Gulliford. Lee Plain still leading the 250 Nationals from Tom Hatfield, who's got back up ahead of the 57 kart of Mark Pask. Liam Morley coming up to lap one of the 125 karts. That's the 83 kart of Paul Von Gerard. Moves out of the way, and Liam Morley safely through. So we're just coming down to 1 minute to go, so I suspect that Liam Morley will see the last lap board as he comes down the hill this time. Harpham just emerges out of the hairpin, tries to give chase, but last lap board being readied, and he's shown to the zero kart. Starts his last lap, and the gap now up to 5.5 seconds. Morley backed off a bit more, 1:23.8 last time round, so nearly a second slower than his fastest lap, and a lap record earlier in the race. Knows that he hasn't got to push it. I suspect he's probably getting some signals from his dad on pit wall, and knows that barring any mechanicals that it's going to be 25 points and the race win from this first outing of the Superkarts for the weekend. 2 more races to come tomorrow. And we pick up the 49 of Michael Parr. Now Michael Parr is holding up, let's see, he's got Samantha Hempshall, Sean Lombardo They're battling for 4th place in the 250 national category. But it's Morley up to the hairpin for the final time. Safely through that, and no one else between him and Harpham. Flag being readied as Morley comes into the final corner. Safely through, checker flag being readied and waved to the Superkart winner. That's a 0 kart of Liam Morley, 25 points to add to his 40 from Cadwell Park. Lee Harpham gets a solid 2nd place there, but to the gap at the flag, 6.3 seconds. And then the lapped kart of Paul Von Gerard. 3rd place is the 1 kart of Ross Allen, who was still waiting to see come out of the final bend. So Ross Allen gets 3rd spot. And across the line it is Alan Withrow that just holds off Andy Waite and Andy Gulliford. Lee Plain takes the class win in the 250 national category, with Tom Hatfield getting 2nd spot. And Samantha Hempshaw has got past Mike Parr on the fast final lap. So the 35 car of Samantha Hempshaw takes 3rd in the 250 national category for Mike Parr. And looking further back, the win in the 125 category goes to the 55. Now has still waiting for the 55 kart of Ross Withrow to cross the line. He certainly wasn't lapped. Now what has happened to... So what has happened to Ross Withrow, because the win in the 125 category on the final lap goes to the 87 kart of Jack Tritton, as we pick up the 49 of Michael Parr that was heading towards what looked like a 3rd or 4th place in class, and has there been contact, because the 55 of Alan Withrow has broken down. He's trying to get the kart mobile again, but a problem for the 55 on the final lap. The class leader in the 125s of Ross Withrow, and I think he's going to try and push it across the line to get the finish. So I think as Paul Von Gerard was lapped, Ross may be given 3rd place, or is he being waved off the circuit? But the win goes to the 0 kart of Liam Morley, and hopefully Richard will be down in Parc Fermé to try and get a word with the top 3.
Yeah, hopefully so. Great stuff on that one, Gary. Of course, it's always exciting to watch British Superkarts in action. So excellent stuff from our top 3 there. It just shows that the cream in many cases always does tend to rise to the top. And looking at the numbers, of course, the 0, the GP plate, and the 1. So it's some of the best drivers that we've got on the grid.
They are indeed,
that are getting up to the top.
And certainly they're the best drivers that also compete in Europe when they can as well, Scott. So yes, you're looking at the top guys in the Division 1 category. It's just a shame that there's not a few more of them out there, but good display, and say a lap record from Liam Morley that shaved what 3/10 off of his lap record from last year. So that concludes the Supercar action for the day. We'll have 2 races tomorrow, and I'll be joining you on the mic again tomorrow.
You certainly will. Thank you for that, Gary. Just confirmation of the result then. Liam Morley takes the overall victory from Lee Harpham, Ross Allen, Alan Withrow, Alan Waite in the top 5, then Andrew Gulliford. The Plane wins the 250 class from Tom Hatfield, Mark Pask and Samantha Hempshaw. Then Sean Lombardo, Luke Plane and Richard Connett. Then Jack Tritton, who wins the 125 category from Shane Stoney, Paul Von Gerard, and then Andrew Powell. And the karts that we lost sadly were Michael Parr, Ross Withrow and John Faulkner. And Liam Morley also takes the fastest lap of the race on 22.753. So, as Gary alluded to, looks like Richard should be down there to have a chat to our top 3. What was a very entertaining first Motorsport UK British Superkart race of the weekend. Let's see what the top 3 have to say about that.
Okay, let's get our race winner, Liam Morley, over to have a word first. Congratulations on taking the win. Many congratulations. 12 minutes, not long enough for us. I think we could do with some longer races, because they're absolutely fascinating to watch. It's been a while since I've seen the Superkarts, and the speed is just incredible. I don't know how you guys cope with that, but good circuit for these karts.
Yeah, spot
Yeah,
on.
okay,
I mean,
yeah.
12 minutes might not be long enough here, but it is for us. But yeah, you know, made a good
Oh,
start.
yeah,
and
yeah,
then she
no,
got
it's
on the
always
lead.
nice to get.
Lee showed his nose a couple of times, but
Good. Okay. Well, say I'll do the
just
same
got my head
tomorrow.
down, managed to
And,
pull a gap and
say if you
keep
want to
with
chip
it.
in at any time, you know,
Messages on the
just
pit
feel
wall
free.
telling
You
me
know,
I
if
had a
there's any
gap, so
questions
I
about
backed it off a
the
little
class
bit just to
structures or
bring it home.
why has someone got a
Much to do
zero and why
overnight
has someone
with these.
got a
You've got 2
GP.
races tomorrow, so obviously today is mainly the free practice that you had and then qualifying, but much to do.
Check it over, bang some new tyres on and see how we go.
Okay, I'll let you get on with that. Thanks. Congratulations on a win. Fine win as well there. Let's talk to the pole position man. Comes home in second, Lee Harpham. So Lee coming over. Good to see you, Lee. Congratulations. Didn't quite go to plan then to convert pole into the win, unfortunately.
No, I mean, it's always close with Liam, usually anyway. That made a mistake coming down to the last corner. Was side beside, ran a bit wide and then outbraked myself up the top. And he sort of gapped me, so I thought, well, sort of have to sit here now and get it home.
Not too much damage because Cadwell went well for you.
Yeah, Cadwell was really good. We had a brilliant meeting that meeting, so we've made some big changes to the car, which is a little bit mortifying, like as always.
Been here overnight, maybe sorting that out for the 2 races tomorrow.
Hopefully improve tomorrow and have.
Nice one, Lee. Thanks very much.
Apologies for any additional issues that we are having with the camera down there. Of course, I think we are going to record the interviews anyway, so we can possibly have a chat, look at those, and any highlights going forwards. But the next races that are coming up now is at least a race that I'm sure many people on the Brscc streams are very familiar with and enjoy very much so, because it's time for some Formula Fords, and it is another combined grid for the Avon Tyres Brscc National and Northern and Super Classic Formula Ford Championship. So a near capacity grid, 33 cars here at Anglesey, which is a brilliant turnout all round for Anglesey here on the Welsh coast. And we've got some of the best Formula 4 drivers in the country, alongside some of the best regional drivers in the Northern Super Classics. The bulk of the entry, apart from one car, I believe, is all cars that are aged 1998 or older. So, heading into this race, it was a championship lead for Jordan Dempsey, who's the man on the front row of the grid to the left-hand side in the white and blue Kevin Mills Racing Run Spectrum. But alongside him on pole position is the man who won last year's epic Formula Ford Festival, the 50th edition, and it was Jamie Sharp. He starts on pole position, took his first ever National Formula Ford win here in the wet at Anglesey, so he's looking to try and repeat that feat and going the right way about it with pole position. Then we have Lucas Romanek, and who's starting on the second row of the grid in the black and white car. He starts alongside Colin Queen on that one. As they now get set for their race, Colin Queen is the red and white Ammonite Motorsport race chassis on the right-hand side, and then there's the black and white car, Lucas Romanek. The third row of the grid is the Morgan Quinn car. That's the dark blue Team Dolan car, the Irishman. He starts alongside another of the Ammonite Motorsport cars. I'll bring up the grid on my screen, so I'll be able to have a look and see who starts where on this one. The first few rows are pretty clear in that sense. So the grid for race 1 is as follows. So Jamie Sharp, as we said, starts on pole position alongside Jordan Dempsey on the front row of the grid. Colin Queen, who is one of the main championship contenders, battling with Jordan Dempsey. He starts on the third row of the grid. He's the second red car on the right, alongside Lucas Romanek, who is on the 4th position. And then we have row 3, which is Morgan Quinn, car number 88, alongside number 32, Sean Rashid, who's one of his personal best qualifying performances with P6. Then it's Benjamin Cockram and Andre Lafond who start on the 4th row of the grid from Brandon McCorkham and Davide Maloney. Good to have the Italian back on the grid. It is a pair of South African Invitational drivers, both driving for Kevin Mills Racing. It is Josh LaRue and Alex Voss, both from South Africa, who race on the 6th row of the grid. Alongside them is Murray Shepherd, who is a former low-cost racer, who's done all sorts of racing. His first season racing Formula 4 1600s. He starts 13th on the grid alongside Gabe Tesh, who's the youngster from America, another one of the Team Dolan cars. And it's Tom Nippers, the independent. I think he's his father's name is Michael Nippers, who was a former Renault racer. And then Bryn Kinch, who did some Champion of Brands racing last year. And he is the third of the 4 Ammonite Motorsport race chassis. Then we go back to the Northern Super Classic cars. They are the front two going through the shop now. So it's John Murphy, who leads in Super Classic B, no, Super Classic A, who starts on pole position for the Northern contingent, Carlin 131. He starts alongside Brscc chairman and Formula Ford enthusiast himself, Peter Daly, on the front row of the Northern Super Classic entrant. Then it's Gareth Buckingham in car number 31 alongside Nick Barnes, who leads Super Classic B coming this weekend, so watch out for him to try and defend his lead. Then it's row 3 for the Northern Super Classics is then Alaric Gordon, former Northern Formula 4 champion in the past as well, class champion. Alongside him, Neil Hunt in his Mondial, that's the Irish chassis. Then we've got Paul Tucker, good to see him back on the Formula 4 grid. He's in the Tucker Motorsport run Swift. And next to him is Richard Frey in car number 68. He's the white orange car with the Gulf colours. That, I believe, is another Reynard. Then further back behind them, Paul Morgan in car number 60 is going through shot the black car. Alongside him, Lorna Vickers, who is the other half of the Brscc chairman, Peter Daly, and also Formula 4 racer herself. Then it's Phil Nelson and Roger Arnold on the 8th row of the grid for the Northern Super Classic runners, alongside them, and they're ahead of John Roberts and Juicy Brucey. And for those wondering, that is his real name. He changed it by default, and that's what he's known as, but he runs in his old school Reynard. He starts back in the 7th row of the grid. Then it's Michael Wales and Stuart Dix, and then I'm pleased to say, I think I was expecting on the grid as well, our only P-Class car in Northern Super Classic. That's the more contemporary chassis, and that's Peter Atkinson making his championship debut. But it looks though to me that he's not present on the grid for one reason or another, unfortunately. So it is just our field of Super Classic class cars that make up the northern portion of this grid. Of course, the national cars are in front as well. So of course, for those who happen to have never seen Formula 4, this is a category that's been going for over 50 years. Started back in 1967, all the way at Brands Hatch. It was the original Lotus chassis with the small Ford 1600cc Kent engine blocks. And ever since then, it's gone through its heyday of being a cost-effective and exceptional way for drivers, both looking to turn pro or simply just to go racing on an enthusiast or amateur's budget. But it's a great way for them to have started out. Of course, it went through its boom period in the 70s and particularly in the 80s when there were multiple different Formula Ford regional and national championships. And of course, the popularity of events like the Formula Ford Festival just went through the roof. You had eventually of some 160, 180, even 200 plus cars taking part in some of these weekends. And it was amazing to see so many get involved. Nowadays, Formula Ford is very much more of a slightly more of a club and style formula, but there's still lots of young drivers, particularly in the national championship, who are using it as a great stepping stone to go forwards. Good to see, of course, as we say, a couple of the South African drivers just going through the bottom of the shot in the 2 Kevin Mills Spectrums, 3 of which are on the grid in total, because the other one is on the front row of the grid in the hands of Jordan Dempsey. There's Murray Shepherd, good to have him on the grid also in the National Formula 4 Championship. He's done a little bit of Formula 4 2000, but never raced a Formula 4 1600 car, so he is one of the 4 essentially rookie drivers in the field, along with Gabe Tesh, as well as I think a couple of others in there too as well. I think also I know Sean Rashid is one of them too, and I forget the other one off the top of my head, but I'll be able to work that out as we go along. So there's the back end of the grid getting into position, tailed off by the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car. A few more cars getting into position just in the background. And we're going to get set for the first of 15 minutes of first 3 15-minute races here at Anglesey to kick off the Avon Tyres National and Northern and Super Classic combined Formula 4 Championship grid. Of course, running as 2 separate championships, so they'll all score points towards their own designated classes. It's just the pro class for the national drivers, and all 3 of the 4 Super Classic classes represented this weekend. There's no Super Classic Class C drivers. Paul Crosby leads that category, but he's not here this weekend. So 5-second ball goes up. Let's get ready for some epic Formula Ford action by the Welsh coast. Look for the red lights at the top of the screen. It is pole position for Jamie Sharp, alongside him championship leader Jordan Dempsey. Let's see if he can get the jump of them. It's another long hold for the lights, very long hold, but they get them underway. Strong start for Lucas Romanek for the second row of the grid, the black and white Old School Motorsport Van Diemen. They all charge away from the line, all nice and clean up towards turn 1, but it's Dempsey who takes the lead. Jamie Sharp's been hoodwinked and been passed off the line for second place. Here comes Colin Queen round the outside of Lucas Romanek, and a good start also for Morgan Quinn in 5th place in the dark blue car with the white stripes. That's the Team Dolan Van Diemen, and the 2nd and 3rd of the 4 Ammonite cars were going into combat. That would have been Sean Rashid and Andre Lafond. So out of Church, onto the back straight towards School Corner, and immediately Jamie Sharp puts the pressure on Jordan Dempsey. One car wide off in the background. That's another one of the Team Dolan cars that went off the road. I couldn't quite catch exactly who it was. All the Super Classic cars make their way through. Jordan Dempsey all over the place as they go into the Commons Rocket. There's another car's been tackled. Oh, and that's another, I think that's the same car that went off at the road. The Team Dolan cars really haven't had a great start to this race. One of them is off the road up at Rocket. I can't quite catch exactly who it was by numbers, but the top 5 are breaking away clearly. There's car number 32, that's Sean Rashid, who I think has had quite a strong start. It was definitely one of his, if not the best qualifying performance that he's had so far this season. But Jamie Sharp, who of course was last year's winner of that incredible 50th Formula Ford Festival, back on pace here. He seems to love this Anglesey circuit. He's had a bit of an up and down start to the season. Last time we saw the National Championship, it was out in action at Knock Hill on live stream. On a Brscc live stream, it was in fact Silverstone, but they've also had some coverage of Knock Hill. But their last outing was out at Croft, and there was an extraordinary last lap in the first race when we had Lucas Romanek and Jamie Sharp battling for the victory. Jamie Sharp actually ended up sadly being disqualified from that race after contact on the final lap. Saw Lucas Romanek involved in quite a spectacular accident, which thankfully saw him get away with nothing more than a slightly grazed and slightly burnt hand. And he's okay and back racing again, of course. And it required the Oldfield Motorsport team to pretty much go ahead and completely rebuild that car from what it was. So as they come out now through the complex, and now down the back, down School Straight, and up towards the complex again now for the second time. So Rocket welcomes the top 5. Dempsey, Sharp, Romanek, Queen, and Sean Rashid, and that's another one of the Ammonite cars. I think he was another one that got involved with one of the Team Dolan machines. The car that got involved in that one, I'll look at the timing and see who was to drop down the order, which one came to blows. That looks like 52 as Andre Lafont, so sadly Andre Lafont with neck rear suspension damage. I think he got caught up with one of the Team Dolan cars that was off on the grass at Rocket. The other cars that have involved that, Morgan Quinn, who started in 5th on the grid, down in 25th position, all the way down there with issues. On that side. So as they come up towards the last corner at the bus stop, Jordan Dempsey takes the fastest lap of the race. We now complete the second lap as Tom Lippert goes a little too deep into the hairpin, and he gets passed by both the 27 car. That's one of our South African drivers. That's Alex Voss, who's now up into 8th position. But also Benjamin Cochrane's got past as well in the number 133 car. And looks at things, he's now the team leader in the race order when it comes to the Team Dolan cars. And he's got some work to do on that one. Out of the hairpin now at Rocket. Up towards Peel. Jamie Sharp back in front now. He's ahead of Jordan Dempsey. There is Jordan. He's a bit of a late entrant to the championship. He didn't quite register for didn't quite declare his hand for the championship until very late in the last sort of week and a half, when he publicly declared he was racing in this year's National Formula 4s. But he has raced further afield as far as Formula 4 in China, so he's got plenty of junior single-seater experience, and the National Formula Fords certainly are a good proven ground for any driver to come through. Lucas Romanek's running strong in 3rd place. It's good to see the Oldfield Motorsport cars running strong this year. Particularly in the hands of Lucas Romanek. He really has helped James Oldfield's team to maintain their competitiveness, because of course as the season goes on there's more and more young drivers come through, and teams start to refine their setups and get even quicker and quicker throughout the season, so great to see that in the mix. 4 different chassis in the top 4 as well. We've got the Jamie Sharp in what's known as the Medina Sport chassis. It's Van Diemen derived, but it's developed mainly by I think, I'll get this right now, I think John LaBelle, and also there's some input from BM Racing, which is Andy Brickle's squad, one of the Jamie Sharp races for. The car of Jordan Dempsey is a Spectrum, which is Australian built, and may know being built in Australia. 3 of those on the grid here this weekend and for this race. There's the traditional Van Diemen, one of the later Van Diemen Kent engine cars, which is Lucas Romanek's car. Then you've got the Ray chassis behind, the 2 Ray chassis of Ammonite Motorsport, driven by Colin Queen and Sean Rashid in 4th and 5th position respectively. As the pit lanes comes Davide Maloney, I'm afraid, car 21, so one of Andy Brickle's BM Racing cars in strife as it heads into pit lane. And now Sharp then under big pressure from Jordan Dempsey at the front of the field. Lucas Romanek now has an opportunity to possibly make a move here. Romanek then in 3rd place. He's had a couple of podiums so far this year. He's also taken a win at Knockhill. Some battles going on between Sharp and Dempsey at the front now. There's a great battle at Knockhill when we had them. Let's go back to our Northern Super Classic drivers. This is a battle of mainly some of the cars in Super Classic D and car 28 in there. Mix. This is 3 cars battling 2nd, 3rd and 4th in Super Classic D. So you've then got the cars 55, which is Richard Arnold, the 50 car, which is of so Roger Arnold, 50 car John Roberts, and then just behind him you've also got the number 28 car Michael Wales. And so good to see these 3 battling amongst each other. You see ahead of them you've got Norman Vickers in the bright blue Van Diemen chassis. Just behind this tree you've got Paul Walker, his black example. So all sorts going on. There's a mock up there from the 28 of Wales. And all 3 of these cars are Merlin chassis. You've got the Merlin Mark 20 of Arnold in 2nd in class. And then you've got the Merlin Mark 11A. As they go turns to toe. In fact, there goes the Mark 11A up the inside. This is proper old school Formula Ford racing between these 3. Paul Morecambe also keeps a watching brief. As in terms of the Northern Super Classic contingent, the lead is held at the moment by the leading Super Classic A car, which is John Murphy, 10th place, and leading Super Classic A in his Van Diemen RF90, 2nd place in the Super Classic ranks, and with leading Super Classic B is Brscc chairman Peter Daly. It's a good run for him after he had a less than satisfactory weekend at Croft last time out. Good to see that car and himself are back in good form this weekend. Quite pleased earlier on with the front row start for him in Super Classic cars, so good to see he's been getting involved in that. And then the rest of the class, it's 3rd of the Super Classic cars in their race is Alaric Gordon, his 1997 Swift, and then he's ahead of Gareth Buckingham's 1988 Van Diemen, and then Nick Barnes, who's the Super Classic B points leader coming into the weekend. He's in a Swift FB89, so plenty of different chassis makes up towards the front of the top 5. Speaking of the top 5 in the National Pro ranks, it is still Jamie Sharp who leads then into the 2nd half of the race. But here comes Jordan Dempsey, who's been biding his time to try and make an attack here. Through School Curve he goes. They're side by side on the braking zone, up towards Rocket. Romanek and Queen keep a watching brief, and Dempsey tries to go down the outside, which almost works. But Sharp is wise to that. It just holds the racing line and stops him happening. He has to go right towards the inside of the track, puts it in the middle of the road to stop Dempsey getting the undercut and the switch back up the inside, exiting Rocket and then through Peel. But all this has done now is the 2 cars held each other up, and it brings Romanek and Queen into the mix in this one. The Sean Rashid watch is on, and he's a further 1.2 seconds back, looking at this quartet scrapping over the mix. 4 different chassis of Formula Ford, all equally as competitive as each other. And just for the clarification, as I said earlier, the Medina Sport car, some might be looking at thinking, doesn't that look exactly the same as the Van Diemen? It is a Van Diemen based car, but it's been developed further by BM Racing and John Lavelle to make it a different sort of chassis in its own. So it's not a continuously developed car by Van Diemen, it's one they've developed themselves to make it their own, based on their own preferences and what they believe is a good chassis for a Formula Ford. Super Classic cars just towards the back, we're going through the complex at Rocket there, so just following our older cars. Meanwhile, side by side, 2 by 2 for the lead, and Lucas Romanek's gone right round the outside of Jordan Dempsey for 2nd place. Sean Rashid's also in there now in 5th position, but the 5 cars in the lead in the Pro class are all together, nose to tail, all the way through the right-hander at Church. And now they come onto the back straight, and it's Romanek's turn to put Jamie Sharp under pressure. Here he goes, side by side, up through School Corner for the 7th time. We're on lap 7 now with just under 5 minutes to go, and Romanek might be able to do what Jordan Dempsey couldn't do. Big lock up from Dempsey behind, stands on the anchors to get the car stopped. Romanek does go right round the outside, has the inside for the second part of Rocket. Thank you very much, Jamie. Through he goes. So what Jordan Dempsey couldn't do, Lucas Romanek could. And so the Old Ford Motorsport Van Diemen into a lead in race number 1 of the weekend for the Avon Tyres National Formula 4 Championship, sharing the grid with the Northern Super Classics. And through all of that, not only has Jordan Dempsey not been able to get the lead, he's dropped behind Lucas Romanek and Colin Queen. So Jordan Dempsey, the National Pro Championship leader at this stage of the season, back down to 4th, and also coming under pressure for Sean Rashid. That back down towards the international hairpin. Queen went defensive on the inside line to defend from any retaliation that Jordan was able to give. just watched out the corner by one of my cameras. We've lost one of our Norman and Super Classic cars from that Battle of the Merlins that we had, sadly. I think it might have been the 50 car that we lost, which is a real shame that we did. So the brakes, Lucas Romanek tries to get that thing stopped, and we've got shades of Croft here now, because remember what happened at Croft between these two right at the end of race 1, and I know that that'll be firm in both of their minds. So with 3 3/4 minutes to go, this is where it all gets a little bit tense. Under brakes, turns in through the right-hander and onto the short straight towards the right-hander at Church. A little further back, here's that battle still going on between Paul Morecambe and the two Merlins that are surviving. Sadly, looks like we have lost the red Merlin that was in the mix, the 50 car, which is John Roberts, so he's out of it. Not out of it, but going for the lead again is Jamie Sharp. He's going side by side. He thinks, right, anything you can do at this complex here, Lucas, I can possibly do it better. And he does go to the outside line, and he has forced the issue. He's got the second part of the complex absolutely nailed, and Romanek's left floundering on the exit of the corner on the outside. Sharp goes back up the inside, and Colin Queen says, can I play too? Up the inside into Peel. It puts Romanek all out of sorts, but Jamie Sharp is back into the lead here at Anglesey. So then Jordan Dempsey with a big lock up the inside. He made that move very last minute on Colin Queen into the left-hander at the hairpin. Over the crest they go. Oh, where's Jordan Dempsey got to? Jordan Dempsey's missing. The championship leader has gone missing from this group because I can't see a white and blue spectrum. Now, I don't know if there was contact. If there was, then Sean Rashid's car might have been affected too, but he's dropped back a little bit. The next car's Brandon McCorkin now, he's up into 5th position, and there's the Kevin Mill spectrum in the background. So whatever happened to Jordan Dempsey, sadly it was slightly off camera, but Jordan Dempsey with an issue, and I'm sure the Kevin Mills team were thinking, where's Jordan got to? In fact, he's dropped behind also. That looks like, Brandon McCorkin, and then Jordan Dempsey will come through in 6th position. So, but there's Josh LaRue that's come through. So Jordan Dempsey hasn't come through at all. So I got confused by the fact that there was another Kevin Mills car behind. And I thought it was Jordan Dempsey, but it's not. It's Josh LaRue, one of our 2 South African invitation drivers. So problems for Jordan Dempsey then. We lost him, and the last shot we saw of him was going up the inside into the hairpin, and then on the next shot coming over the crest, he just didn't he did not reappear. And he has come across the line, but he's come across in 12th position. So whatever happened, sadly our cameras were out of sight. He capped out a shot of our cameras, I'm afraid, but it does now leave a leading, technically quartet, although they're trying to make it a leading trio with Sharp, Romanek and Queen trying to pull away from Sean Rashid at this early stage. Now as they make their way into the hairpin, diving down through the left-hander, now over the crest to complete another lap. They'll be going on to what should be the last lap of the race this time by. Thrilling battle. Jamie Sharp looking for a win in the dry at Anglesey alongside a win in the wet. And even though it was a win in the wet, it did come in a reverse grid race. But regardless of that, a win is a win. But this has been Jamie Sharp on pure pace. No reverse grids here. He took pole position in qualifying. He's been out there battling along as the last lap board is held out to the leaders. So if the likes of Romanek and Queen and Rashid want to get on with this, they're going to have to do it now because they're going to run out of this. Here is, that looks like that's Jordan. Yeah, Brandon McCorkin's gone through in 5th position. Joshua with a Rue is doing a grand job in 6th position. Benjamin Cochran 7th. Alex Voss 8th. He's coming under threat for Murray Shepherd and Morgan Quinn in the top 10. Quinn trying to recover after his earlier antics. And here's that battle between the Merlins. So this is 55 and 28 still going at it. This is 55 Arnold and Wells. And here comes Romanek then. Last lap, through school curve, they almost touch wheels. And this time Romanek's gone down the outside and done the switch back once. Jamie did it back to him the last time by, and he squeezed into the edge of the circuit. But again, Romanek does it for the second time. And Colin Quinn says, ding dong, remember me, I'm up the inside here to try and get through. Tries to knock on the door, but can't get past. So now he's going to have another go in towards Peel Corner. Top 3 altogether. This is a proper, typical, classic Formula Ford race. Lots of close action, wheel-to-wheel stuff. It is glorious. And back up inside goes Colin Queen again. Meanwhile, this is the battle going on between, that looks like Alex Voss with Murray Shepherd. Great one for Murray Shepherd, actually, up in 9th position, trying to squeeze Morgan Quinn to the inside. Meanwhile, Romanek does get the inside line and leads the way into the second to last corner. Now, can Sharp get him back here? The run down towards the bus stop. He's got one more chance to pass. The checkered flag will be out this time by. Romanek goes to the inside. Sharp's only hope is to either get the undercut or to go right round the outside into the final corner from last time. Colin Queen also attacking. The checkered flag flies, and Lucas Romanek possibly gets a small bit of a mischief, but he does hold on to the flag. Lucas Romanek takes his second National Formula Ford win of the season in the first race of the weekend here at Anglesey. Very, very close finish towards the end. And the top three were covered by a fraction under a quarter of a second. There was a quarter of a second between Sharp and Queen. The overall gap between the top three was 0.369, so less than 4/10 at the end between the top three. You have to feel for Jordan Dempsey. Whatever happened to him, unfortunately, put him right out. He looks like he's going to finish 11th and ahead of our best placed Northern and Super Classic winner. So John Murphy, who's in the 12th place overall, who lost 11th place in the final lap to Jordan Dempsey, he will pick up the win, not just in his class, but in the Northern and Super Classic segment of the race. Of course, it's points only distributed, not on overall finishing positions, but in your class finishing position for Northern and Super Classic. Same for the National Pros, although National Pro is only class within the National Championship which has any active drivers at the moment. Of course, anyone who has a Formula Ford is welcome to take part in either championship. So, of course, if you want more information, you can head to the website, brscc.co.uk. But Lucas Romanek then with a superb victory, pulling off a couple of brilliant outside passes, those switchbacks, which Jamie Sharp did try a couple of times, and he managed to pull off once, but Lucas Romanek's got that move down to a T now, and I wonder if he could possibly do it a couple more times. Across the line go Lorna Vickers and Paul Morecambe. Last couple of runners towards the flag as they tour around back to the pits. Just pick up a bit of rubber for good measure. It's been an amazing race so far. Two more though still to go. One more for the Northern Super Classic cars, because after their second race, which is the first of the two Formula Ford races tomorrow, that will be their weekend done, and then the National Formula Fords will carry on for their own third race as part of their championship schedule. So as the cars make their way around, let's quickly remind you of the results. Lucas Romanek then takes the win provisionally from Jamie Sharp and Colin Queen, with Sean Machine and Brandon McCorkin rounding out the top five. Josh LaRue, who was one of our two invitation class drivers for the Spectrum KMRs, is sixth, and Ben Cochran. Alex Voss, another invitation driver, Murray Shepherd and Morgan Quinn. And Jordan Dempsey, after that mysterious issue, and I have to possibly get Richard to ask maybe the top three if they knew what happened to Jordan. We didn't see it on camera. He finishes 11th and recovers after whatever happened to him. John Murphy wins the overall Northern Super Classic segment of that race from Tom Nippers and Gabe Tesh. But it's Peter Daly who wins his class of Super Classic B from Gareth Buckingham. And then Alaric Gordon in 17th place, Nick Barnes in 18th place overall, ahead of Paul Tucker and then Richard Freyer. And then it's Neil Hunt, Juicy Brucey, Phil Nelson, Lorna Vickers, Paul Morecambe, Michael Wales, Rob Arnold, and then it's Davide Maloney, who we lost earlier on, as well as John Roberts, and then Andre Lafond and Stuart Dix we lost in his very unique Cooper Chinook out of that race as well, unfortunately. So, thrilling stuff from the Formula Fords as always, and I think there's three very different stories, very exciting stories to tell, and they're going to be told hopefully to Richard John Neal, who is down there with them in the pit lane. All yours, Richard. Just there, Freddie, sound issues. We are sort of trying to work out some teething troubles, it seems, with our pit lane camera for that one. But hopefully we can go down we'll throw down to Richard as soon as we've got sound back for him on that one. The next race, just for the record, that's coming up for this race today is going to be the first race of the weekend, and the first time on live stream this year from the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. That's been a very entertaining championship from start to finish, so be sure to stay tuned for that. Hopefully at some point, if you have got the audio back, we'll be able to go and have a word with our top three from that, because I would love to hear what Lucas Romanek and Jamie Sharp and Colin Quinn have got to say on that incredible race that they had on that one. So fingers crossed we do get a chance to hear them. With the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, as I say, first time they'll be on stream this year. They have already raced twice this year, once at Brands Hatch and then once at Snetterton. And all 5 races were won by the same person. I know what you're thinking from those watching before. No, it wasn't Stephen Daly, because in actual fact, he hasn't been racing this year, but there is a story to that, because more on that in a second. But the man who's been taking up his mantle as the most dominant man of the championship thus far in terms of race wins has been Mikey Doble, because he's been able to pick up all 5 victories so far as part of the Doble siblings. Of course, his father Mike also does race as well, and he will be looking to try and pick up a strong result as well as keeping up that win streak. But he's not on pole position for this race, and he might well have his work cut out to try and make this particular victory happen. So as we now get set for what is sure to be another excellent run of action here at Anglesey. So it's going to be a sure good race. We'll quickly just run you through how the point standings essentially sit. Of course, all point standings are provisional to the end of the season when declared final by the Brscc. But at the moment, coming into the weekend, after 5 straight victories in the first 5 races, it is Mikey Doble who leads the way with 251 points from Lee Denny Sadler, who the former Fiesta racer, in second place. Ian Howes is having one of his best season to date in the championship, and he starts he is third in points with 216. Gordon McMillan is currently in 4th in place, and currently the highest placed Masters driver with 208 points. And then Mike Doble, the father of Mikey Doble, he's in 5th place, second place Masters driver in the overall standings, and he's 5th with 193 points. Then it's Matt Wilkins with 192, Thomas Middleton 188, Martin Gadsby 178, Gareth Claydon 166, and Dale Wharton in 160. But he's tied in 160 points with Jonathan Williams. So for those who've never seen the BMW Compact Cup before, it is all the cars are identical. They are E36 BMW 318 Ti compact chassis. You can buy a donor car for as little as £500 or so and turn it into a proper ready race car. So definitely popular championship, and we've seen quite a few drivers come through it. The likes of Joe Wiggin, who's been a former Mazda MX-5 champion, now moved on to Mini Challenge. We've seen, of course, other drivers like James Gordon, who's a former British GT champion, a Viper, and has been racing more recently in Mini Challenge. But the most dominant person of note that's come through the championship and has made his talents known elsewhere in occasional cameo appearances in Ginettas is 5-time consecutive champion Stephen Daly. He's won the last 5 championships, I think essentially on the bounce, from 2017 all the way through to 2021. So incredible feat for him. This year essentially is a sabbatical year for him, because he was looking to try and move up into Ginettas, his next step in his sort of racing career. He decides to take a sabbatical to kind of gather up the funds he needs. However, that's not the end of the story in terms of Stephen Day's 2022 season. He's not totally on the sidelines, because as a very last-minute entry, the number 1 is back on the grid this weekend. Now, I should stress on this one, Stephen is running as a guest driver only, which means he won't be invisible for the result. You'll see him, if he wins the race, he'll get a trophy for first place and be recognised as the race winner, but he won't get any points, which means that, for example, let's say Mikey Doble finishes in 2nd place on the road in the result behind Stephen Daly, he will get the 50 points that you receive for taking a race victory, and so on and so forth. So as it goes further down, the driver in 3rd place will get the points for 2nd, 4th place would get 3rd place points, and so on and so forth. Hopefully that makes sense in how that works. So Stephen Daly as a guest is going to be running through there. As for Stephen Daly's fortune so far in this weekend, hasn't been quite the return to form that he's been seen so far in the past few years, because looking at his qualifying results, he actually only managed to qualify a slightly uncharacteristic 13th, but then even by Stephen standards, he will admit that he hasn't had very much time in the Compact Cup car in recent times, and it's also a car which, yes, is a Casey Motorsport built car, but it's not the same championship winning car that he'd run for the past 5 seasons, so it's not a car he's been all too embedded with, so he's not quite on the same pace. And also you have to bear in mind on top of that, that several drivers will have made quite big steps and quite large advances forward in their pace when it comes to pushing on. And drivers like, not just Mikey Doble, who was a formidable driver anyway, but others like Lee Denny Sadler and Ian Howes, Gordon McMillan as well, and other drivers who've been quite consistent in the past as well, like Matt Wilkins, Thomas Middleton and Martin Gadsby, have been making some small little gains and picking up some nice, solid, consistent results in the points, and that's what's helped them be quite high up, when others who haven't been who might be slightly strong in terms of driving talent, haven't had all the luck, and they've found themselves further down the points. So that'll be something they're going to try and work out. So I think we are just holding on for the race to get going very, very shortly.
Avoiding that.
So, as the race gets set, I'm going to go ahead and run you through the grid for this one. I'll be able to bring that up on my screen, which will be able to tell me who is set to run where for this first race of 3. It's 3 races here this weekend, 1 today and 2 tomorrow. But the first race is getting set here, and we'll be able to run you through the grid, which looks to be as follows. So, pole position for this first race of the weekend for the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup was taken by number 2, Lead Andy Sadler. He starts on pole. Alongside him is the current dominant man in the championship and the championship leader. The championship has won all 5 races so far, Mikey Doble. Then it's Guy Davis and Mike Doble on the second row of the grid, 28 and 65. Then it's row 3 for Jim Barrett, car number 15. Good qualifying result for him, one of his better results, in 5th on the grid. Alongside him, number 3 of Matt Flowers. He's a regular sort of top 5 and top 10 driver, and looking to try and get you a little bit faster towards the rest as the season progresses. Dale Worton starts in 7th place on the grid as the car starts to make their way out of the assembly area. 8th place for Ian Howes, who is up there in the points, 3rd in points at the moment, and is getting closer to that first BMW Compact Cup win, because he's got very close on a couple of occasions, but either had bad luck or some penalties that have put it outside of his reach to make it happen. So he'll be looking to put that right in this this first race of 3 of the weekend. Then the top 10 is completed by Gareth Claydon in car number 46 and Gordon McMillan in car number 10. So watch out 46 and 10 from there. Then you have row 6, which is Matt Milson and Joseph Doble, who is the 3rd Doble sibling on the grid, because you've got all 3 of them. You've got Mike, Mikey and Joseph. Then we have row 7, which is where we find our guest driver for this weekend, 5-time defending champion Stephen Daly, who I think is the yellow car just coming into shot onto the grid on the right-hand side. So he's in a yellow car this weekend, not his typical white and orange car with the black bonnet. It's a slightly different build for Casey Motorsport. But he starts 13th mid-pack alongside 311 Henry Cook. And then you have Richard Sutherland and Wayne Flint, who's quite a formidable Masters driver in his own right. And this is one who's been up there battling for the front positions and up for victories in the past. So he'll start on the 8th row of the grid. And we'll be looking to try and make the most of that when that race gets underway. It's then going to be the 9th row of the grid for Martin Gadsby in car number 9 and Rod Langham in car number 42. And then row 10 is finished off by Matt Wilkins, number 58, and Pete Smith, number 17. So that's the top 20 completed. Russ Cager is 21st on the 11th row of the grid. Alongside him is Gregor Pryor in car 137. And it's Jonathan Williams and Matt Kendall on the 12th row of the grid, ahead of John Robinson and Hewell Rosenthal on the 13th row of the grid, and then Craig Arkell and Tim Seaford, who's a newcomer to the championship, starts at the back of the grid in 26th. So quick number check for the positions. It's 2 and 88 on the front row of the grid. Row 2 is 28 and 65. 15 and 3 are on the 3rd row of the grid. 14 and 27 on the 4th row of the grid. 46 and 10 on row 5. 16 and 11 on row 6. 1 and 311 on row 7. 8 and 55 on row 8. 9 and 42 on row 9. 58 and 17 on row 10, 68 and 137 on row 11. Then the last 6 positions are 73, 67, 222, 5, 91 and 41. The cars then make their way off onto their formation lap for this first of 3 BMW Nankang Tyre BMW. Heading off onto its formation lap. So Mikey Doble will be looking to keep up his win streak and make it 6 victories in a row, and keep up that, make his weekend off to the best possible start. Let's see if Lee Denny Sadler can take what I believe will be his first BMW Compact Cup win, if he can do it. And then the 2nd row of the grid, Guy Davis, who has had some occasional forays up there battling for victories, but good to see him up there in 3rd place on the grid. He's a car you definitely cannot miss. It is just there in front of shot, the bright purple, pink and fluorescent yellow car. That's certainly one car that stands out on the grid. Mike Doble, who is the 2nd best placed Masters driver in the points table overall so far, is currently there in 4th on the grid. Jim Barrett's been making some steady progress over the few seasons, and so has Matt Flowers. He's been a regular top 10 runner with occasional forays into the top 5, and I think maybe a podium or 2 in his career so far. Past these straight. As I say, Stephen Day's got some work to do. 2 in the order. That's John Robertson starting back in 25th place. A couple of drivers novice crosses on the back. Any cars that have that yellow square with the black cross, that denotes that a driver has done less than 6 races and are classed as a novice. So good to have some newcomers to the championship and see some new faces turning up as challenge some of the more established contenders. It's been relatively the same sort of 3 drivers that have been towards the top of the field. We've had quite a few, most of the podiums this year have been populated by Mikey Doble, Lee Denny Sadler and Ian Howes, hence why in that specific order they are the ones who are taking it back. If I look at the results, in particular if I look back at the results from Snetterton, the top 3 was in exactly the same order with exactly the same result, which was Mikey Doble took all 3 race wins, Lee Denny Sadler took all 3 second places, and ironically Ian Howes took all 3 races, and the fastest that was taken by Ian Howes 3 times. So it was exactly the same top 3 result, even down to the fastest lap. Come up towards the formation lap. Just a few cars just doing a couple of quick burnouts and just trying to warm up the brakes and tyres as much as possible. It might be June, but it's still relatively typical British weather in that it's still a bit grey, still a bit overcast, and it's not quite warm, but it's not quite cold. It's sort of very much in between weather. So it's not a warm day in which it's easy to heat the tyres up. It's not cold, but they have to do lots of weaving from side to side. But even so, they'll be doing just as much as they can in order to hopefully get themselves as high as possible off the grid in terms of a strong start. So the last couple of cars getting into position at the back of the grid, and then we'll be all set for our first of 3 15-minute races for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, their first live stream appearance in 2022. Let's see what they can do in typical Compact Cup fashion. The red lights are on. Let's get set for action here at Anglesey. Another long hold. They're very long holds here at Anglesey, but they've got them underway. And a great start from the outside of the row 1 for champion, either Mikey Doble. We're going to fly her off the line, so hopefully lead the way in towards turn 1. All nice and clean so far for Reed. In fact, Lee Denny Sadler's been really swamped off the line. He's been passed by Guy Davis. Another threat. He's been passed by one Doble. He's under threat from another. Here comes Gordon McMillan in the silver car with the black bonnet going for 4th place. Round the outside he goes. Not a great start for Lee Denny Sadler as McMillan almost classes to the side of Mike Doble. And also watch for the yellow car in the middle of the shot. That is Stephen Daly back in 13th place. Let's see what he can do to work his way through. Hasn't raced a Compact Cup car since the final rounds of last season, and that was on the British GT support finale weekend on the Silverstone GP circuit. So they come through. There is the battles going on. There's the 58. 58, which is a bit further back, which is Matt Wilkins. And as they come up through Rocket for the first time. They make their way through. Looking relatively clean so far. That's his famous last words by a commentator, but it doesn't look as though they've got through without too much hustle and bustle. Lots of activity going on in mid-pack. There's a big time up the inside from Wayne Flint. That's the grey and silver car, if you're watching on the stream or around the trackside. He's someone who's quite daring with his moves sometimes. Sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. But he's certainly giving it as best as he can give. As the leaders come out of the corkscrew left-hander up towards the international hairpin for the first time. More battles going on. Jim Barrett there was trying to hold off the Claydens. Matt Flowers is also in there too. The KC Motorsport cars as well. Also Stephen Daly, I noticed in the yellow car just flashing through shot. He's still relatively where he started, back in about 12th or 13th place. So not a lightning start that you'd expect from Stephen, but possibly once he gets into the groove with a few more laps here, he might well start to pick his way through, and maybe by the end of the weekend we'll have found that good old Stephen Daly magic touch behind the wheel of one of these cars. End of the first lap then. and it is Mikey Doble who leads the way in the number 88 car by 3/4 of a second already on the opening lap as they turn into the banking for the second time. Guy Davis in second place, Lee Dendy Sadler is third, then Gordon McMillan, who's up 6 places from where he started. He's the biggest riser from the start, 6 positions from 10th up to 4th, so an excellent getaway from the number 10 machine. Proves why he's up there in 4th in points at the moment. He's only 8th at the moment in the points off of Ian Howes. Ian Howes, meanwhile, has dropped 5 spots from where he started. He started at 8th, is down to 13th. He's just there in the blue and red car, number 27, battling away with Joseph Doble. There they are. Joseph, the youngest of the 3 Doble clan, so it's a big lock-up from one of the KC Motorsport cars, the orange car at the head of them. Trying to work out who that was, as Wayne Flint's go at it again, trying to go around the outside. He's getting very well ensconced with plenty of KC Motorsport cars in the pack. There, 27, Ian Howes, much further down than he wants to be, 30 points, but 13th in this race so far. Not quite the start he was hoping for. So as they now come up towards the end of lap number 2, with Mikey Doble still in the lead and holding the advantage. He's now starting to bring both Guy Davis and Lee Dendy Sadler with him. They're starting to create a small gap to Gordon McMillan back and forth. There's another change of position going on, I think, between Dale Wharton, who's in that orange KC Motorsport car with the black band around where the rear brake lights are, around the top of the windows, bottom of the windowsills. He's not the black bonnet as well, not too far away from making a move there. As we see, looks like Gareth Clayton battling away there with Barrett and Mike Doble. Mikey Doble sets the fastest lap of the race on that second time by. The lead gap is still 3/4 of a second. As we now see Gordon McMillan under threat from 3 cars behind him. This is Mike Doble, Jim Barrett, and also Gareth Clayton. Matt Flowers watches on, as does Dale Wharton. But these 3 are kind of... I don't want to say that Gordon McMillan's the cork in the bottle right now, but at the moment it looks as though everyone's stacking up behind him, and they're all trying to see if they can make their way through, because Mike Doble looks quite frustratedly stuck behind Gordon, and as good as Gordon's pace is at times, and holding on to a very strong 4th place, they are starting to line up behind him to try and put it under big pressure. And whether or not he can sustain that pressure, we'll see over the roughly the next 15 minutes or so. The first race actually looks like it's going to be 20 minutes rather than 15, so 20 minutes of BMW Compact Cup action, which is good. They turn their way out through the complex of Rocket in and Rocket out. There goes Ian Howes in the mix, and Stephen Day actually behind Ian Howes. He's dropped to 15th place, so again, granted, it's been several months since he's stepped into a Compact Cup car, but it's not the same Compact Cup car he's won 5 championships with, but a bit further off the pace than I and maybe some of us might have anticipated. I expected to be up there maybe in the sort of top 10 and getting towards the front, but of course, time away from the wheel can sometimes mean you need to get back into the groove of it once more. And I'm certain as this race goes on and the next 2 races go on tomorrow that he'll try and find more and more pace with it back again within himself and the car. We rediscover that pace that took him to the kind of championships. But we'll see how the weekend progresses for Stephen and co. Jim Barrett's under threat now from the number 3 of Matt Flowers as they turn their way into the left-hander at the end of lap number 3, onto lap 4 now. It's a battle at the front now. The gap's come down by a couple of tenths to 0.585 between Mikey Doble and Guy Davis. Lee Dendy Sadler still holding station in 3rd, and then there's a further 3.4 seconds back to Gordon McMillan in 4th place. That gap spread out a little bit as we see Dale Wharton exploring the track limits on the exit of Church Corner. Through the complex of Rocket once more. There's Ian Howes trying to put the car up the inside of 311. That is Henry Cook trying to pick up a top 10 spot. Just trying to force him out the inside, and Cook didn't want to get that one up that easy. The little elbows him out wide onto the edge of the circuit. I'm not quite sure Henry Cook will appreciate that, particularly as now let Joseph Doble into the mix as well. as our leaders head back towards international hairpin again on this 4th lap, and you can visibly see that Guy Davis has now put Mikey Doble under quite big pressure here. Now I wonder, because that's interesting, because not only has Denny Sadler of course had that poor start which put him down to 4th and 5th position, but Guy Davis now has found the pace that looks as though he's going to try and get up there. He was about a tenth and a bit quicker than Guy Davis on that last lap. That we'll see. In fact, Guy Davis sets the fastest lap of the race, so 150.143, and that's put him right on the tail. He's less than half a second away. One car I think might be destined for the pits. That's number 58. Looks like it's hit strife, I'm afraid. That is 58 of Matt Wilkins. Started 19th with promises. Off the road goes somebody running wide on the exit of the bus stop, and just about gets on in front of him. I'm sure a rather bemused couple of rivals who are chasing after him. There's Stephen Daly, car number 1, the yellow car. He is currently still back in 15th place, so hasn't really made very many inroads anymore. In fact, he's still back in 13th. Meanwhile, it is side by side for the lead between the top two. It's Guy Davis now trying to pull off the 4-4 move. It's the Lucas Romanek move, I think, because he goes down the outside. Looks to try and put himself on the inside line for the next corner. Can't quite make that one happen. And now as he makes his way up now into the right-hander out of the second part of Rocket towards Peel, Guy Davis now, I think for one of the first times in the season, he's putting Mikey Doble under quite substantial pressure, because he's had it relatively mostly all his own way to this point, but he did have to do some battling back through from 2nd or 3rd place at Snetterton, but he did still come out as the victor. And there is still plenty of time in this race for this all to change. So he will now push on to try and pick up that position if he can. Place man Lee Denny Sadler, and then for 4th downwards, look at this big move up the inside for Mikey Doble into the hairpin, catches Gordon Miller completely by surprise, and that's the move he wants to make for quite a while. And the Gareth Clayton says, here, have this for size, whack straight into the side of him. Quite a rude elbow nudge there from Gareth Clayton to get the move done on Gordon Miller. Gordon will try and get back up the inside if he can, but he figures that rather than try and retaliate, it's best to just slot back in and run his own race. So back in 6th position now. Mike Doble has been released. They're getting they're getting the hurry up from the pit lane. Wide on the exit of the final corner, there was both Wayne Flint all over the grass, and he was also battling, I think, with Ian Howes. It looks like Wayne Flint, who I said was quite flamboyant in his driving style and his racecraft sometimes, certainly proving that to be the case. He is quite one of the more charismatic drivers, as one car pulling to the inside. I think is that Matt Flowers with a problem. So Matt Flowers, I think car number 3 having an issue too. That's a shame. He was running as high as 7th place. So yeah, Matt Flowers to the inside, the white and blue car just at the edge of the shot if you're watching on the screen, but if you're watching around the circuit, he is just running off, exiting Church on the run towards school, and that car's pulled to the inside line. It did so just after the banking, so problems for him, I'm afraid. Matt Flowers then pulls the car to a stop, I'm afraid, so that's his race done. I have to try and get that car fixed again for race number 2. There is car 67, which is Matt Kendall, and he's one of the other drivers competing for Race Car Consultants, run by David Elsley, very experienced Fiesta team, also runs lots of Ginettas as well, in Ginetta GT5 and Ginetta Junior. And of course has started his racing life in Fiestas and has run cars in the Senior Championship, now does so with a 3-car squad in the Fiesta Juniors, so good to have him also experimenting in BMW Compact Cup, and certainly running well, using all of his expertise to run BMW Sadler as Gordon McMillan gets very sideways on the exit, and I think he also missed a bit of a shift there as he was trying to get himself back up to pace. And that group from 4th downwards is starting to compress a little bit more now. A couple of cars that have dropped out with issues, just bringing everyone together now. We've got this 3-way battle here going on between the number 8, which is Richard Sutherland, the 16, which is Matt Milson, and then 5-time defending champion Stephen Daly, who, I remind you, is not running for any points this weekend. He's purely just a guest, so out of the hairpin, you'll see that the battle's still on. Now, this yellow flag's course means it's because of Matt Flowers' stationary car. He's parked it quite away off the road, which means it shouldn't be too much of a problem. And those yellows hopefully shouldn't be out there for too long before it becomes safe. see Ian Howes big move there. Another car in trouble. That's Stephen Daly. Oh, Stephen Daly, 5-time champion guest this weekend, and another car is rolling to a halt, I'm afraid. And that's not good. He parked just beside Matt Flowers, and that's a real shame. Maybe his lack of pace was due to an ongoing issue, I'm not sure, but sadly Stephen Daly, again, not scoring any points, but he would have liked to get a good result at least, and he will not even see the flag. That's really unfortunate to see. This now means that the battle that Stephen Daly was in is now going to be between Sutherland and Milson. Meanwhile, this is our scrap for fourth going on between the Claydon, Mike Doble, Gordon McMillan and Jim Barrett, and that next group might start to catch them up, headed by Dale Worton with Ian Howes and Wayne Flint. So this is the rest of the top 10 battle going on. And just in front of them, we had Lee Denny Sadler, who's keeping his powder dry at the moment in a steady third place. Now, as for the top two, the gap has got out by about another 1/10.5, and it's looking relatively consistent between them. Lee Denny Sadler goes through in third. The gap is 0.6 of a second between. Banking now for another time. This is on lap 8, as now Guy Davis continues to tail Mikey Doble at the head of the field for the lead. Seems to get a good run through Church and up towards the complex at Rocket. I'm just keeping an eye on the cameras. I've got the whole bank of cameras available here, so I'm just watching the action here, and I can see that the top two are nose to tail again, exiting out through the Rocket complex. We're still looking at the battle of fourth going on. Here are the leaders. What about lap times for Lee Denny Sadler? Well, his last lap was the fastest of the three, so at a 1:50.256, and he took about half a second out of Guy Davis, about 3/10 out of Mikey Doble. So this should be interesting. If Denny Sadler, who's got just under 6 minutes to go, if these two continue to start holding each other up and battling, there's every chance Lee Denny Sadler's race might not be done in just third place. He might be able to have a chance to get involved here. So out through the hairpin. Now on the run towards Peel. And Davis again, keeping the pressure up on Doble at this point. Just trying to find a possible opportunity to snatch that lead away as a lock up from Mikey Doble that might be given the opportunity he needs. I might have spoken at possibly the right time for Guy Davis and possibly the wrong time for Mikey Doble. We'll have to see what's happening with our two leaders. Are they in combat? Guy Davis is close, but not close enough to make a pass just yet. But he is keeping under the little boot spoiler of Mikey Doble. So come back into the banking for the 9th time. Lap 9 with just under 5 minutes to go now. Battle continues at the front here between these two. Has to come out of Church. Now onto this back straight run. And again, like he has done so many times, Guy Davis has a run. It might be his best chance yet. They're going to go side by side. Guy Davis with a great slingshot, great momentum through School Corner. And with this pure straight line pace exiting Church and the slipstream he got, he gets his nose in front for the time being. Now, can he hold on round the outside for the second part of the Rocket complex? Doble tries to fight back, but Davis has track position. And Mikey Doble loses the lead to Guy Davis. Davis leads, but for how much longer? Because here comes Doble with the switch back again. Anything you can do, Guy, I can do possibly just as well. Through Peel Corner, they're still side by side. Great racing between the Nankang BMW Compact Cup. Great little rear-wheel drive BMW 3 Series E36 compacts here, and they are brilliant fun. Great few drivers have come through these as a stepping stone to something higher, as we say, like James Gornall and even Stephen Daly, who's looking to try and move into the higher ranks of genetic GT racing. As Doble now is going on the offensive rather than the defensive, because he's now swarming this way and that to try and get through down the international hairpin. Gets a tighter exit on the sprint towards the final corner. Now there's a chance that there could be a move coming up here. He darts out, has a look. And again, it's Davis that is the one that has to put the car in the middle of the road to hold off the charge from Mikey Doble. But they'll sit on the pit wall, a change of position. As you see just to the left there, sadly, the two cars that have been parked of Matt Flowers and Stephen Daly, I'm afraid. Back into the hairpin. Again, Doble forcing Guy Davis to take the shorter, tighter but slower run through the banking. And the slingshot Doble will get will be absolutely huge, and he's going to do exactly what Guy Davis did to him a lap ago, even thinking about making him into Church Corner. It's crazy there. There's two corners there's two corners in British motorsport that are quite daring, and they're both called Church. One's at Thruxton, the other one's here. And also, like I mentioned, look at Lee Denny Sadler in the grey and blue car number 2. He's closing into these two because they're fighting so much at the front. 4th place battle now. Gareth Claydon, Mike Doble in 5th position, Gordon McMillan in 6th, Jim Barrett 7th. There's Gordon McMillan in P6 in the silver and black car. Rest of the top 10 is Ian Howes 8th, Del Werton 9th, and Wayne Flint holding on to 10th. In terms of the Masters drivers, Mike Doble would be the best placed Masters driver in this race, and he would essentially be the Masters winner, in inverted commas. Gordon McMillan in the 2nd place, and then Jim Barrett in 3rd. So the top 3 Masters drivers are 5th, 6th and 7th in the overall result thus far at this point. And actually Dendy Sadler has got a real chance here. Now that time is a 1:51, so by the time they come to the start-finish line here to cross to end another lap, they will go on to the last lap, as Dendy Sadler, they got a little bit out of shape under brakes for the hairpins, try and pitch the car through the corner, and now Dendy Sadler taking full advantage of the battling going on between the top 2, holding each other up so much that now he's put himself into the mix for a possible victory here. So 3 of them for the lead, in towards the left-hander at the bus stop, and now onto the short pit straight that brings them on to start the last lap of this first race of the weekend. Dab of the brakes there from Guy Davis, not quite sure what that was about, but he was dabbing the brakes midway down the pit straight. That's quite odd, unless it was, see, he was simply just flashing the headlights to acknowledge it was the last lap. But Doble now, he's running out of options and running out of time, as Davis again defends into the banking. Dendy Sadler keeps a watch, carefully eyeing up an opportunity here. The rest of the pack comes through to start their last lap. That's the scrap going on, I think, between Werton and Henry Cook now, who's gone past Joe Doble, and yes, Henry Cook now, who's dropped into 10th place. Joe Doble 11th, and Wayne Flint's down to 12th, so he's had a mistake somewhere. He was 10th, now dropped 2 positions back, and he was battling with these two quite far back, so I think they've possibly both managed to find a way through and made that one stick. Well, I'm intrigued to see what's happening with our leaders, as I can see on the other camera that there's a bit of a lock-up between the top 3 as they come out of the complex. There's our scrap going on still between Cook, Doble and Flint. I'm keeping one eye as well in the background of what's going on with the top 3. Davis still leads, but Mikey Doble's in 2nd place. Here they are. Now then, Doble's, there's a bit of contact, because you can see that's the front left indicator blinker that's now hanging off the front of Guy Davis's car at the moment. But now as they come down towards the international hairpin for the last time, is it the second to last chance for Doble? He can go down the outside if he's brave enough, but again, just there's nothing that he can do that won't won't make Guy Davis not go defensive, if that makes sense. The clock ticks down to 0, the checker flag is being readied, and for Guy Davis, I might be corrected possibly by Greg Graham or those in the championship, but I haven't seen Guy Davis win a race before. But I think if he is about to do it, it could be history of the making. It might be his first win, or the first win for a while. But in any case, it's going to be someone who is other than Mikey Doble that wins in 2022. And it's Guy Davis who wins the first race of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup in Anglesey. Fantastic drive from him to overhaul Mikey Doble and make it stick. Great stuff from Guy Davis. The win streak for Mikey Doble has been broken in 2022. Guy Davis then takes victory. Mikey Doble secondly. Denny Sadler gets 3rd. The Doble still aren't finished. This is Henry Cook and Joe Doble on the exit, the final corner. They're going to be side by side across the line. And Henry Cook just beats Joe Doble to the flag by a mere 32 1/1000ths of a second. Brilliant stuff. Again, if you're in the live stream, if you're watching around the circuit, give these guys a wave and a clap, because they do deserve it. It's a brilliant championship, the BMW Compact Cup, and they do work hard, these drivers, and all these different compacts. Brilliant stuff from all of them involved. They come across the line, one after the other. It's an excellent stuff. But there's your top 3, waving to the spectators, waving to the marshals. Big thank you to all of our marshals, as always, our amazing Orange Army, particularly those who have ventured out here to support this race meeting and to help it to take place, because of course without marshals we couldn't go motor racing and do it as smoothly, as efficiently as we do. All the flag marshals, pit lane marshals, assembly area marshals, everyone who takes part, all the volunteers who make club racing events happen, and indeed motor racing events in general happen. For as far as Formula 1 to British touring cars and British GT and Le Mans, all the way through to club events like this. Some of our regular Orange marshals went out and took part as part of the marshalling team for the Le Mans 24 Hours last weekend. So that just shows how well trained marshals are in motorsport. amazing job from all of them. But Guy Davis then, to my knowledge, I think, don't quote me on this if Richard's listening, I think it might be his first win. It'll be a question I think possibly Richard to ask him first, whether it is his first win or not. I haven't seen Guy Davis win a race previously, or if he has, it's only been, it'll be his second or third win, I think, in previous history. But incredible job from Guy Davis. And of course, Mikey Doble's win streak ends, so it won't be 6 wins in the race, just the 5, because Guy Davis comes out on top by 0.3 of a second if you look at the result. So Davis wins, Mikey Doble has to settle for second place. Denny Sadler gets an excellent third from Gareth Pladen, Mike Doble, Gordon McMillan. Then it's Jim Barrett, Ian Howes, Dale Worst and Joseph Doble. And of course, Mike Doble was also the top Masters driver home in 5th place overall. Henry Cook gets 11th place from Wayne Flint in 12th. Then Richard Sutherland 13th, Matt Milson 14th, Russ Cager, Rod Langham, Gregor Pryor, Martin Gansby, Pete Smith and Jonathan Williams round out the top 20 finishers in that particular race. And then from 21st downwards, for the cars that still finished, we had Matt Kendall, Huell Rosenthal from John Robinson, and then Craig Arkell and Tim Seaford, who finished his first Compact Cup race in 25th position. And sadly, we lost Stephen Daly with a mechanical issue, as well as Matt Flowers and as well the 58 of Wilkins. So I can see the top 3 on my opposite screen here have just parked themselves into the top 3 positions, and out clambers Guy Davis in that distinctive purple, pink and yellow machine. And there's lots of celebrations down there, and I think we can even show you on those screen very shortly, because I know that Richard O'Neill is down there to have a chat to the Tote. Hopefully we do get to have a chat to one very happy, I'm sure, Guy Davis, as he breaks the Mikey Doble win streak for 2022, and what a fine way to do it. Let's see if we can hear our top 3 from Richard down there in the pit lane.
Thanks very much, Scott. Yeah, down here, Guy was very cool. He just checking the tyre pressures on the congratulations from lead Indy. So let's get you over here. Guy, got to get you over here for the signal for the camera. But many congratulations. Is that your first ever win?
It is, yeah.
Many congratulations. What a pleasure to be able to do that, and well taken.
Yeah, it was really good. On Friday, didn't think I would have the pace, but gradually throughout today, it's come to me.
Mikey's won all the races coming into this weekend, so I guess he's the target for everybody to try and beat. But did you think you could do it today?
I mean, if I was patient enough, I thought that the opportunity would come. I was behind him for quite a while, but didn't want to do anything too risky, and then it happened. It was tricky to stay ahead, but just needed to hit my marks and finish it, really.
You know what they say, once you get the first one, the rest will follow. But hopefully for us, what will follow is more great racing, because that was a thrilling race to watch.
Thank you very much.
Many congratulations. Guy Davis, well done. First win. We've got the second place driver here, Mikey Doble, so get Mikey over. Mikey, you're probably going to think I'm a bad omen, but second position, from where I'm standing, not a bad result. Fastest lap, pole position. We'll do the handshake. Many congratulations. Good to see you. And tough race.
Yeah, absolutely. Still pleased with the result, to get fastest lap and a second place and beat my main championship rival Lee. It's a good result all round, you know. Well done to Guy. I mean, he drove impeccably in that race, very clean. Hope for more tomorrow.
Yeah, I've got to say, the respect you were giving each other on track, watching the stream there was great. There was, I don't think, any danger of you two coming together and taking each other off. Absolute pleasure to watch. And for you, of course, all about championship points now.
Yeah, I mean, to win a championship, you've got to be consistent, and you've sometimes got to evaluate the risk and whether it's worth actually, you know, risking for a win if second's good enough. So just wanted to bring the car home in one bit, and got 2 more races tomorrow, try and win them.
And then some more next weekend, I know, because you take part in the Ginettas that we commentate on. You've got to go to Croft next weekend. I know you were tested there in the week. And how do you find time to run the business?
Something I still haven't worked out yet, but
you're right to enjoy yourself while you can, don't get me wrong.
It's stressful enough when we're there, so it's nice to come away at a place like Anglesey, you know, beautiful location, do some car racing and enjoy ourselves.
Dad won the Masters, I think.
Oh, excellent. I'm going to tell him to be a little bit more aggressive on the first lap for tomorrow's race, because I was hoping for him to be a bit further up than that and standing here, but we'll have that debrief in a bit.
Sounds good. Mikey, we'll let you catch up with preparation for tomorrow. Well done. Good to see you on the podium. Congratulations. Have a word with Lee Dendy Saddle. I know we're getting the come on that we've got the Fiestas on track, and here's a driver that I used to commentate on Fiestas years ago. Lee, great to see you making the transition to BMWs and a podium, and you were closing in on those guys at the end.
I was. Their fight helped me catch up, but I wasn't staying with them for the first half of the race. Definitely didn't make the most of being on pole. Terrible start, but I was closing back in at the end, as you say. I got into the fight, but they were just a little bit too quick today. And it looked like a fun battle. I wanted to be part of it.
What happened with the start?
Oh, I think dropped the clutch a bit too much wheel spin, and off they went.
But with pole and the pace obviously catching them up, you know that the rest of the meeting you've got the opportunity to get back on terms.
The pace is there for sure, yeah. I did the same lap time during the race as I did during qualifying, so the pace is there. Consistency, I think, was a bit of a problem for me today, but I'll work on that, have a look at the footage and see where the gains are to make sure that isn't the case tomorrow, so I can fight for a win.
Obviously you enjoyed your Fiesta racing, because I think you were with that for quite a while, and great to see you staying with Brscc and moving up into these.
Yeah, absolutely. The Fiestas were a lot of fun. I probably would have stayed with them if I hadn't crashed right at the end of the last season that I did. Made the transition to adjust from front wheel drive to rear wheel, but I'm there now. I'm there or thereabouts anyway.
Certainly are. Well done on pole, well done on third, and we'll see you on the podium again tomorrow. Lee Dendy Saddler there taking third place, Mikey Doble in second, and Guy Davis a first time winner. That's what these race days are all about, plus some great racing that we saw from them. We've got Fiestas coming on to track now, so time to hand you back once again to Scott Woodward in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Richard. And indeed, we do have 4 Fiestas out on circuit, because it's time for the first of 3 races for the Vinyl Detail STXR Challenge. Another brilliant championship, which mainly sees itself race around northwestern venues like Anglesey. It's the first time they've been back to Anglesey since 2019 for many obvious reasons due to the pandemic and any restrictions that the Welsh government have put in place. But good to have them back, and it's good to Anglesey. It's good to have another excellent entry of cars in the mix. So for the Vinyl Detail STXR Challenge, just to be clear, these cars don't bear any resemblance to any of the Brscc Fiesta Championship cars that we have. Of course, these are Fiesta ST150s mostly in this track, but they are more Group N specs. They're not a different specification to those that run in the Fiesta Championship. They're very cost effective to run, very good series, and of course lots of very competitive drivers in this championship. Drivers who come from the likes of pickups and Porsche racing to try and race these cars as well. Even a couple of the drivers have been involved in some Fun Cup teams as well. There's some different cars and companies take part in this. Lots of new drivers coming in all the time. It's not just STs on the grid. You can see there's a Sol Escort XR3i, and it has at the wheel of it no less than the reigning champion, which is Chris Jones. He decided to wheel out his old school XR3i and take it from his championship winning ST150. I'm certain that's a move to encourage more XRs on the grid. Of course, it'd be nice to get a lot more XRs on the grid, and hopefully we will do, because there are XR classes out there for the ever popular cult favourites of the hot hatch kingdom, such as the Ford Fiesta XR2i and the Ford Escort XR3i as well. Plenty of good cars in the mix that can take part in those classes, but the bulk of the entry is these Group N equivalent spec Fiesta ST150s on the grid, so we're looking forward to seeing a strong run for them. So last time out, we saw them for the first time this season at Alton Park. Since then, they've been out to race at one of their 2 away day meetings at Snetterton, and at Snetterton we saw 2 victories for Michael Blackburn, who is the car that starts on pole position for this first race of the weekend. And he starts, and we'll get to the grid very quickly in a second as they start to line up. So quick look at the points coming into the weekend for STXR Challenge. And at the top of the points now, thanks to capitalising on the absence of some that were sadly unable to make it to Snetterton, was Mike Blackburn. So he now leads the way with 77 points in the overall standings. So Chris Grimes with 72, then Sam Beckett on 69, and Mark Blunt just behind on looks like 58 points in 4th place. And Matt Pimlett and Chris Chisnell are tied on 47 points at the moment. And then the highest placed XR car is the only car that's raced so far, which is Ian Billington. That's the car that raced back at Alton Park. So the grid for this first race very quickly as they come round to form up. It is Michael Blackburn on pole position with Sam Beckett alongside him on the second row of the grid. And he's followed by Daniel Robinson and Mark Blunt on the second row. So it's car 55 Michael Blackburn and number 96 Sam Beckett on the front row. But it's Daniel Robinson 169 and Mark Blunt number 3. Then Chris Grimes and Luke Woodward, Matthew Pimlett and Chris Flynn, Clive Chisnell and Chris Lindley, Chris Jones and his XR3i alongside Adam Bissell, and then Richard Steele and Ron Lofstadt. So 14 cars, 15 minutes, and the first of 3 races for the Vinyl Detail STXR Challenge all set to get underway. Red lights are up. Quite a long hold bit today for these red lights, but they will go at any second now, and away they go. It's a good start from Polster to Blackburn. Not such a good start initially from, looks like Sam Beckett, a bit sluggish off the line. It now puts him under threat from both Chris Grimes and Mark Blunt into turn 1. Come up through a left-hander, up towards the banking for the first time, and here they go, side by side, down towards the complex. And Chris Grimes tries to get the car stopped, almost made contact. They're 3 abreast behind them as they go through the banking. Oh, and there's contact back there. That's Chris Flynn getting in touch with the high car from the Ten Sport Performance team. Another one of his teammates also getting involved. That's the middle lane garage car. Couldn't quite catch the number. It's the... No, I'll look at the numbers in a second when they come past the camera in a second. Meanwhile, 6 for the lead already. We've got Mark Robinson in second, Michael Blackburn in the lead. Mark Blackburn in second place. It's 3 abreast for third as Chris Grimes, Matt Pimblett and Sam Beckett go at it. And also giving a watching brief is Adam Bissell too there in 6th position. So a good start for Adam. They pile into the complex here at Rocket. Lots of activity going on with these guys so far. But no, that's Luke Woodward, in fact, not Adam Bissell. Adam's just there in 7th place in the similar liveried car to that of Luke Woodward, both from the same team. They've got the same graphical motif on that car, but instead of the main colour being green for Luke Woodward, it's purple. Looks like Neil Chisnell, Chris Chisnell, sadly pulled to halt. I think that's a result of the contact he had on the exit. That's the higher car for 10 Sport Performance. Now he's pulled that off onto the inner short circuit that connects the exit of Church Corner back onto the pit straight for the shorter circuit. They want 2 in! That's 2 more 10 Sport cars involved, and Luke Woodward's made contact. Chris Grimes and Sam Beckett come together. Luke Woodward had nowhere to go, and unfortunately we've got 3 very damaged cars down at the hairpin. That's not what we wanted to see. And I fear that might be at the very least a safety car, and if those cars can't get going, I'm afraid to say it might even be a chance for a red flag. I hate to say it, but if those cars can't get moving, we might have to stop this race. So the cars make their way through. Chris Grimes, you can see, he's moving in the car. The main concern is in all these cars is that all the drivers are okay. We can see Chris Grimes clambering out of the car. It looked to me as if simply Sam Beckett was taking the corner. Chris Grimes looked maybe a little bit too ambitious and couldn't get the car stopped. Classed it into the side of his teammate. And as a result, it left Luke Woodward with nowhere to go because the stationary car of Chris Grimes then got the 10 Sport car that was left stationary and sideways in the middle of the road was just left Luke Woodward a sitting duck to hit him, I'm afraid. So that's unfortunate. There were the 2 teammates who just having a conversation about what happened. But the main thing is that initially they are getting out. They all will go, I'm certain, to the medical centre to get checked over by the chief medical officer. They're still racing a little bit towards the other flags and boards, but the safety car has been deployed, so should be running at a slightly more reduced pace. But at the moment, it seems as though that some of them either haven't seen the board or they're still continuing to race until they get to the safety car. Either way, this actually prompts the first appearance of the weekend so far from the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car. And a big thank you to Run Your Fleet, who of course are club partners and associates. Of course, Run Your Fleet is a leading provider of fleet management when it comes to companies managing a fleet of cars. And they do a wide range of different products and different solutions to be able to do that. So be sure to head to runyourfleet.com to get all the information on that one. So safety car deployed there, which gives us a chance to catch our breath a little bit and to just kind of break down not only what happened, but also how that's shaken out the order, because it has shaken things up quite a bit. So Michael Blackburn then holds the lead from pole position, and as I kind of anticipated, very sadly, we've got a red flag because there are stationary cars at the international hairpin, which both drivers have walked away from, and of course not under their own power. They're going to have to be recovered, and so because of that, the race has unfortunately had to be stopped. So red flags all around the circuit, and the cars will form up, park up on the grid, and then once we've got them back there, there's a couple have gone. I think cars have gone beyond the pit straight. Are going to have to circulate again because the red flags came out after they'd passed the start and finish line. So that's particularly the top 3 cars at the moment, which is Michael Blackburn, Mark Blunt, and Adam Bissell. But they are at least being picked up now by the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car. So as you can see, the marshals stopping the remaining cars on the grid, and that will mean that now looking at how many laps we've completed. How many laps have we completed? So we haven't completed, so what will happen is, the rule with a red flag is that if you red flag the race before the end of the second lap, before 2 laps have been completed, the grid will revert to its original order. So in that instance, it will be Mike Blackburn back on pole position again, but we will miss both Chris Grimes and Sam Beckett. So both of those cars will not be on the grid for that restart. It will essentially mean that Chris Grimes will leave 5th position blank, and there'll be no car next to Michael Blackburn on the front row of the grid. So it will be Michael Blackburn on pole on his own by going by knowledge of the prior knowledge of the regulations, and then it should be Daniel Robinson and Mark Blunt on the second row, and then Chris Grimes, when they regrid them, will not be present, and so it'll be Luke. And a question mark could be over Luke Woodward as well, because he was involved in that incident too, and did take quite a clatter into the side of the Tensport Performance car that was sideways after the initial contact. I think they've sent out the the Anglesey Mini course car as well to go out and observe the incident, as the Jaguar leads them around on the lap. In terms of time, we're actually running a little bit ahead of schedule because we're roughly about 10 minutes ahead. So this extra time, it will eat into the advantage that's been built up. But because of even so, it does mean that the recovery of these cars is going to have to be relatively quite swift in order to get this race back on time and to be able to ensure that we can begin the main event of today's racing at Anglesey, which is the 4.5-hour Silver Lake C1 Racing Club into the night race at Anglesey on time. It's scheduled to start at 6:30, and that's going to run for 4.5 hours until 11 o'clock. So that is obviously going to be in the back of minds of many of the officials here this weekend, so far today. But very quick and efficient work from the marshals and the recovery teams, because already Sam Beckett's car is being loaded onto the back end. I can see that I think that is one of our officials just down there observing the incident. So Sam Beckett's car just being recovered onto the back of the truck, and the next recovery will then be that of Chris Grimes' car, and I think Sam Beckett just contemplating what happened in that sequence of events. There you can see both Mark Blunt and Adam Bissell's cars have been stopped, and just parked behind them is the safety car, the Jaguar safety car, which travels the length and breadth of the country to be the safety car, or in some cases the course car for events, because it was the course car for the 2021, for this year's C1 24-hour race at Silverstone, and did its duty there. And hopefully get restarted fairly soon. It looks that the clock is reset to 15 minutes, but I'm not sure, maybe to save time, if they're possibly going to run a shorter race in order to make sure that we're not eating too much of the advantage that we've built up. Although the benefit of running ahead of time is that it means that if you do have incidents, you have time to play with to be able to make the recoveries. And you're not so pressed for time that you're worrying about possibly eating into other championships track time. So I know clubs like the Brscc are, in the most positive way possible, like I can state this, ruthlessly efficient in making sure that not only do events run smoothly, but they can run as ahead of time as possible. That's why when you look at the timetable, it always says these events are, the timetable is always provisional, because it can always change based on whether they're running ahead of time or running behind time because of particular incidents or particularly being efficient, that races can be done one after the other in quick succession. So some clearing up down of some of these debris being swept away down at the international hairpin. Sam Beckett's car is now on the flatbed. If you're watching on the stream, then you can see that the low loader has loaded up Sam Beckett's car and is being taken back to the paddock. So that, if they can work on that overnight, and I know the STXR paddock will work diligently between each other to help each other out to get that car fixed, if they can get both cars fixed, if they can, and get them on the grid for tomorrow's race. And that might mean that some teams might have to loan or provide parts that spare parts they might have available, just to be able to lend a hand, and even just to pull the car apart and put it back together again so it works as it should. So there is Chris Grimes' car, and a rather pensive Chris looking on and just wondering about the sequence, wondering about what what on earth happened out the hairpin? So it looks like, as efficiently as ever, and I mean that in the most genuinely the most sincere and non-sarcastic way possible. I can guarantee that. They're already starting to grid the cars back up again for this restart of race 1 of the weekend for the Vinyl Detail STXR Challenge. And as I suspected, they are going to line them up in their original grid order, because as I mentioned, the rule states that if a race is red flagged within the first 2 laps or before 2 laps is completed, then the grid for the restart will revert back to the original result from qualifying. So, or the original result based on qualifying results from race 1 or the previous race's result for the 2nd or 3rd races consecutively. So that will mean that Michael Blackburn, as I mentioned, will start on pole position again, but this time he'll do so solo on his own. So this kind of gives the cars behind a bit more of a clearer run off the line, particularly Mark Blunt, who'll start in 4th on the grid alongside Daniel Robertson, because he will have no Sam Beckett in front of him, and that will mean that he has quite a clear and spacious run down towards turn 1. Now, provided he can hold on to the position, depending on if anyone else behind him makes as good a start, if not better, they might be able to beat him down towards turn 1 and make the pass stick. So Michael Blackburn on pole, no Sam Beckett on the front row alongside him, as his car is now back in the paddock on a low loader. The 2nd row of the grid, Daniel Robinson and Mark Blunt. Then it's where Chris Grimes' car would have been, is in 5th position. Now I can't see Luke Woodward's car either. I was looking at the grid there as we continue to observe Chris Grimes' car being recovered. And again, hopefully the team will be able to at least they will put as much work as possible to get that car out for tomorrow. But hopefully the work isn't all for nothing. But because it would be hopeful, I'm hopeful that both cars can get back out there. It might be some simple fixes and a couple of changes of suspension parts and some bumpers, but it might be some more internal damage that we haven't seen yet. So because sometimes while a car might not look very damaged, it can have internal incident damage, which can prove much more tricky to try and fix. And sometimes it's the other way around. If a car has an accident and it looks quite substantial, but mechanically the car is still quite sound, it's just mainly the bodywork damage and the structure's taken the brunt of the damage and not caused too much incident or weakness, then it's quite easy to fix and get it back out there. So fingers crossed that both Sam Beckett and Chris Grimes will be able to get those ST150s back out on the grid once more. So just a reminder then of the classes at STXRs. As I say, the majority of the cars in the field are in the ST class, and that is for these Group N equivalent specification for Fiesta ST150s. Again, not to be confused with any specifications of cars in the Brscc Fiesta Championship. Different championship and a different set of rules. And these cars are relatively cost effective, and quite a few drivers that have been racing over the last few years in the XRs, whether it's the Escort XR3Is or the Fiesta XR2s, have been transitioning in the last couple of years over into the STs. Some because they want to experience the faster car and they want to get themselves a new challenge. Some they feel that's a necessity to keep themselves competitive at the front, but at the same time the XRs are competitive in their own right, and I've seen some fantastic battles between the XR categories, and there was a time when the XRs were pace-wise faster than the STs. It tends to be sometimes the right drivers can bring them along, unlock the right amount of pace to make these STs as quicker than the XRs at any point. The XR category is a combination of 2 standalone categories that we had, which was the XRs, the XR2, Fiesta XR2s and the Escort XR3Is. And so they've come together into one class together. There are kind of separate subclasses, still A, B and C, etc. But they tend to kind of be all under one XR banner, XR category. And then you have the STs, of course, which are self-explanatory in many cases. So whilst we still look at the car Chris Grimes being recovered, quick note on the next upcoming rounds for the STXR Challenge. The next rounds after Anglesey are going to be at another away round, Donington Park, which is where they finished their 2021 season in November. So hopefully we'll see a few more XRs head out for that one. Cabell Park in Lincolnshire is always a favourite with the STXR, so they will be hoping to have a good time down there in around about roughly August time. Then they head across to Croft in North Yorkshire for 3 more races, and they'll finish the season at their old favourite haunt, Alton Park. That'll be in October, where they'll finish the 2022 season. And hopefully we'll get some, the hope is to get some really nice turnouts for those meetings. So if you are an STXR driver and you're looking to do a couple of races this year, then by all means head on to the brscc.co.uk website and find out how you can enter. Also be able to get in touch with the STXR Challenge and their ever dedicated coordinator David Fairclough, who puts a lot of hard work and effort into putting this championship together, and I know there's a lot of people that appreciate all the work that he does, so credit to David for essentially helping the championship transition into a new era when it's moved through from solely just being XRs moving into the first couple of STs joining the grid, and then that's slowly built and built over the last couple of years until we've got the majority of the grid now running in this ST class. Should also take a note that in northwestern circles, whilst we're waiting for this race to get back underway, there is a recently announced this week invitational race for Super Classic Pre-99 Formula Fords, which is the return of the Moose Trophy. I understand it's named after a race driver whose name I have to admit escapes me right now, but his nickname, for reasons only I guess only his friends and colleagues would know, was Moose. And so the Moose Trophy has been run previously for Formula Fords in a different type of format, and that's taking place again on July 23rd. So if you're looking forward for that, then be sure to get in touch. But that's Formula Fords. We'll talk about that another time, maybe later on in the C1s. We've got a bit of a period in between that we can have a chat about some more general stuff, because we're back to on-track running but for the Vinyl Detail STXR Challenge. The remaining cars after that incident between Sam Beckett, Chris Grimes and Luke Woodward are making their way around onto their formation lap again. So as I mentioned, the cars that do not take the start for this second start are Sam Beckett, car 96, 81 Chris Grimes and 26 Luke Woodward. We will essentially have a blank third row, I'm afraid. And also Michael Blackburn, pole sitter, solo on the front row of the grid as well. So here's a recap then of the grid. It is Michael Blackburn in the blue car here with the orange Tiger style stripes on the driver's right front corner. And he starts on pole position solo on the front row, as we say, no Sam Beckett. Then it's Daniel Robinson and Mark Blunt on the second row of the grid together. A completely clear third row. There's no Chris Grimes on the restart, neither is there Luke Woodward. Although I think Luke Woodward's damage, whatever he sustained, wasn't substantial to put him out on the spot. It allowed him to trickle back to the pit lane and to at least have it, at least have the team immediately go to work on it. So that's a bonus in that sense. Row 4 is Matthew Pimlett and Chris Flynn, and that's ahead of Chris Chisholm might not take the start either, because he also pulled up on the opening lap after he made contact with one of his colleagues. Then we have Chris Lindley in car number 2, who I think might be solo on row 5. Row 6 is going to be 28 Adam Bissell and Chris Jones in the Soul Escort XR3i. He's the last year's overall and class ST, the ST class champion in the championship. That was the wheel, of course, of an ST 150, but he's jumped back into his trusty old XR3i to get in there. As I said, trusty as in T-R-U-S-T-Y, not a similar sounding word with a different first letter, but trusty. And then it's one that served him well over the last few years. He's been a multiple champion in the XR3Is, if memory serves me right. And then he'll start alongside Adam Bissell in car 28, and then Richard Steele and Ron Lofstadt will round out the remaining cars. So I make that we've lost, sadly, 4 cars from this lineup. So the remaining 10 will carry on for another restart, and I think they're going for another 15 minutes. So the spare time that they had has allowed them to clear up pretty efficiently, and so that will mean I think we're going to get a full 15-minute restart, which is quite pleasing to see. So the remaining cars form up onto the grid, and we'll try again this one, shall we? It's take 2 of the start of race 1 of the weekend for the Vinyl Detail STXR Challenge. The 5-second board goes up again, and Michael Blackburn will be, I'd like to think, unchallenged off the line here for this second start. The red lights are up any second now. They go out now. It's a clear start from Blackburn. And also, as I predicted, Mark Blunt gets a fly from the second row. He's got no cars around him listed in front of him to try and challenge him on the run towards turn 1. And he's going around the outside and has taken the lead into turn 1. So Mark Blunt, with a flyer off the second row of the grid, took advantage of the missing Sam Beckett to use the clear track and just charged past Michael Blackburn down the outside. And he leads, exiting the banking towards the right-hander at Church for the first time. So, Blunt leads, Blackburn second, Pimlet's up to third. Then fourth place behind him is 169 Daniel Robertson. So he's the car, I think, that made contact with Chris Chisnell on the first lap, I think, because I recognise the colour scheme. Then it's fifth place for 23, which is Chris Flynn. Further back you see 84 and 2 having a battle already in this early stage. So into the complex come the leaders. As Daniel Robertson three-wheels his way into the first part of Rocket. He's now the threat from Chris Flynn in 23. Adam Bissell's now back there in 6th position. Chris Jones is there in 7th, running well in the XR3 off the line. So it's Blunt that leads, Blackburn 2nd, Pimlet 3rd, Robinson 4th, and Chris Flynn 5th, and Adam Bissell 6th. That's the order as they come out of Peel and up towards the complex for the first time on the restart. And Mark Blunt, if anything, is not just past Michael Black, but he's pulling away from him at this point, down towards the international hairpin for the first time they go. So Blunt, then it's Blackburn, Pimlet, Robinson, Flynn, Bissell. Up into 7th place has gone Chris Jones in that sole Escort XR3i. He's made a couple of decent spots. He started essentially back in 11th on the grid, but of course with 4 cars missing in front of him, he was effectively starting 7th. So he's technically not lost any places from his actual physical order on the grid. So the end of the first lap, trouble free, and it's Mark Blunt who leads, heading through turn 1. And the gap is 3/4 of a second or so between Blunt and Blackburn. And a battle developing here now, early doors, between Chris Flynn in the 23 car and the 28 car of Adam Bissell. If I'm correct, I think Chris Flynn's car, if I'm right, I think that is the ex-Justin Roberts car that's been racing the championship before. But it's now being passed at the moment by Adam Bissell, who only joined the championship about a season or so ago, but has steadily picked up some pace and gained a bit more confidence, which is good to see. Turn their way up through School Corner again, side by side. After the initial pass from Adam Bissell, Chris Flynn decides, no, I'll give it position. Hold on to that if you don't mind. So now Chris Flynn's also in that battle, and he's having to defend also from Chris Lindley in car number 2, and the 84 car behind also, which is of Steele. Making their way to the complex of Richard Steele and Chris Lindley battling away with that Sol XR3i, the defending ST champion no less. As our top 4 turn in through the international hairpin. And again, dive up the inside for number 2, and that's Chris Lindley up into looks to be 7th position at the expense of Chris Jones. But Jones is fighting back here, and he might be an older XR3i, but these older cars can still move it and shake it as much as the newer ones. Now, Michael Blackburn, meanwhile, is giving Mark Blunt the real push. In fact, is that Mark Blunt in trouble? Oh, Mark Blunt from the lead pulls off onto the side of the road on the pit straight. Oh, that's gutting. Mark Blunt had such a great start, got into the lead, and unfortunately, trouble strikes for the leader. So Mark Blunt pulls to the side. That is absolutely heart-wrenching. I don't think Mark Blunt has actually won a race so far in STXR, so if he'd been able to keep at the front, that could have been a possible first win, and that will be absolutely dejecting for him. Such a shame. So, leaders meanwhile have Michael Blackburn, and I wonder for a second why Michael Blackburn was tapping the back end of Mark Blunt's car, but it looks like simply the simple explanation for that is because Mark Blunt's car simply didn't have any power. It looked like as though either everything just switched off or it just didn't have any power and wasn't accelerating. So whether it's a mechanical issue, something maybe something like a drive shaft has snapped, or possibly if something electrical has caused the car to ground to a halt, I'm not sure. These three are having a great scrap meanwhile, so it looks like on the silver linings of this race so far, and that is that this three-way scrap is having a great step. And look at that, up the inside for 3 wide almost goes Richard Steele, but Chris Lindley holds the outside line. Chris Jones holds off the pair of them and says, if you want to come past me, guys, you're going to have to try much better than that, because I know all the tricks in the book here. And he's certainly putting them all to good use. International hairpin. Blackburn, Pimlet, Robinson, that's the top 3. Battle for 4th now between Chris Flynn and Adam Bissell, and then behind them, this is now for 7th again. This is between Jones, Lindley and Steele. Yeah, the car we've got on the track, I think, is Ron Lofstad. So, in fact, Mark Blunt's course has not been recognised yet as having retired because he crossed the line as he was starting to pull up. So he showed as completed the last lap 6th, but of course he did stop. There it is, unfortunately. And Mark's, I think, sensibly staying in the car for the moment until maybe the end of the race, which is, I think, in terms of safety, probably possibly one of the safest things he can do, because obviously getting out of the car has its risks as well. But I think he should be just keeping himself in situ and not wanting to make any sudden movements. Just under 9 minutes to go in this STXR Challenge race. Championship mainly visits more northern and northwest-based venues like Anglesey and like Alton Park. Of course, they do go to Croft. They went to Knock Hill last year, which is quite exciting away day for them. But they're running quite north. Daniel Robertson gets out onto the dirt and gets very sideways and gathers it all back together again. But he's lost a couple of car lengths to Matthew Pimblett as a result. And also seeing Daniel Robertson start to gain some time 1 and 2. There is Daniel Robertson, forgive me. See Chris and Andy Bissell close in. I would say they're closing in. They look too happy fighting amongst each other to do that, or to care about anything other than battling amongst each other. Instead of trying to catch Robinson, who is in full flow with his mistakes at the moment. Back to the international hairpin once again. 8 minutes left on the clock. Still no change in the order for 4th at the moment. Well, actually, I'll probably stand corrected. It looks like Andy Bissell did get past Chris Flynn, but of course the meaning of that is simply that there's been no change in the order since that pass, so it's remained as it was. Michael Blackburn sets the fastest lap of the race on 50.047 for Michael. I think actually Mark Blunt has vacated that car because I can't see him behind the wheel of it anymore. So he's obviously found a quiet point in the track when everyone is away from that part of the circuit on a lap. And decided to clamber back in. Blackburn 3.5 seconds to the good now as he heads up towards school. Daniel Robinson, the pilot station in 3rd place. Keeping Pimblett quite honest here in the Red Tree construction sponsored car. Red Tree also one of the series sponsors and partners of the STXR Challenge. Good to have them on board, as there are several of course. Lee Barron Limited on the front number plate of Chris Jones's car, and of course also a Tyre sponsors Final Detail. You can see their logo and brand text is splashed all across the front windscreen strip. 6.25 minutes left to go in this first STXR Challenge race. That pitches the car in through the hairpin. On the power, start to move up the order. Stop they go, and it looked like Pimblett was possibly going to struggle turning in there because he had to go to the inside line, and taking the typical racing line, Robertson was going to try and get through. Now I don't think there's yellow flags down there at the run towards turn 1.
No.
So if this pass does happen, then it certainly should be able to stand, I think. Yeah, there's no yellow flags I can see on where the instance being shown on camera 1, which is the static camera on the pit straight. So it looked like as though that if Robertson had made that loose stick, he would have been able to get away with that without any worry of a penalty. But Michael Blackburn picking up where he left off from Seston and certainly marking himself out as a championship favourite. He's someone who has come from XR3Is, moved into the ST in the last couple of seasons, taken them pretty quickly. His first appearance at STXR, I think it was 2020. Got on quite a decent challenge in 2021 and scored a few strong results, including a couple of podiums. Jones, defending champion in the Escort XR3i. Good to have one of those back out on the grid, as it is also to see, as it also is whenever we see Fiesta XR2s as well. So we hope that more of them will be encouraged to come out, and it'll be good to see a few more XR2s and XR3is to boost the grid even more, because of course the more cars we have on the grid, the better. The race that we have had from them has been quite exceptional anyway, so for the most part. It was quite tight off the exit of the corner there, and that gave Daniel Robinson not only the great momentum off the turn, but the chance to pull alongside. Look at that, in a straight line, just off the corner alone. Robinson was able to pull himself alongside into the left-hander, and through the bus stop he goes into what is now third position, so third place in the order. 3 3/4 minutes left on the play clock still to go. There goes Blackburn, and now we wait. And then we find our second and third place cars. So also noticed that Richard Steele has pitted, so issues for Richard, I'm afraid. And in fact, this actually now changes a bit more, because it's now Daniel Robinson to second place and Matt Pimblett down to third. So Robinson, who I'm not sure might be related to Mark Robinson, who's been a former XR champion himself and an ST front runner in the past. His number was usually something along the lines of number 69, so 169. In fact, the cut delivery looked quite similar to anything that Mark had before. Looks like that they are definitely related in that sense. 2 minutes and how long? 45 left to go in this final detail STXR challenge race. The lead gap at the moment is 6.3 seconds, and the gap between second and third is about 6/10 between Robinson and Pimblett. That's Chris Flynn. Seeing on the stream there in 5th position in the number 23 car, the ex-Justin Roberts machine. Chris Lindley 6th. Jones in 7th place, Hofstad in 8th. Mark Blunt, classified as 10th in this result. So down towards the bus stop again for another lap. This will be completing lap 7 in the books. They're going to get, I think, this and one more lap on top of this one. So now the leader's gone through. And the leading cars are doing 1 minute 50s at the moment, exactly. So 150s, 151s at this stage. Michael Blackburn beautifully turns his way through the hairpin, and now grabs another couple of gears and takes it towards Church. And he turns in, and this is looking like, touch wood, a relatively straightforward run to the flag for Michael. Let's not get too premature with the celebrations. There's always a lap and a half to go, and anything can happen in motorsport, and it tends usually to happen quite often, and that tends to happen quite often, the unexpected. Just want to see how this one plays out. Chris Flynn there carrying on in 5th position. Here's a scrap now for 6th place. Chris Jones on the left in the white and blue Escort XR3i. Chris Lindley in car number 2, and one of the relative newcomers to the STXR Challenge, going up against one of the most successful in terms of championships, whether it's class or overall. So Chris Jones is no stranger, at least in terms of race wins. One of the more successful drivers in recent years is Chris Jones. There's good scrap here with number 2, Chris Lindley, as they come down towards the left-hander at the corkscrew. Still Blackburn leads it by 6.2 seconds, but he's going to come across the line to start the last lap. He's coming down the back straight towards the bus stop to end the penultimate lap and start the final one as he turns in through the left-hander and now puts the car back onto the pit straight to get the last lap board. Daniel Robertson will pick up 4th in 2nd place, and Pimblett 3rd, and Adam Bissell is a little bit further back, matching lap times with Pimblett, but he currently is, looks like 10, yeah, he's about 1.9 seconds behind, so not quite in striking range at this point. Blackburn then turning in through the right-hander, and now the sprint through the complex. So, again, Aaron Bissell. And, oh, I think we're spotting on the cameras. I think we've lost someone on screen. And there, yes, we've lost Matthew Pimlett, I'm afraid. So, Matthew Pimlett was running a strong third place, battling with Daniel Robinson, but I'm afraid his car's also succumbed to mechanical gremlins. So the 24 car off the road at the start of the final lap, unfortunately. And that means that not only will Daniel Robinson keep second place, it promotes Adam Bissell up to third place now. He'll be pleased with the overall podium for that one. But Michael Blackburn heads towards the international hairpin for the final time in today's STXR Challenge race. Turns his way, pitches it right, goes through 180 degrees, and then puts the power back on up the other side, and will then shoot down towards the bus stop for the final time. Daniel Robinson in the background there in second place. Bit of an eventful first race for the championship today, but Michael Blackburn keeps his win streak, and he'll look to try and keep it up for the rest of the weekend. Up to the checkered flag he comes. Michael Blackburn takes victory in race number 1 of the weekend for the Final Detail STXR Challenge. He cruises across the line, lights ablaze. Save for Daniel Robinson. He'll be pleased with second place that, and takes the fastest lap of the race on the last lap as well. And also, a good result, a mega result for Adam Bissell. That's a podium for him as well. Third place too. Fourth will go to Chris Flynn. Fifth will now go to Chris Lindley, and sixth place will go to Chris Jones. So fourth, fifth and sixth were pretty much the Chris positions, as in fourth for Chris Flynn, fifth for Chris Lindley, sixth for Chris Jones. So good stuff from them all round. And then we now get into the rest of the only last finisher we have, I think, is Ron Lofstadt, I think, who's quite far back, but he will come across the line and take the flag in due course. So, a rather eventful first race for STXR Challenge, it does have to be said, but I'm certain that all the cars that have hit strife will be back out on the grid tomorrow, and we'll have another grid back to full strength, and we'll enjoy some more epic STXR Challenge action, and fingers crossed that those involved in incidents earlier in the race that saw the race's stoppage can get them fixed and back out for tomorrow's pair of races to conclude their first visit back to Anglesey in 3 years. So Michael Blackburn takes provisional victory in race 1 of the Vinyl Detail STXR Challenge here at Anglesey. Daniel Robertson is second, from Adam Bissell third. Chris Flynn's fourth ahead of Chris Lindley, and then Chris Jones, who's the sole XR home. Ron Lofstadt completes the 7 finishes. We lost Matthew Pimlett, Richard Steele, Mark Blunt, and of course then Sam Beckett, Chris Grimes, and Luke Woodward after their incident at the international hairpin at the first start, and then Chris Chisnell after he made contact with Daniel Robinson on the opening lap, exiting the banking. And as we saw, Daniel Robinson also takes the fastest lap of the race on the final lap as well. So one more sprint race left to go until we get towards the build-up of our main event for Saturday, which is the 4.5 hour C1 Racing Club's Silver Lake C1 Racing Series endurance race, the Into the Night race here at Anglesey, which starts at 6:30 this afternoon or this evening, so roughly around about an hour and 15 minutes time, and then we will have that will run for the next 4.5 hours after that until 11 o'clock at night. So that's something they'll be hoping for to make a good result. Might be a tiny bit of clear up here, and of course people also recognise that we are into quite close time here, because we've then got the final coming up now of the Legends Cars Championship there of today's races. We've had their 2 heats, now it's the final of today's action, and that counts essentially as a round, so to speak, as far as I understand. And then they'll do it all again tomorrow with a qualifying session first thing in the morning, and then 2 more heats throughout the morning and afternoon, and then the final will be later in the afternoon on Sunday as well. So, but there are 1 or 2 cars to retrieve from the circuit. Mark Blunt's car, as you can see, is being lifted off the circuit and loaded up onto the flatbed. Also, Matt Pimlett's car is going to be taken back as well, because that car's parked on the outside of the first corner, right next to the marshal's post. So that car's got to be retrieved back too. But I can also see on the mini camera shots as well that our top 3 have now pulled into park level, into the pit lane behind the Brscc 1, 2, 3 boards that are down in pit lane. And I think we can certainly have a chat with our top 3 and see how Michael Blackburn and co found that one from race 1 of the weekend for the Vinyl Detail STXR Challenge. Let's catch up with the top 3 and with Richard down the pit lane.
Here we go then. So Michael Blackburn's just getting out of the car, undoing the crash helmet, and we'll be able to grab a quick word with our race winner in a moment. Had the fastest lap just up until the last tour of that race. I'll give him the bad news that he didn't get that. Michael, congratulations. I'll drag you over here so we've got a signal and can chat to you. How was your race?
Lonely for most of it. Yeah, Mark made a good start, Mark Blunt, and I made a poor one, and he came, from a few rows back. So just looked after my tyres the first few laps, and I could see he was understeering. So I knew my time had come, and then he started blowing blue smoke out. So I just made sure I wasn't getting covered in oil, and sort of left a little bit of room to the side, and then he pulled over coming onto the start and finish, and then.
Fastest lap though during the race, right up until the last tour, and that youngster nabbed it off you on the last tour.
I could see him closing. I mean, I was cruising a little, but yeah, he's looking good, isn't he?
Yeah, it was a good race from him. Good race from you as well. And same again tomorrow?
I'd like to think so.
Much to do on the car. So how much prep goes on overnight?
Spanner check. The car was handling mint. I can't argue with that. Dan's done fastest lap on the last lap. My setup.
Fair enough. We'll see what happens to. Good to see. We'll leave you to the spoils of victory, which are handed out, and we can get.
Again, apologies for the issues we've had with the pit lane camera. It's certain issues that I'm sure the production felt they had fixed, but it seems that for some reason they continue to persist. So apologies for that. We'll continue working on that one, particularly, of course, for the C1 into the night race that's coming up later this afternoon. We might be able to possibly go back, so let's see if we can probably check in with Richard and second place interviewee down in pit lane.
The odds test?
Never done any karting, never done any form of racing. Did my odds test up at Anglesey a few weeks ago, probably about a month ago now. But yeah, other than that, no other experience. A couple of track days, that's it.
And I'm getting a little bit of feedback on the microphone. Which
apologies for the slight feedback that we had on the microphone. This is the stuff that we'll be looking to get nipped in the bud, shall we say, for the C1 24 hour, C1 24 hour into the night race as well. So the cars making their way onto the grid now is for the final race, sprint race of today, and that is our final for the National Legends Cars Championship here at Anglesey. So we've had the two heats, and of course the points then get accumulated up to form up the grid for the National Legends. And so as they now make their way up towards on the formation, it's a rolling lap as it is out of the assembly area. And then grid this race. I'll bring it up on the screen so we can have a look at this one plays out. So let's bring up the grid is for this final. We had a fantastic second race earlier on, which was a great battle towards the front. And Legends final. Here we go. So we've got the grid coming up on my screen here. So the grid then, after all the two race heats that we've had, will look like as follows. So it is Luke Takushis and Florian Robin will start on the front row of the grid together. It's then Dan Clark and Kieran Beattie on the second row of the grid. Mark Beattie and Mike Schlupp on row 3, from Jack Parker and Ollie Schlupp on the fourth row of the grid. It's Gareth Sheridan and Ben Higgins on row 5, followed by Nathan Anthony and Charlie Budd on row 6. Or Charlie Budd and Nathan Anthony. So Florian Robin actually on pole position. So reverse those three positions in terms of first, second, third, fourth, etc. So Robin and Takushis, Beattie and Clark, Schlupp and Beattie, Mike Beattie, Mark Beattie. Ollie Schlupp and Jack Parker, Ben Higgins and Gareth Sheridan, Charlie Budd and Nathan Anthony, Paul Simmons and Luke Simmons on the 7th row of the grid, Nick Bridgman and Chris Brockhurst in the 8th row of the grid, 9th row for Chris Needham and Miles Rudman, and that's then followed by Will Gibson and John Mickle, who were two of the front runners who had that great duel towards the end. And then it's Stuart McAndrew and Len Woodcock in 23rd and 24th position, Bill Reid at the back of the grid. So essentially some of the perceived slower drivers at the front, and it's the faster drivers at the back as they get reverted through, and essentially watch for the faster cars to pick their way through the pack over the next 25 minutes. I thought it was a 20 minutes. It looks like it's actually a final. I think the final actually is going to be 10 laps. So if you think it was a 25 minute race, 10 laps it seems. So it's just a short race, a slightly longer race than the first two, but 10 laps for the final then. So let's see who can pick up the win in the final today for today's racing for the Legends Cars National Championship. It is Florian Robin in the sort of green and black car on the front row of the grid on pole, the two-tone blue car of Cup of Luke Takushis on the front row alongside him. But watch for the likes of Miles Rudman, John Mikel and more behind him back in the pack. The final of today's action of the National Legends is underway here at Anglesey as the 25-strong field pours its way down towards turn 1 for the first time. Who gets the whole shot? It's going to be just about, I think, Luke Takushis. He does hold on. Also to second place, there goes Dan Clark. And down the outside looking for 33. That is Kieran Beattie with a very quick start in the orange car around the banking for the first time. Running wide on the exit was Takushis. Back through now into the lead. It's gone 30. It looks like that was Beattie, I think, or Dan Clark, one of the two. Dan Clark, I think, is up into the leads. They come up through Church, and it is Dan Clark who leads them. So Dan Clark leads. Takushis in second place. Oh, contact to the background. A couple of cars off. One was car number 97. That's a pulsar to Florian Robin. So after he had all the incidents before, that's pushing down the order, and he's also got damage on that car too. So a bit of pushing and shoving in the mid-pack. There's more lockups behind, and more clattering, more damage behind. There's one car spun in the middle pack. Another car goes up, and yeah, that's Miles Rudman. Miles Rudman gets involved. He's carries on. Whether he's got damage or not, I'm not sure. The 3 cars involved. There was another car that spun around along in front of them as well. That was Mike Schlupp, and he was in 6th position. It's all kicking off on this first lap. There's wheels spinning, cars sliding everywhere. They get underway, and John Mickle already not hanging around at all. Straight up the inside, and straight up several positions. I'm pretty certain he's up to around about 8th position already. We'll check his positions as they come towards the end of lap number 1. Still, it's Dan Clark who leads the way. I can see also Nathan Anthony's van-bodied chassis. And one car's pulled off. That's 43, I think, that's pulled off the road. So 43 is Stuart McAndrew, I'm afraid. Stuart out of the race. Oh, what a big lock up, and almost at the back of several cars. There was car 68. That was very lucky. Nick Bridgman, who was on pole for the second heat earlier on, very nearly collected at least one car on the run down towards the bus stop, but he just about got it stopped and out of the way. So a rather energetic start to this final for the National Legends. I'm certain they're going to get more energetic from there. So Jack Parker then hits the front in car 13. He's made a blinder of a start from 8th on the grid. And in the pit lane, I'm afraid, was one of the front runners from Heat 1. That's 98 in the pits, Chris Needham. So Chris Needham, who was around the podium place, he had a problem in race 1 earlier on when he had to put his hand up and let everyone pass. And sadly, he retired from that race and scored very little points, which is the reason why he's quite far down in the order of the pack. 4-way scrap for third going on. So this is now Parker, followed by 14 car Dan Clark. Then we have the 20 car, which is Ben Higgins. I think he's ahead of Kieran Beattie there in car 33. Yes, he is. So the orange car, Kieran Beattie. And the red car against sideways there, that's Steve Whiteleg. He won Heat 1 earlier on today. Lots of jostling for position here. 99 in there too, which is Gareth Sheridan back in there. Anthony, a huge dive up the inside again. John Mickle's at it again. There's no wonder why he's a multiple champion in these drivers, because he takes opportunities and makes moves like that. So John Mickle is up to, when did he start? He started back in 22nd on the grid. And he's already up to, if he can pull off this move round the outside, up to 5th position, if not 6th. Incredible stuff for the multiple-time champion. He really is the master of the National Legends, isn't he? He really is a superb driver, is John, and definitely... Oh, contact to the back front, car number 9's off the road, and that is an incident for Ollie Schlupp. He's got into the barriers. That's an old pit section, and that's car 55. That's the other car starting the front row of the grid. That's Luke Takushis. Oh, and he's come across the road to 66. Oh, well, I have to say that was slightly careless driving there. I think he did have a puncture, yes, but he seemed to move across into the path of Nick Bridgman, and even the puncture, you have to have your awareness around you of cars that could be coming left, right, and centre. Now, the car of Ollie Schlupp is stationary on the back straight before the run towards the bus stop, and I wonder, is that going to prompt the safety car? Well, up the inside goes John Mickle to make the move on Kieran Beattie. That's him up into 4th place. And a lock-up to make it even easier for John Mickle from the 20 car of Ben Higgins. So straight through, 2 cars passed in the space of 1 corner. I have a feeling, though, that Ollie Schlupp out in the car and that car stationary half on off the road, it won't stay green for much longer, I'm afraid. I think at the very least it'll be a safety car. So John Mickle is up to 3rd. And if there is a safety car, it brings both Parker and Clay back into the mix. There are double-waved yellows where Ollie Schlupp's car is. It is off the racing line, essentially, because the cars start moving towards the driver's right to make a move. Speaking of making a move, but there was about to be one for the lead. I think it looks like that Dan Clark held back because he knew that yellow flags were there, so decided not to make the move in there. Also behind them we see that is Beattie and Higgins going side by side for 4th and 5th, but it looks like Beattie recognises he can't make the move stick because there's double-waved yellows. And in fact, as far as I expected there would be the case, the RunYourFleet.com safety car has been deployed to broach the pack back up and allow the marshals and recovery teams time to quickly scoop up the number 9 car of Ollie Schlupp that's gone off midway down the straight towards the final corner. So the Jaguar will pick up race leader Jack Parker. And so the order after 3 laps completed is Jack Parker who leads the way. He was leading by 0.6 of a second at the time of crossing the line. It's then John Mickle in 3rd place. That's followed by Ben Higgins in 4th, Kieran Beattie in 5th, Nathan Anthony in the van body car, the first 4 vans sponsored legend. He's up at the 6th position, so a strong run from him in the early stages. 7th place for car number 99, that's Gareth Sheridan. 8th place for number 51, which is Paul Simmons. 9th place for number 66, which is the Heat 1 winner, Steve Whiteleg. And then we've got the other Beattie, I think that's Mark Beattie in car 85. He rounds out the top 10. As for Miles Rudman, he got caught up in an incident earlier on. And despite that, and seemingly not carrying any damage, he's up to 11th place. He's the black car there with the 2 yellow number 1s that are just either side of the grille. There he is, the defending champion. And he has been in an incident. Doesn't look like it. They do have these little sort of front and rear bump guards, if you want to call them that. At least on the front, on the rear they do. And that's to stop typical high-speed impacts, at least to try and cushion some of the blow if there is. So the safety car leads them round. Again, supplied by RunYourFleet.com, so be sure to check them out for all your company fleet management needs. Pack now just gathered up. I would imagine, given the fact that Legends cars are quite small and quite diminutive, and I mean that in a positive way in terms of how they are, that it shouldn't take too long to recover Ollie Schlupp's car from the scene of the incident, I'd imagine. And Ollie's out of the car as well, so he seems to be perfectly fine on the surface. Typically any incident, they will mandate that they have to go to the medical centre to have a check-up by the Chief Medical Officer on safety grounds purely, because if anything it happens to a driver and it's more internal rather than external, isn't it immediately apparent, it's better to have medical professional check you out rather than that. There is car 43, Stuart McAndrew, who pulled off. I'm not sure if he was involved in the incidents on the first lap at the Rocket Complex, but if he was, then his retirement is a legacy of that. So it's a shame for him. But if he performs well enough tomorrow, he might get another chance at a good run. Stuart, we're all again tomorrow's action. Again, another 2 heats, another final. It will certainly be, I'm sure, 3 more races that we're just entertaining those we've seen so far today. Legends and everything else that's been on the timetable this weekend. But Legends has been a fantastic addition. And as I mentioned right at the top of the programme on the main stream, because I appreciate we've got some people who are joining us via the Legends Championship YouTube and Facebook pages. So for those who are watching on those mediums, then welcome to the coverage. But hopefully you're enjoying it. And it's always nice to see the Legends on a live stream package as well. And you can see live Legends action, which is not something that happens too often, but it's always a privilege when it does. So it's great to have them on board, great to have them in the paddock with us this weekend. I believe, again, from what's understood, it is literally the very first time ever that Legends have appeared on a Brscc timetable. So again, another tiny piece of Brscc history being made this weekend. And again, thrilled to have them. And I believe we do also have them for, I think, another meeting later on this season. I'll need to double check that and maybe report back on that tomorrow. But hopefully, it will be a series that does make at least another appearance on one of the club's timetables in the future, because for those who know Legends anyway, they are quite a special bunch of cars and drivers. Now obviously they're slowing down the pace quite a bit because they realise it is a lap-based race rather than a time-based race. So obviously in some cases the faster the safety car goes, the quicker that the laps get run down. That sounds obvious, I know, but with these particular Legends cars, because it's such a short race in many cases of just 10 laps compared to any other series that might put in 12, 13 or so. The incentive to try and make sure that these cars have as many of those laps available to them as possible, should there be a safety car interruption like the one we have here. They originally existed over in the US, and of course they were brought over. In terms of the specifications of these cars, they're quite impressive little pieces of kit to get involved. They are basically 5/8 scale race cars based on pre-war Ford, Chevy, and Dodge bodies. And there are 8 different body styles that you can choose from, but there are, I guess, there are particular design of Legends body shell which everyone mainly goes for because they find it's more aerodynamic or it's more beneficial. But they do look like dinky little sort of 30s and 40s old school little mini hot rods, which is fantastic. They all run Yamaha 1200 or 1250cc sealed bike engines, 122 brake horsepower. And in terms of the size, their wheelbase is 73 inches. Their overall width is 60 inches, so the wheelbase is longer than the width, obviously. The overall length is about 10'6", so it's only a 10-foot long car, which is quite extraordinary. But that's what makes them so popular to watch, because they are quite nimble and quite fun to race with. So they also run as well an MRF Legends control tyre. They also run coilovers with Bilstein shocks. They run full tube frame chassis with an internal roll cage, 5 FIA approved 5-point harness. In terms of the format, they do run qualifying sessions, but they don't run. It's very similar to how we have the Fun Cup can work as well. And that the qualifying session is just that to actually allow the bit for the car, so that the cars are able to compete and have literally qualified to be able to race. But the times don't actually set anything. What actually sets it is that there is a draw for both heats. How it works is each race is typically between 7 and 12 laps, depending on the circuit length. So here this weekend, for example, it's heats lengths of 8 laps. And because of the unique grid system, the fast and not so fast are mixed together, and that produces quite hectic actions. The quick drivers goes back to the front, which we have seen throughout the course of today's racing so far. And with the final, the grid positions are determined by the points scored in the heats, but the points go backwards. So the best way to describe it is that if you, rather than one person, if they win, finish first, you get 25 points, or second place gets 20. If the number of your position is how many points you score. So if you finish first, you score 1 point. If you finish second, you score 2 points, third 3 points, and so on and so forth, until you get that. And then essentially the grid is decided in order of drivers that have the least number of points based on their previous 2 results. So, for example, if there's a driver who's had a win and a second place compared to someone who's had a second and a third, and it's the first 2 positions, the driver with 3 points would be on pole position, and the driver with 5 points would be alongside the front row alongside him. So any drivers that finish, let's say, 14th twice, will have 28 points, and they start towards the back. So it's a system where it does reward success in the races in order to give the opportunity to start at the front. But what they also do is that again, to read down some more of this, is that yes, they allocate those points, but what they also then do is then they do a complete, I think, reverse grid. So all the highest point scorers start from the back of the grid, and the lowest point scorers start from the front. So that increases the racecraft that you need, level of racecraft that you need as a Legends Cars racer in order to try and work your way through. Because you've seen from drivers like John Mickle come through. He's up to 22nd on the grid. He's up to 3rd now. So and still could possibly go through it and win it. There's an opportunity there for him to do that just now, if this race gets underway in due course. Now they're slowing them up quite substantially, because I think the legend of Ollie Schlupp Legend's car was on the low loader last time we saw it, and it looked like it was just about finished being cleared up. Whereas I think the safety car was trying to go, yes, there we go, the safety car lights are out. It was trying to go as slowly as it was feasibly possible to do without going too slow, in order to allow enough time for the car to start to gather up. And now they've seen that the incident is now cleared. It is now time for the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car to zip off, and it'll peel off into the pit lane. And it will then time for Jack Parker to become the safety car. He now chooses, as everyone forms up in a line behind him, he chooses when to put his foot to the floor and get the race restarted. Everyone else has to follow his lead. No one else can accelerate and get racing again until he decides the race is back underway. He goes right to the edge of the circuit, tries to square off the corner, and puts his form right to the firewall as he gets across the line. So we have got 4 laps to go in this final of today's action for the Legends Cars Championship with MRF Tyres. Jack Parker then leads the way off the restart. Dan Clark is in second place. And as they now make their way up towards the end of the complex at Church, now down the back straight, this is now a good chance here for John Mickle to have a run here for second place, and here he comes. So up the inside he goes. He won't even get the lead here. It's 3 abreast of the lead. John Mickle gets 2 for the price of 1 in towards School Corner. Sweeps in front, under brakes. Thanks very much. I'll take the lead. Goodbye, I'm gone. That was superb restart, and I had a feeling that John would do something like that. He was pretty racy on the restart, and to be able to pass two of the legends at once is certainly something he was definitely looking for. So he has gone from 22nd to the lead, and now has 3.5 laps to hold on to this one, whilst the likes of Dan Clark and Jack Parker and Ben Higgins and Kieran Beattie, Nathan Anthony and co, as they all jostle to try and wrench it away from his grasp. So John Mickle then in the chrome number 4 from the blue and yellow number 13 of Jack Parker. Battles going on here. There's Steve Whiteleg, who's been a little wide there. Whoops, by car 64, I think that was. And towards it, and Miles Rubin also on the attack as well. He's going up going after car 51, Paul Simmons. So Miles Rubin might have a chance of a good, strong result here. He sets the fastest lap of the race on the restart, no less. So shows how much pace he's got. If he'd had more time, he might have been able to get closer to the top 5, but it looks like maybe as high as 7th or 6th is the best result that he goes to. Rubin looks for the undercut, exiting the hairpin. But out of the bank here through Church, he's not able to get through, but now he's got a good run exit off the corner. He might be a good chance to get past. Meanwhile, Jack Parker is keeping with John Mickle. He's not being allowed to get away. Side by side for third between Clark and Higgins. There goes Miles Rubin, past the 51 of Sid. He's also got Steve Whiteleg for company as well in car 66. And they're all over each other here. Ben Higgins up the inside here, but can't quite make the move stick as Clark holds on. Nathan Anthony in the van body, first van number 29, is flying. He's up to 5th now. He could be on the podium at this rate if he keeps on, but he's going to have to get past these two, and he still has 2.5 laps to do it. Now, Miles Rudman is there in 8th place, but he's got past Simmons, I think. He's got past BT2, so it looks like he should be able to hold on to that one. Meanwhile, Parker looks at the outside line, looking to try and make a dive into the hairpin, but Rudman holds firm on the apex. Mickle, excuse me. Miles Rudman still in 6th or 7th place there. Whereabouts is he in the order? I think he's there. In fact, he's there, in fact. Look, you can see him number 1. Now then, he's not that far away from the leaders because he's got 3rd, 4th and 5th immediately in front of him. Car number 1 there, the black car with the yellow number. Just keep an eye on him. 2 laps to see if he can get himself into at least a podium place. And this is after he made contact in the opening couple of laps up at the complex at Rocket. So he's recovered well, with seemingly no damage suffered because of that, and staying in contention for a possible podium. Lock up there from the 20. That was of Ben Higgins. Anthony was sent an opportunity. So will Miles Rudman. And the slightly boxier shape of the van body of that Legends car might well give Rudman a chance to close in. And again, because these cars are quite short, they're quite blunt and they're quite boxy, they punch massive holes in the air, so when you're trying to get a tow, they have crazy amounts of pulling power. Here comes Rudman. Up the inside, late under brakes. Everyone runs wide at the complex. Every little twitch there, and up the inside goes Rudman. He's now going to look to try and get past Higgins if he can. I don't think he'll catch the top 2. It's realistic he'll probably get past. There's a better chance of getting past Higgins and Clark and taking 3rd, rather than getting past them and then catching both Parker and Mickle. But of course, as we know, this is motorsport and anything can happen. So this is the key thing. So out through the hairpin, out through the corkscrew, back towards the hairpin. And Rudman up to 4th now. He's got past Higgins. Next target, of course, is just in front of him, Dan Clark. And even then, does he dare even think about the lead or 2nd place? I don't think he does. The gap between 2nd and 3rd is 1 second. So he needs the top 2 to start to battle really heavily and to pick off Dan Clark pretty quickly at the same time as well. Now, Parker is quite close as they start the final lap of the race here. Last lap board has gone out. And Parker will try and make a dive if he can to get either way. He looks to the outside line, but again, Mickle goes defensive, has to hold the inside. And I think possibly Parker might have a good run here. He gets a super slingshot off the banking towards Church Corner. Is he going to mount a challenge? Meanwhile, Rudman looking for a move up for 3rd place up the inside of Church on Clark. But he'll get a good run here down the back straight, as will Jack Parker. Runs wide over the curve. He's as close as he's ever been. Here he comes. Now through the right-hander at School Corner. He's going to try and make a dive up the outside. Here comes Rudman. At the inside for the first part of Rocket. They're side by side for the lead. But Mickle holds him off. But does he know he's done the switchback? Great move from Jack Parker up the inside. Beautiful pass. Jack Parker does the switchback on John Mickle. He has hoodwinked John Mickle at the complex at Rocket. And Jack Parker is back into the lead. What a fantastic move. Great stuff from Jack Parker. Now he's got half a lap to defend it. John Mickle is there, and how quickly, if he can he get on the scene? Mickle looking back up the inside. But again, Jack Parker shuts the door on the apex. Out of the corkscrew, over the hill. 2 corners to go. Mickle, Rudman's not too far away, in fact. Could he steal the victory? Could he get 2nd place? Rudman's back up the inside. He does the switch back on the. Think you could try and pass me and fool me once. I'll fool you again on that exit on that corner. And Rudman's there as well. He's in 3rd place. It only takes Parker to make one desperate move up the inside line and down the outside for the pair to make contact and for Mickle to get through. Mickle to hold back for Rudman to get through. Mickle goes to the inside line, checker flag away. It's John Mickle, who's had a fantastic race. Goes 22nd on the grid to victory in the National Legends final. Brilliant stuff from the Legends in their final race today. Mickle wins, Parker 2nd and Miles Rudman in 3rd. And the final finishing margin between the 3 of them was only just under 0.4 of a second. Again, if you're watching on stream and also around the circuit, give these guys a round of applause and a wave. They deserve it. Brilliant stuff from the National Legends. And again, a real privilege and a thrill to have them on the Brscc timetable. So thank you very much to Phil Cooper and everyone for bringing them on. And we look forward to more of the same tomorrow when they do it all again. A qualifying in the morning, 2 heats throughout the morning and afternoon, and then another final. And if they're as thrilling and as action-packed as those 3 races today, sign me up, because I want more of those tomorrow. So, the old master does it again. John Mickle. We thought he'd been fooled. We thought he'd been double dummied up at the complex, but he did the same thing down at the hairpin to depose Jack Parker and to take victory. And think this is his first proper season back in quite a while as well. So John, good to have him back in the championship, and of course showing just why he is a multiple-time champion in these cars, because of last lap drives like that. So John Mickle then, that is the victory in the final. He will take a large haul of points thanks to that one. Jack Parker second and Miles Rodman third. So here's the result then provisionally. John Mickle the victor by 0.198 of a second. Miles Rodman a further 0.2 back. Jack Parker finishing in second. Daniel Clark and Ben Higgins in the top 5. Then Stephen Whiteleg, Nathan Anthony, Marcus Pett, Paul Simmons and Will Gibson round out the top 10. Miles Rodman also taking the fastest lap of the race as well. Gareth Sheridan is 11th place from Kieran Beattie in 12th. Mark Beattie 13th, then Charles Budd and Mike Schlupp. Chris Brockhurst, Nick Bridgman, Luke Simmons, Florian Robin, who was on the front row of the grid, started from pole. He dropped back after contact earlier on, and then Bill Reid rounds out the top 20, and then Leonard Woodcock. Luke Shakusis was the last finisher after he started on the front row. We lost Ollie Schlupp with an accident that brought out the safety car. Chris Needham with problems, and also Stuart McAndrew had to park his car exiting the Rocket Complex. So that concludes the sprint racing action, but hold on to your hats because the next action comes up after our supper break, because that's coming up now. It's pretty much going into it now. It's roughly about a 45-minute or so supper break, which then takes us to get things ready for our main events of today, and that is the 4.5-hour endurance race for the Silver Lake C1 Racing Series. It is their special Into the Night race. For those who enjoyed the nighttime action and the twilight hours in the C1 24 hours, this will bring back very clear memories and very clear emotions for that as well. So be sure to stick around. It's sure to be quite the spectacle of the C1s going into the night here on the Welsh coast. But the top 3 in that incredible National Legends race is making its way into pit lane now, and I'm sure that Rich John Neal very shortly we have a chat to all 3 of them. I'm sure a rather relieved John Mickle, a rather slightly happy, but I'm sure destined for a victory, Jack Parker, and a very happy Miles Rodman for 3rd place. Let's find out now as we hand over to Richard after what was a thrilling final for Natchez Legends. Wow, what a race.
So down in, well, not Parc Ferme, but Victory Lane, and John Mickle gets another to the podium with Jack Parker in 2nd, Miles Rodman in 3rd. The guys taking a little bit longer to get out of the cars in this one. That was a longer race, of course. They had the safety car, which was a little bit of a break for them, a little bit of a breather over the course of the race. John's out now. Just getting a little bit of water so he can rehydrate, and there's going to be a handshake, obviously, for Miles Rodman again. Really good to see that. As John gets the bubbly, which is of course very important. The Brscc winner's hat, he won't have had too many of those, as we are guesting with the Brscc this weekend. I think John knows the score. He's going to come over, just turns off the camera on top of the car, checks the back as well, and take the bubbly, doing up his suit, because John's very corporate about these things as well, which is really good. And we've got a bit of a break now, haven't we, before the C1 race, so we could have done these in a slightly different order. But I'll tell you what we'll do. We're going to get Miles. Can we get Miles? We'll get you. We'll do 3, 2, 1. We'll do it in a different order for this one. Miles Rodman, P3, good run through the field. Safety car comes a little bit of relief because it was getting strung out.
Yeah, I think the safety car definitely helped me a bit there. I mean, I had a airborne in the first couple of corners, and it dropped me back a bit, but yeah, just got my head down and tried to get the best out of it, really. 3rd was the best that we could do. I did catch up with John and Jack at the end, but it was just too late.
How different is it racing on the International to the coastal circuit, which I think you guys are used to?
Yeah, it's slightly different. Obviously it's a bit quicker, obviously there's more to think about, and obviously longer laps, but I'm really enjoying it, to be fair. Yeah, it's great.
And tomorrow's another day. In years gone by, we used to switch over from International to Coastal. We've got to do it all again on the International. Is there much to do on the car?
Well, I think it's pretty tore up, so yeah, I think we need to have a good look at it. I mean, I must have went about 10 foot in the air then, but yeah, it was going all right. But I think.
Talk us through that incident. What happened?
I'm not sure. We went up into the hairpin up the top here, and a couple of cars come together, and I went to go around the outside, and it just rolled into my path, and it just flew me up in the air, really. So.
Still came through for 3rd.
Yeah, I was thinking the car was going to be in a bit of a mess, but it seemed to be okay. So.
Quite hardy little cars, aren't they? These. Miles, well done. Good to see you on the podium again. Well done, 3rd position, and we'll see you tomorrow. Let's grab a quick word with Jack Parker. Jack, 2nd position. Well done, Jack.
Thank you.
nice to see you. The man who led the championship after Alton Park round 1. How's the baby, first of all? Important family matters.
Yeah, everything's fine at home. A few sleepless nights, but yeah, we're
Don't worry, it only goes on till they're teenagers and then the bigger problems kick in.
Yeah, they're asking for money, and yeah, I can imagine. But we'll find out.
Back to the race anyway, and good to see you. A really good podium, a fantastic race with John.
Yeah, it was a fantastic race. Shame I couldn't put a bit more of a battle up for John. I managed to overtake him up the top, but just could not hold it. He just had the run on me, and that was it. I was just a sitting duck for John. But yeah, managed to keep second. Happy with that.
More again tomorrow. Much to do on the car, or do you tend to leave it alone, or are you one of the drivers that likes to have a fiddle with everything?
No, normally we'd leave it alone, but with the first 2 races that we've had a lot of problems with oil coolers. So we're going to try and see if we can do something about it, and yeah, just try again.
Nice one, well done, Jack. Good to see you. We'll see you tomorrow. The grid draw, and of course, last interview is with our race winner. So let's get John over. John, sorry for doing it the other way round, but it's kind of no, that's all right at all. It kind of makes a logical sense because 3 podia, I think, means you won the day, and it's a nice way to wrap up our first day's programme here at Pembrey, Anglesey, wrong Wales. Great way to wake that up. So, John, many congratulations on another win, and that was tough.
That was tough, yeah. I mean, I had a bit of luck in the first couple of laps. There was like a parting of the waves, and I got through some traffic quite quick. But then the safety car came out, and I knew Jack was very strong, and I thought I got away. But you know, with the wind and the drag and the way you can pull people into the back straight, it's a job to get away. And Jack was there, all was there, and I made one mistake, and he was passed, and I had to get past him again. But the quick steel car and the Dave's done a good job, and hopefully we can get it all right for tomorrow.
I was going to ask you about how you got through those opening laps. That was a lovely phrase, the parting of the waves, and sometimes that works for you that way and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were full wide going into turn 2, and sometimes it works and sometimes it don't, and sometimes there's a train and you get balked behind a load, and it just like parted, and I went through the middle, and 8 cars later I was up. And you have a job to make that up around Anglesey. Anglesey is a very good track, a very technical track, but there's no big spaces to make that sort of ground up. And you know, it proved it. I mean, Jack got away. I think Miles was coming, but once you lose that, you have a job to get it back.
I was going to ask you the question. You got the Brscc hat on. We're guests of Brscc this weekend. Were you with us in the Brscc days originally? Because Legends started with the club.
Yeah, I was back in. I started racing the Legends in '98. That was Brscc when the old configuration of Anglesey. So that was a long time ago. Showing my age. But no, it was good. I've always liked Anglesey, even in the old track. But Brscc got on a good job, and we'll do a good job for them tomorrow.
It's nice to be guesting with them, isn't it? And great to see you take the wins, and well done on the round win. And we'll see you do it all again tomorrow.
Cheers, thank you.
Thanks, John. John Mickle there, our round winner here at Anglesey, as well as the winner of race 3. So we've got C1 race to come up a little bit later on if you're on the live stream, but we're going to have a little bit of a break. I think for me and Kev the cameraman, it's time to get lunch, never mind dinner. We haven't had lunch yet, so we're going to disappear and do that. Let's hand you back though to Scott, who will let you know what time to join in again for our live stream for the C1s. I'm going to join Scott in the commentary box for that, and we've got Rob Lewis taking over here in pit lane. So happy tea time, stick the kettle on, grab yourselves a bourbon and get the live stream going for later on. Back to Scott.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, well done to John Mickle, and of course our top 3 for that fantastic Legends race. And as Richard said, yes, we will be heading now to the build-up for our main event for today, the 4.5 hour C1 into the night race for the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series, round 3 of their 2022 series. So the plan is for those watching on these streams to be this stream here for the sprint races will now finish, but don't worry, there's going to be a separate stream just for the C1 race that's coming up. So once this race finishes, be sure to keep an eye out for that one when it goes live. If you're subscribed to the YouTube channel or got notifications and turn notifications on, as well as liked and follow the Facebook page and also done the same, you'll get a notification when we come back on there for that live stream. It should be roughly around about, looking at the time now, about 40 minutes or so to do so. So you've got to cut in time, as Richard said, to grab yourself a snack or grab yourself quickly some dinner or a cup of tea or a biscuit, what have you, and just to kind of get yourself in place for the race. As he mentioned, Richard's going to come and join me in the commentary box. We'll have Rob Lewis from Club Racing UK, who did a fantastic job at the C1 24 Hours. He's back again now for the rest of the C1 season where we've got them on live stream, and he's going to be in the pit lane, having a talk to all the teams and drivers and answer a couple more questions. So if you've got questions in the chat about the C1 series, we can happily pass them across to him. But until then, it's time for us to take a bit of a break, including us here in the production crew and me in the commentary box and everyone else here, to get ourselves ready for our endurance race. So, stay comfortable. Thanks for watching on this stream. Be sure to switch over to the next one when it goes live, and make sure to turn notifications on when it does. For those also trackside, make sure to get yourself into the cafe or get yourself settled in place, because this is going to be quite a spectacle to watch Citroen C1s heading into the twilight and into the darkness here at Anglesey. So thanks for watching so far on this stream. Join us on the next one when our C1 endurance race gets underway in around about 40 minutes time.